What's going on, everybody? This is a little special introduction just to let you know about the quality of what you're about to watch. As you've kind of seen, I've been cobbling together these long form streamed episodes, that are usually comprised of 5 or 6 other episodes that have been Frankenstein together in a bunch of different ways. And I just want to apologize for some of the quality control situation. These streams are ripped from Facebook and then up converted to pseudo HD, 720, 720p, and they don't look that great. Unfortunately, that's how I recorded it. When I was recording it, I didn't think at the time that I would be doing it as seriously as I am right now. And so, yeah, I just want to say I'm sorry. The quality does improve. The last 2 episodes are in true 720p HD. So I'll be back stateside August 23rd, and we will get back to more frequent live shows with like the Misfits, Samhain, Danzig content. Until then, I'm going to keep doing the format that I've been doing, where it's just reading some sort of article that I find online and looking at comments, because the Wi-Fi situation here is horrible. The last 5-hour-ish episodes, the last 2 of those, took me over a day to upload each one of them. It takes a long time. So yeah, it has not been easy. And I've been loading this thing up. You're going to see a lot of commercials for stuff. Sorry about that. At the moment, this is what I do for a living. That's it. I'm not on unemployment anymore. This is how I make money. So if you enjoy this content, please consider buying a cup of coffee. What's a cup of coffee for the hours and hours of entertainment? Or join the Patreon. The Patreon is super supportive. Or buy a t-shirt. We got some cool t-shirts. So, all right. That's the first of many spiels. Shut the fuck up. Peace.
Whoa, what is this feature? What does this do? Request to be in your broadcast, huh? No, thank you. Lots of stuff you can do here now on this Facebook. Facebook Live allows you to do a lot of cool sort of stuff. Oh, that's Twin Peaks. I think I need to flip it around. Whoa, no. We don't want that. We don't want that. What am I doing here? Oh, there's Meatwad. Find a face. All right, hold on. I'll give you a face. Give me 1 second. Let me just flip this around on. Here you go.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's me, Meatwad. Hey, what's going on? It's me, Meatwad.
Sorry, that was funny. All right, enough of this. How do I take this off though? All right, just a second. Oh, there's more. What Aquabats? To the Aquabat. Ah, no, that's not fun. That's not fun. What's this one do? Beatles? That's cool. What's this one? Let's see. Is it really windy, guys? I just want to know, is it windy? What is that? I don't even know what that's doing to me. Look at the view. Isn't that something? It's pretty great. So this is done from my phone, if you couldn't tell, because I don't have a laptop. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. I got my sunglasses. I didn't bring my sunglasses with me. Now I got my sunglasses. Cool. Should I leave this on or take it off? Probably should take it off. Okay, let me take it off. Let me turn that off. Just go back here to none. Okay. Yeah, so check out my view. It's pretty sweet. Woods. So this is where I'm at right now. I'm at 10,000 feet altitude in the mountains of Breckenridge, Colorado. It's very altitudey here. You have to drink a lot of water with electrolytes, or else you can get altitude sickness, which really sucks. So that sucks. I apologize for the quality of this broadcast. What's going on, Rue? How are you? I just want to apologize for the quality of the broadcast, and I'm just sort of dealing with the elements and whatnot. So here, I'm going to set this up. Set this up so I can talk. Got Diet Coke. This episode is sponsored by my brother's Diet Coke. My brother lives up here in Breckenridge, and I've been coming here since I could walk. We're a family of skiers, and so yeah, we come up here. I honestly didn't think I was going to get back up here for a few years, especially with what happened with Corona. Hey, what's going on, Russell? Thanks for letting me know. Great, guys. Great. Good. I got a nice episode for us today, which I'm going to explain in a minute. So why am I in Breckenridge, Colorado? So my dad, who is, like I said, we've been coming here forever, and my dad is pushing 70. He wanted to do a road trip, and yeah, that's right, Robbie. They don't have, there's no seltzer up in these mountains, just my brother's Diet Cokes. What's going on, Umberto? How are you? Mr. Jim, how are you? Wow, we got a nice audience today. This is great. If you're gonna ski, you ski with me. Down to these mountains never last. When these, I don't know where I'm going with that. I don't know where I'm going with that. I just hopped in the car because oh shit, this fucking thing. My God, this is gonna be annoying, guys. Just bear with me. So yeah, my pop is pushing 70. He wanted to do the 2,000-mile drive because of flying. Doesn't want to fly during COVID, understandably so. Was going to drive alone. Since I don't have a job, I was like, fuck, I'll jump in the car with you. Wife got the okay from the wife boss who's minding the kids, and I'm here for a week. And I figured I would bring some reading material with me along the way. And I bought this with me. Barnes & Noble. Oh, scream with me if you're gonna ski. Oh my God, that's the new the name of this episode is actually "If You're Gonna Ski, Ski with Me." Thanks, Russell, because that just makes so much more sense being where we are up here in them hills. So again, if it gets windy, let me know. We're gonna try and go for some time while I'm charging my phone so it doesn't die. And yeah, so we hopped in a car. We drove 2,000 miles in 28 hours. We just kept switching off, doing 300 miles here, 300 miles there. We pulled over to just go to sleep for a little bit, came back, boom, now we're here. And I was gonna I might make this a 2-part episode or a 1-part episode. Thanks, Rue. It's not actually his birthday yet, but he's pushing 70. He's getting up there in years, and I didn't want him to drive 2,000 miles by himself. He needed somebody to be there with him. So I'm glad that I could be useful even as an unemployed fool. The only thing that sucks is the weather here is so fucked, man. I swear to God. The clouds, the sun keeps hitting me in the face. I'm going to have to flip the camera over so we look at this book. All right, a little preface here about what we're doing. So there's a whole history of. Hey, what's going on? Oh, hi. I got a dog out here with me. All right, I guess he's not bothering anybody. That wind is too crazy. So crazy. So there have been many attempts to do books about the Misfits, and there's a long history of Misfits and books, and I think it really goes back 30 years ago, roughly, something like that. Wow, yeah, I would say about 30 years ago. There was a guy that you guys all know. His name was Mark Kennedy. He started to compile information for a book. It was called The Misfits Book. He met up with some fans. They started comparing information. This is when all all this information is being compiled about the Misfits, and his dream is that someday he's going to turn it into, it's going to be called just the Misfits Book. That's the name of the game. That's the plan. And he gets so far in his research, and and again, I might be kind of like patchy with the story here, so I might not have all my facts, my ducks in a row. He got to a place where he eventually interviewed Glenn Danzig, right? He around 1999, 2000. I think I've talked about this before. He came incredibly close to putting together this book. He had some co-authors that were involved with this book, and it was going to be basically like the definitive thing, or might have been a definitive tomb on the Misfits, and it did not happen. It got the kibosh from Glenn. I think that's part of the problem when you try to work with these guys, the Misfits themselves. No disrespect to you guys, love you guys, the Misfits, but this is a band that, whether it be Glenn or Jerry or whoever, has battled and struggled and spent lots of money trying to retain their image. Starting back really, if you really want to get technical, starting back all the way to 1978, if you think about it. Glenn wants to put out his records under something called Blank Records, and he finds out a major label, Mercury Records, is using Blank, and gets into a whole thing with them, and they work out a deal, and Glenn starts Plan 9 and gets whatchamacallit, and they get to keep Blank Records for Pere Ubu, however you pronounce that. And then the next thing that happens with that, really, if you're going by, I've been doing a lot of listening to the interviews and stuff. Glenn took I guess the change in the font happened when Glenn saw that Minor Threat had a very similar sort of font, or at least in his mind, in his perception. You may disagree. To be honest, I don't think it was really that similar. But Glenn looked at the Minor Threat logo and was like, this is too close to the Misfits logo, and that's when they made the switch to Famous Monsters of Filmland, and then moving on from there, you have the great Civil War, the great lawsuit battles of the 80s and 90s between Glenn and Jerry over the domination of who's going to get the name, or who's going to be able to do what. Jerry and Doyle want to go out and record and perform as the Misfits. Glenn doesn't want that. And it's funny, if you really bring it all the way back there, again, not here to talk about Michael Graves, but I'm just saying, if Glenn had gotten his way, then Michael Graves never would have been involved with the Misfits, and never would have had a situation where people are starting to Photoshop the Crimson Ghost as a KKK with a KKK cap on. You know what I'm saying? It's like talk about brand confusion. And I mean, that's what essentially would sort of curse or plague the Misfits forevermore. Once Jerry did his own version of the Misfits, you have brand confusion. People are not sure what is what. American Psycho. Wait, that has a different singer than Earth AD. Wait, what? Why is this? It's just a lot of brand confusion. And fast forward to, and then of course, utilizing the power of their trademarks. Like the Crimson Ghost. Forget about who owns it or what where. Who's legally has the power over that thing. That talk about this incredible moneymaker, right? You have this symbol that just, I mean, it's just, again, I keep using the word brand. It's probably going to come up a lot here, but it's just like the brand power of the Crimson Ghost. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. I think Jerry probably has made way more money with the Crimson Ghost than he ever made with, money guarantees from those live shows with the Misfits. I mean, that is the bread and butter. And of course, what do? You have to protect your bread and butter, going after anything that might dilute your brand in any way, shape, or form. And, there have been situations where, their former members are trying to do their own thing, and they get muscled out. Bobby Steele got into a whole thing over the years with both Glenn and Jerry. Again, I'm not going to go deep into those lawsuit situations. They are so incredibly tangled and muddled and crazy, and yeah, I don't know, man. It's just there's a lot there. I'm not going to dissect all that. That's a whole separate road. That maybe someday we will tackle the lawsuit from the 80s and 90s. That's going to require a lot of legal document reading. But my point is, the thesis that I'm trying to purport here, and which is going to lead us into what we're going to be looking at, is anytime somebody tries to do something about the Misfits without the Misfits' involvement and without the Misfits they do not take lightly to that. They go after people, man. And it's really unfortunate because there's some really cool stuff out there that has never seen the light of day, and there's a lot of cool stuff out there that may never get to see the light of day. Case in point. So as I've said in the past, you've heard me talk in the past about how I've been doing this for 10 years. And you're like, well, wow, what? You've been doing this for 10 years? It's like, why are you coming about, all of a sudden coming out of the woodwork now? And the reason why is because I figured that I should just do my work quietly and not try and draw attention to myself. And I spent years doing that, just a long time. I never created a Facebook page. I never went on Facebook. I never went on Twitter. I never went on MySpace. None of that stuff. I just contacted people and conducted as many interviews as I can. What's going on, Pat? How are you? How you doing? Say hello to your brother for me and your father. I promised you that stuff is going to come back up. The whole point, God, the sun, man, it's so fucking bright. I should have put the umbrella up, because this is crazy. All right, we're not doing the book just yet, so I'm going to step away into the shade, because this is just like bothering the fuck out of me. Fucking hell. All right, that's better. Hey Jason, what's going on? How you doing? So yeah, I spent years just keeping it really like on the DL. And then when the Misfits came back together in 2016, that's when I finally was like, fuck it, I'm creating a Facebook page. I'm going to start and try and get more public with what it is that I am trying to do. The point is, the theme here is, in general, that if you're trying to do something about the Misfits, it's best to just stay low, because you may get unwanted attention from the Misfits, no matter what your intentions are. And I believe that, not with everything. Oh, another great example that I neglected to mention: all the bootlegging. The tons and tons of bootlegging. Those dudes dealt with so much fucking bootlegging, especially, Glenn hates bootleggers, and would break bootleg records that people would bring to him to sign. I don't know how he would even be able to tell what's bootleg and what is not, although he is very hands-on when it comes to the manufacturing process. So I don't know. Point is that like there's some things where Jason says he's got a Misfit tribute on Spotify. They're like people covering Misfit songs. The Misfits don't seem to have a problem with that. There's just like certain things that like they really take umbrage with. So Mark Kennedy tried to get this book off the ground. The kibosh came down. I'm not going to get into the details of why or how or who or what, but he got this interview with Glenn Danzig. That's where, everybody knows about Diane DiPiazza and Jimmy Battle and all that stuff. That all came from that interview, right? That he had conducted with Glenn. Found out all this additional stuff. Glenn remembers all of it. He knows all that shit. He may not really give a shit about the past, the way that we give a shit about his past, but he knows about the fucking past. He remembers stuff. He remembers a lot of stuff. In any case, so the Misfits book does not get off the ground. There's several other things that almost came about. There was a documentary that was being made about Danzig called Danzig Legacy, or Danzig Legacy of Brutality. And there was a documentary filmmaker who was working in tandem with Glenn. And there were some disagreements. And again, Glenn Danzig is a man that likes to be in control of shit. Going back to the bootleg thing, I know I'm jumping all over the place. People are bootlegging his records. It's like he just wants to be in control of his thing. That's why he did all the DIY shit that he did. It's all in an effort to be in control. You can get you know, you can say a lot of things. You could say a lot of negative things. You could blame it on greed. You could blame it on, you know, just being like paranoid. But I ultimately think that when you really boil it down, it's just about being an artist, man. And that dude, Glenn Danzig, he's a true artist. And for that matter, Jerry is a true artist. And those guys, I mean, and as I've been doing with my research, you know, doing 1979, the big special that's going to be coming out, you know, I'm looking over these interviews, and it's just like these dudes were just like, we're just going to do this stuff ourselves. They self-empowered themselves. So when somebody else comes along and like toils with the thing that they you know put all their blood, sweat, and tears with, it seems like they just get super irrational about it in every sense of the way. Forget about the fact that, you know, people by creating content around their band, all they're doing is just building it. They're making it more valuable. You're making the brand more valuable. More people want to, you know, the more Misfits related projects there are out there, the bigger it's going to be, not the smaller. You know, those guys are all about supply and demand. I mean, look at the Misfit shows, you know what I mean? It's like they're literally doing what they were doing back in the day. The Misfits are still operating the way they did in the year 1980 to 1982, right? Just playing like one show per year. That's literally what they're doing. Except now they're playing one show a year for $1.5 million and selling, I don't even know how much in merch. You know what I mean? And you know what's kind of funny though about those guys? And again, I bought one of their shirts, and you know, I think those posters are all right for the most part. I'm kind of shocked at the artistic direction that they chose. Can you guys fuck this fucking sun? It's fucking bullshit, man. The wind. Oh, I hate this. All right, I'm gonna stand over here until this dies down. I'm kind of surprised at some of those designs. They just do not feel, for a dude who was so fucking original with what he was doing, it doesn't feel very original to me. It feels very like, I don't know, just sort of like, I just feel like I was expecting more from the reunion merchandise, from the Misfits AD. We're going to talk more about what the Misfits AD is, and what when I did Evil Lives, that bootleg concert documentary thing, the 90-minute thing from the Denver Riot Fest show, I called it the Misfits AD because of this, because they had created this entity. All right, so I talked about there was the Legacy of Brutality. That was the Glenn Danzig documentary, and they have hours. There are hours and hours of Danzig footage that will never see the light of day. This dude has all this Danzig footage. He's just sitting on it. He went into Glenn's house and filmed Glenn in his house doing stuff. There's footage of Doyle. There's just all this stuff, and it's just never going to come out. It's never, ever going to come out. That was being made, I think, between the year 2005 and 2008, maybe. Hey, Terry, what's going on? Thank you, Tim. Yeah, this is a very beautiful piece of land. This is where my brother lives. And so, what was I saying? Right. So other failed Misfits projects. Then came a guy called James Green Jr. And he had a book called This Music Leaves Stains. He reached out to me while he was in the middle of conducting his research. I forget why he reached out to me, but he had heard, because that's the thing, when you're doing a Misfits related project and you hear somebody else is doing a Misfits related project, you're like, whoa, who's this other guy doing a Misfits related project? I want to know who he is, you know. I want to know, like, you know, I want to know what's going on. I want to make sure that we're not overlapping. You know, I remember when Paul Bazile was doing Living the American Nightmare, which was his documentary about Mike Hideous, but he was interviewing all of the same people that I was interviewing. He interviewed Mr. Jim, and he interviewed Franche Coma, and he interviewed Bobby Steele, and I was trying to interview these guys. I'm going, what's up with this guy's project? And then he reached out to me, and he's like, hey, I heard you're doing a Misfits project. I want to know more about it. And that project kind of crashed and burned for a bunch of reasons that are not mine to explain. I will not get into it. What else was there? So then James Green Jr., he's doing this book called This Music Leaves Stains. And, you know, a lot of people in the Misfits circle hate this fucking book. Hate this book because essentially I've not read the book personally. I'm not going to slam the book until I've read it. I'm just regurgitating what I've heard from other people. But what I've heard is that this book is essentially someone, basically it's just like a narrative version of Mark Kennedy's work on Misfit Central, something like that, with a bunch of supplemental interviews, but not from Bobby Steele or any of the other auxiliary members of the Misfits. And yeah, so there are people out there who really dispel that book. They really do not like that book. I've actually heard it's written really well. Like, the writing is really, really great. I definitely want to read it at some point. I think the reason why I haven't picked it up yet is because, honestly, when I heard that it's basically all the material from Misfit Central, I just kind of, I don't know, it didn't interest me. I just was like, okay, I don't know. I don't want to read what what are we ultimately always looking for? New tidbits of information. We just want to hear the untold. We're like archaeologists. We're archaeologists dealing with people that do not want to relive their history in any way, shape, or form. Mainly Glenn Danzig, Jerry to a less extent, and now it's like Bobby. I was looking at Bobby Steele interviews. That dude does not give interviews anymore. Well, he does, but he does not want to talk about the Misfits anymore. He only wants to talk about the Undead. I don't blame him, though. It's like 2 years of his life being a Misfit versus 30 years of life, doing this band, the Undead, and all anybody ever wants to ask him about is the Misfit stuff. He just wants to talk about the Undead. I respect that. I totally understand that. And I'm glad that I interviewed him when I did. I interviewed him 3 times, 2 hours apiece. So I got a lot of Bobby Steele in the can, and hopefully it's usable. I remember the audio on one thing being really shitty. I don't know. Tim says, I have that book. That's exactly what it is. Guys, I can't see your comments, so please forgive me. I'll go back and I'll look through the comments. This show is super haphazard matter. By the way, I just want to quickly take a moment and shout out, I'm on my phone. I can't look it up. There are several people bought me cups of coffee. I want to salute you and thank you. I don't have your names, but the next episode or the episode after that, when I'm back home and I have access on my computer, or I can go on my phone and look it up, I will make sure to take note, as I always do in these episodes. You all deserve to be shouted out for your contribution, and I appreciate you supporting me as I try to create content. I'm thinking about taking things to the next level, and what I mean by that is there is a piece of merchandise that I want to create surrounding my project. I promise we're going to get to Scream to Me, guys. I'm on a roll right now. I'm just talking about stuff. There is a piece of merch. I don't know if I'm going to make it yet. I'm going to see. I'm going to figure this out. Oh, that's right. Yo, Tim is saying here, I have that book. That's exactly what that is. He's talking about This Music Leaves Stains, the book by James Green Jr., and he's saying that it's basically rewriting Misfit Central, and he says that's exactly what it is, and he says Scream With Me is way better. Well, I wouldn't know that, Tim, because I have not looked at the book yet, and that's what we're doing today. I have the book with me, and we're going to look through it. But before I get there, burying the lead again. So my idea is that I want to do a t-shirt, and instead of asking people to buy me a cup of coffee, I want to create this t-shirt, and that will be a way to support the creation of this art. In closing about projects about the Misfits trying to come out, it's a challenge, and I'm not gonna lie, I too have been very frightened about how to tell this story that I want to tell, and that's part of the reason why I put it down for so long, because I got to a point where I hit a brick wall. I wasn't getting the interviews that I wanted, and I said, well, if I can't have something that's perfect, then I don't want anything at all. And that's definitely true, but the other part of that too is facing the juggernaut that we're about to briefly discuss. It's like, it seemed like an impossibility to me, and now I have found a loophole. I think I've figured out a way that will allow me to tell the story that I want to tell, which is this documentary, They Came From Lodi. And I told myself, as I've said in the past, and I swear to all of you, I made a promise to myself. I said, no matter what happens, I will never let this project be stifled in any way, shape, or form. It will come out, whether I can sell it and commercially, because that's what every artist wants to do. They want to sell their art commercially and make money from the art that they create. I want to create a documentary in the story that I'm telling. Even if I can't do that, I'm still going to release this fuck. There, nothing is going to stop this thing from coming out. And if it means like just putting it out as a fucking torrent, and just letting it be torrented for free, then that's what will be. But I am not. I made a promise that I would finish this and release this fucking thing, and I will do. As you can tell from 1979, the other thing that I'm doing, this takes a lot of time, but since I'm unemployed, I have more time to work on it. So as I said, there were a lot of failed books, and there's even more. There's another book that came out. Okay, so there's another series that I'm not familiar with, although I just became friends with the dude. Some of you might know him. He's in the Fiend Collectors. He started the Fiend Collectors group. It's amazing how we have all our little misfit communities. There's like Keep On Danzig. They came from Lodi. There's the Seventh House people. There's just interesting. But there's a Fiend Collectors group. And this guy, Mike, he's writing a series called On Earth as... Chud played a show in Delaware on Saturday. Yeah, I briefly saw it. It was very pathetic. Dr. Chud played to like 5 people. It was sad, man. It was really, really sad. Yeah. One thing that you can say about Michael Graves that you can't say about Dr. Chud, Michael Graves put out a whole bunch of music, and Dr. Chud put out one album in how many fucking years? Jesus Christ. Hold on, I'm looking at these comments here. Connection is shaky. Is the connection still shaky? I hope it's not. Highlight about Scream With Me right now. You can still support the authors of the book, Scream With Me, by going to Barnes & Noble, by going to Amazon.com, or certain brick-and-mortar bookstores. There's one in Philadelphia. And picking up a copy of this now out-of-print book. Meaning they're not going to keep reprinting it. Shit, I'm wandering out of Wi-Fi range. Okay, what about now? You know what? Fuck this. I'm going inside. Great. Yes, I'm back. Sorry, guys. How's the signal now? It's better, right? And the sounds better too, right? I hope so. I think so. Maybe. Let me try and just give me a minute to... Got my book, my bookie wook. Another piece of information. Where was I when I got interrupted? We were talking about, let me try to remember. We were talking about Misfits projects, the quest to bring a Misfits project to life, yes. Because ultimately what it comes down to is if you don't have money, it might be harder, more challenging to bring something to life than maybe if you did have some money. So there was Living in the American Nightmare. That did not, that sort of went by the wayside. There was Danzig, Legacy of Brutality. That went by the wayside. The Misfits book was the first thing. That never came out. This Music Leaves Stains somehow managed to get through the, whatever it is, the gauntlet of lawyers and whatnot, and managed to get out there. But it was very paltry. It's very short. It's only like 113 pages. It covers a 35-year history in 117 pages. And a lot of the information was already known on Misfits Central. So a lot of Misfits auxiliary people that are either in the Misfits or surrounding the Misfits kind of think the book is kind of bullshit. There was Living in the American Nightmare, which was Mike Hivious's thing. There was Danzig, A Legacy of Brutality, that will never see the light of day. That filmmaker walked away from the project. I spoke to that filmmaker on the phone, and he told me about the process of trying to make a documentary with Danzig and all that had happened. And some of Doyle, because Doyle had started playing shows with Danzig, that will just never see the light of day. I think that's when he told me that. So Doyle had gone to Glenn's father's funeral at the behest of Gorgeous George, which is how they links back up, whatever. Then there's the Misfits book. We talked about that already. You'll see that in the first part of this thing. There's the Misfits book. There is, what else is out there? So there's a book. This is very interesting. So there's a book of photography. You can find it somewhere. And it's like 35 photos of the Misfits at Max's Kansas City in 1978. Somebody basically took their roll of film that they shot of the Misfits, probably threw it in a closet forever, completely forgot that they had it, and then go, whoa, look at all these photos that I took of the Misfits. Realized that the Misfits, are an incredibly popular band, and made a little book out of it. And that book has been apparently selling like hotcakes. You can find it on Amazon. I've not looked through it. I don't know if there's any like actual text or if it's just photos. It's a very short booklet. It's like 34 pages or something. Very, very short. And it's just it's just like a photo essay of the Misfits at Max's Kansas City. Really cool. I think really cool stuff. And I think that because it's the photographer put it out, there's no issue, which is how Eerie Von, kind of was able to put out his book slightly. The Misery Obscure was able to, make it past the gate because all of those photos were his. He took the photos. He owns the copyright of the photos. And I guess that was enough to allow him to publish that book. He did that book with Tom Bejgrowicz, who wrote, is the primary author or the main author of Scream With Me. And Misery Obscure is another great book. It's great. And what's cool about that is that it's eerie, taking you through his time with Misfits, Samhain, and Danzig, but from his point of view. You probably all already know about that book already. It's nothing new, right? It's not new material. Everybody, that book has been out for almost 10 years now, close to it, something like that. I think it came out in 2011, actually. 2010, came out in 2010. Oh, that's interesting. Umberto, who we're going to be mentioning here very shortly, says, it was Jerry's girlfriend that took the Max's photos. Wow, I did not know that. Well, she put out a little book and she has not so far had any problems. Then there's a series from this guy, Michael Goodman, and he runs Fiend Club Collectors or Fiend Collectors Club or something like that. A great resource. And there's a Fiend website, a Fiend Collectors website that he runs as well. And those guys have been, in the way that we like scrutinize over the minutia that is the Misfits, in 77 to 83, those dudes have scrutinized over the records and the collectors aspects of things and put out some books themselves. And one of them is called On Earth as Is in Hell, or On As in Hell or something. Very limited runs of these books. And once they're sold out, they're sold out. They're working on a second volume right now. Keep your eyes peeled for it. You can find out more information about that in their Fiend Club group. So shout out to those guys. I've not had a chance to look over any of that material. I would very much like to, be very interested to. They basically figured out that the pressings are all not right. They're all inaccurate. And that was part of what Mark Kennedy had told me when he had interviewed Glenn Danzig. He said that at the time, Glenn is, what's up, Alberto? How are you? What he said was, Glenn at the time when he was interviewing him, that Glenn was just sort of throwing out bullshit information, in the sense of it's almost as if he didn't want people to know stuff. He wants it to be a mystery. And so he told Mark Kennedy when Mark Kennedy's trying to do his research with Glenn, when Glenn grants him this interview, this is the first time that Glenn is acknowledging people trying to write history about him in any way, shape, or form. Glenn tells Mark Kennedy that there are 10 copies of Halloween on green vinyl, from Glenn Danzig himself to Mark Kennedy. And, Mark thought it was bullshit. He thought it was totally bullshit. There was no possible way to know if that was true. And so clearly there's some side of Glenn where he wants people to not know the truth, or it's creating chaos he's creating chaos to create mystery in a way, I think. And a great example, again, if you're thinking about the record collecting side of things, it's instead of just printing black vinyl or red vinyl or, pink vinyl or yellow vinyl or whatever, he's not cleaning the stampers and he's having them mix pellets. So you're getting the swirled vinyl, and the swirled vinyl becomes both a problem and an endless, engaging, interesting quest to document and catalog and inspect these pieces of vinyl, these discs with various different swirls, and oh, this one has more green than this one has marbled gray, this one's really gray, this one has black streaks, this one has a red streak, oh, this is a pink, there's only 15 pink copies of Legacy of Brutality, because some were red and some were black, and they mixed together, or whatever, and mixed them all together, or no, it was red and white. The point is that it creates this beautiful chaos of like, look at all this, like, why, what, like, we start asking ourselves, why this, why that, why did he do this? So Glenn's like a man of mystery in that sort of way, and Glenn's a guy who clearly doesn't give a shit about history, on the sense that, like, he doesn't care about documenting, he doesn't even care about, like, you know, remastering shit. Like, look at the fact that, like, the Samhain albums have been, his entire Samhain catalog has been out of print for, you know, for years and years and years and years, and I believe Glenn owns that stuff, you know. So why is it out of print? Why doesn't he repress that? There's such a demand for Samhain vinyl. There's such a demand that people are bootlegging shit. You know, they're bootlegging all this stuff. They probably would be bootlegging it anyway, but like, they're bootlegging it even more because they're just like, there's no other way to get it, and people want to own it. You know, people want that shit. I'm not gonna lie, I have a bunch of, you know, you've seen them on this show, my Misfits 7 inches, right? I have like a bunch of them. I got them at Generation Records. They were all bootleg. I knew they were bootleg. They were $8 a piece. I know some probably look down upon that, but as a fan, as someone who wants these songs on vinyl and wants like these 7 inches that I've done so much, you know, that I've heard so many people talk about, but can't afford to own. Like, because you know what it would cost to own an original Bullet or an original Cough Cool? I'm never going to be able to do that. I don't have the money. I don't have the ability. But you know what? Like, just to like spend $8 or $7 and have it, and just have it on my wall or have it to look at because it's so beautiful, and those covers are like art to me. It means so much to me. And so I have no problem, no qualm doing that. So it's like, why is it Glenn? Why don't you do this? Why don't you put it out? Why don't you why don't you repress Bullet? Why don't you like, people will buy this shit. The point is that this dude does not really seem to care that much. But yet at the same time is super controlling of his image. We talked about in the first part of this broadcast, before it got broken up and fucked up, Glenn, you know, all the times that Glenn was struggling with bootlegs, he's struggling with Jerry, he was struggling with Blank Records, you know, he's struggling with Rick Rubin, you know, fighting him over producing on the Danzig 3 and Danzig 4. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Alberto says, yeah, there's one on eBay right now. Yeah, there's a Cough Cool right now on eBay that's going for $2,000. On the flip side of that, somebody bought a Cough Cool, an original Cough Cool, for $20. Could you imagine? $2,000. And Rocky, Jerry and Doyle's brother, he went to school with a box of Cough Cools and was just handing them out to all his friends to promote his brother's band. Each one of those discs could, like, you know, that's like a trip to Hawaii. You know what I'm saying? Fucking went all over the place with this shit tonight. I'm sorry, guys. This is a chaos, but you know, I'm trying to deliver an episode here. It's tough. I'm not in my familiar elements. There's no blinking lights behind me, you know? So they don't really care. It's like they care, but they don't really care at the same time. And so when anybody else tries to do cool shit about this band, they shut it down. Because they're like, we're going to be the only ones. Look at what happened with Plan 9. In order for Glenn, that was Glenn's label, right? Glenn brought that label up from nothing. From Bullet all the way up to like, he's now sold his catalog to Caroline, and they're fucking distributing the catalog. You know, he's doing all these great things. And then what happens as a result of this lawsuit? He has to dissolve Plan 9. Plan 9 goes away. He has to create a new label, Evil Live. The point, or no, not yet. That came even later because he went to Deaf American. Point is that like, this is a dude who has integrity as an artist. Even though I think they've gotten unoriginal with their new merch, he has integrity in the sense that like, whatever he's going to do, he has to own it entirely 100%, and he has to make all the decisions. He has to live and die by those decisions. Look at Veronica. Veronica, the movie. You know, everybody's shitting on this movie. I have not seen it yet, but I'm sure when I do, we'll have to do a review of that. But what does he do on Veronica? He directs it, he wrote it, he produced it, and he was a camera operator. You know what I'm saying? Like he has to have his fingers in absolutely everything, whether it's going to hurt the art or it's going to make the art better. No matter what, it's going to be Glenn. It's going to be Glenn's thing. Didn't Glenn and Jerry re-release Walk Among Us in a different... Yeah, so Alberto, they don't have control of Walk Among Us. That's why it was never in the box set in the 90s. Slash Ruby Records or whatever, they own Walk Among Us. And so it's actually them who's doing that. Glenn and Jerry do not have any say over Walk Among Us. And so that's why you have like Slash being like, okay, let's release the same album again, but in 7 different colors. And they'll probably do 8 different colors and 9 different colors. You know, they're never going to stop pressing up Walk Among Us because they know they can make money. And that probably pisses Glenn and Jerry off to no end. I don't think they can, there's nothing they can do about it. They have like there's a contract. So these guys are very, very, very protective of their image. They're very protective of the... Look at the Crimson Ghost. Look at what happened with the Crimson Ghost. Now, the branding, it exploded. Everybody put the Crimson Ghost on everything, whether they have permission or not. They're putting stuff. They're using this mark that the Misfits developed. Even though they didn't create it, they're the ones that made it big. They're the ones that made it what it is today, right? So in fact, they're responsible for the goodwill that this mark brings. And I think that they also get confused. They look at things that are like good and positive and are like, fuck this thing because it has the Crimson Ghost and the Crimson Ghost is ours. Case in point, Scream With Me. Still in the bag that I bought it. The Misfits, Glenn and Jerry, see this. They see the Crimson Ghost here, and they fucking flip as shit because they're like, "That's our fucking logo. What the fuck? You can't do it." Forgetting about the fact that this is a fucking documentary book. It's documenting their history. You know, it's fair use, man. Like they're called the Misfits. The Misfits have a skull, and you know that's their symbol, and they're putting it on the book. Does it help sell the book? Of course, it helps sell the book. But I mean, it's like. Here's a situation where I feel like they're just like so, it's unnecessary. I don't know. Okay, before we dive into this, I've not opened this. I've not seen what's inside. I don't know any. I just bought it. I wanted to buy it when it first came out. I was going to buy it recently. Then I lost my job. I didn't feel it was responsible to buy it again. And then when you guys started to when you guys started buying me cups of coffee, I used some of that money to purchase this book because I thought, A, I really want this book. B, I would do something with this book on this show, and therefore it warranted. It was a good purchase. And C, apparently it really is, because now it's very soon to become a collector's item. And so we're going to talk all of this, and we're going to sort of discover this book together. You're going to watch me discover this book. Jerry is the living principle of capitalism. You know what, man? Well, I can't listen. Here's the thing about Jerry, and here's the thing about Glenn, but really about Jerry. The only thing you can accuse Jerry of, and maybe Glenn by a small extension of, sorry, that came out all jumbled. The only thing you can include those guys of, really mainly Jerry, is bad taste. Sometimes, and for quite a period of time, especially when Jerry didn't have Glenn, sort of like giving his 2 cents on things. Jerry made a lot of bad decisions. And what I mean by bad decisions, I mean artistically, in the sense of like bad taste. He does things in bad taste sometimes. I think everything that he does, whether he's motivated by capitalism or not, everything that he does comes from a place of love. A place of like wanting to proudly continue and build the brand that he had a hand in starting, and so I think the only thing you can really accuse Jerry of is bad taste. Look at The Devil's Reign, a perfect example. Here's Jerry wanting to put out an album, continue on the fucking Misfits and their legacy. And he puts out The Devil's Reign with that music and wants to call that the Misfits. Bad taste, Jerry. Bad taste, but beautiful intentions, beautiful heart. You know what I mean? He's got heart, man. You know, like you can't, I can't blame him for that. I really don't. I think it's beautiful. And, yeah, I don't know. And, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or even 5 years ago, I'd probably get a lot of hate. Be like, yo, you're fucking Jerry. Jerry's destroyed the name, dragged the Misfits in the mud, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. It's just like, no, man, the dude created this shit. The dude wants to, commercially, use it, exploit it, and he just does it. He does it in a way that does not align with good taste or the taste of his fans. That's it. And now that Glenn is back, right? I think that that helps things a lot, right? That makes things a little bit better. So yeah. All right. So let's look at this book. Now, is the book backwards when I do this, or is it frontwards? I can't tell. To me, right now, looking back at me, it says "Scream with me." What does it look like to you guys? Does it read properly? Because if not, I'm gonna have to flip this camera, and we're gonna have a whole new set of problems. So somebody please answer me right now. Right now, please answer me. Somebody. On this episode that we are affectionately titling, it's "If You're Gonna Ski with Me." Right, Russell? So now I'm opening it. Scream with Me, The Enduring Legacy of the Misfits, 1977 to 1983. There it is. It's written by Tom Bejgrowicz, Jeremy Dean, and Jeremy Dean with Umberto. Umberto, I don't know if I'm saying your name wrong, but please forgive me if I'm saying the name wrong. Umberto de Urso. It's published by Abrams Books. And then on the back cover, we have the Static Age right here. It's really cool. Night of Living Dead, Skulls, Violent World, Horror Hotel, Ghouls Night Out, American Nightmare. It's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. And that is from... I don't know what the hell that's from, actually. What is that from? I don't know. I don't actually know. Okay. I'm trying to wait for some of you motherfuckers to... Hey, Umberto, since you're here, what is this? What is this from here? Is that the back of... It looks like the back of Walk Among Us, but... What is that? And there seems to be a dog. Look at this. There's like a dog. Or is that the rat bat spider right there? Maybe? I don't know. All ages. It's a book for all ages. It's published by Abrams. You can get this book on Amazon or Barnes & Noble. It is currently out of print. Whatever copies are left are available. That's it. Once you can't get it, retails for $30. Support the creation of this beautiful art, whether the Misfits are happy about it or not. That is the Walk Among Us label. But, I don't... Umberto, but it says American Nightmare. Why is American Nightmare on there? It must be... Was it this the Plan 9 version of Walk Among Us? That's the only thing that I could imagine. Real quick, again. So Tom Bejgrowicz, you'll recognize this name because Tom was the dude who did the design of the Misfits box set and put out Static Age. And I've interviewed Tom. Tom is in my movie as well. All right, I'm finally fucking opening this bad boy up. So normally I would not like sort of do this because this book, I would tell you, fuck you all, like go buy this book. John says it's from the Boston Flyer. Thank you, John. So normally I would tell you to all go, don't go buy this book. I'm not going to show you the inside of the book, but the book is out of print now. So some of you may never get to buy this book. I say go out and buy this book no matter what. But we're just going to look at it anyway, okay? So, sorry, guys. That's just what we're going to do. So, Scream With Me, The Enduring Legacy of the Misfits, by Tom Bejgrowicz and Jeremy Dean, with Umberto. Umberto, how do you say your last name, buddy? Don't get mad at me. Umberto de Urso. Featuring the collection of archivist Umberto de Urso. Additional contributions courtesy of the Dave Walling Collection, with Andrew Unstead, Susan Hannaford. So Susan Hannaford is, she ran the Mad Monster Movie Club at Club 57 in 1979. And the Halloween 7-inch is dedicated to Susan, Alf Berg, and Carol Stockard. Forward by Shep Ferry. He's like a designer of some kind, an artistic designer, and an interview with Kirk Hammett. Dude, you guys, this is so big, we're not going to be able to get through it all. Okay. Let's see here. I'm trying to do this nicely. There's a little bit of a gloss here. So we got our contents. Looks very pretty. Woo! 77 to 83. You got all the chapters divided up. This is what this is Umberto. This is what I wanted to do with my documentary. I had that idea too, Umberto. I mean, I guess everybody has that idea, right? It's like, how else would you divide up the chapters? Because like we said, the band is divided up. The band is divided up by, like each one of these each one of these records is like a different band. I mean, not all of them. Like, that one's that one's a different band from that one. That one's a different band from that one and that one. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're all different bands. So it's like, of course you need to use the records as chapter markings. It's different chapters, different eras. Fan Club, the Fiend Club and more. That was good. That was a good way. And then look at this. Posthumous, 1984 to 2001. And then you got, right, Die Die My Darling was released way after the band. And you have to think, most people don't really pay much mind to Die Die My Darling because it later got lumped in with Earth AD and Wolf's Blood. But Die Die My Darling was like this weird last release in the 7-inch, right? It was like, it was an unreleased song with two other cuts that had never been heard. Mommy, Can I Go Out and Kill Tonight? We Bite and Die Die My Darling. They were not on anything. So if you got Die Die My Darling in 1984, you're seeing something else. You're seeing something brand new. Yes, I agree, Tim. Umberto is a rock star. This already I'm loving this book and I haven't even opened it yet. What else we got here? They talk about Legacy of Brutality, which is, of course, as we all know, that's Glenn re-recording over everybody else's parts and then putting it out as like a retrospective. But I love Legacy of Brutality. I love those versions. Collection 1, Evil Live LP. Now, right, because it came out as an album in 1987, and originally it came out in 82 as the Fiend, the 7-inch version. So I guess the LP was the 12-inch version. Collection 2, which is actually also sort of a secret Samhain record, if you want to think about the fact that, or has a secret Samhain recording, and the fact that both Glenn and Erie went in and re-recorded a bunch of Misfits songs. We've spoken about that before. Then you have the box set. That's what Tom, Tom who put this book together with Umberto and that other dude, what's his name, and Jeremy. He did the box set, Static Age, and he also did 12 Hits from Hell, which was never 12 Hits from Hell, which was never released. Okay, moving on. Whoa! All right, I'm not going to read all this. Maybe we'll come back and look at it, but here, I'll save the content for those who buy the book, okay? Calling Shepard Fairey. He's a visual graphic artist. He did a Jerry Only Obey. He's a famous guy who did the Obey stuff. That was a great idea to get him to do the forward. Look at that. That is fucking pretty. So fucking cool. I can't wait to read this. I'm not going to read it now. That's something we'll leave for those who buy the book, okay? We'll look at the pictures, but not. And then we have an interview with Kirk Hammett of Metallica. Very appropriate. Wow, what a get that was, man. To get someone from Metallica, that was a good. I wonder who got Umberto. I'm sure you can't reveal that, but I wonder who got that interview. That's a great, probably Tom. I'm guessing somebody got that interview. Special thanks to Brant Wheel. I'm gonna guess it was Brant who connected you guys with Kurt. Who knows? So here's an interview about that. And then, why is an interview from Kurt so important? Kirk, okay. Why is an interview from Kirk so important? Because if it wasn't for Metallica, who knows how much recognition the Misfits would have. Metallica, along with Guns N' Roses and a few other things, made them burst open on a worldwide scale while they were, secretly still boiling in the underground. So then we have, this is cool. There's this sort of matte finish. You have the Misfits. There's the original. That's the original logo right there. And you have, that's cool, dance contest. The Ritz. Really cool. Okay, so you have the Misfits, Undead, and Heart Attack right there. The 17th of December. This is when the alternate lyrics of Teenagers from, actually Jeremy knew Kirk's manager. That's great. What a great connection, huh? This show right here is where the alternate lyrics to Teenagers from Mars come from, where they call Bobby Steele a bunch of really inappropriate things. And that was the only time the Misfits and the Undead played together, I believe. Okay. Look at this. The keyboard version of She is one of the finest moments. There's an element of weirdness to it that is hard-pressed to find later on. Yeah, so this is Dennis from Refused, which is a punk band from somewhere in the world. I don't know where. And then we have 1977 blank. Look at that. All the information from blank. See, that's what I was talking about, blank records. Side A, Cough Cool. Side B, She. The lineup is Glenn Danzig, Manny, and Jerry Caiafa. But notice that they even misspelled his name right here. And this is why Jerry wanted to be known as Jerry only. Only Jerry. I only want to be known as Jerry. I got a thumbprint on the book already. Damn it. Should have washed my hands. Son of a bitch. Got to be more careful. But yeah, so it's for that reason that Jerry got his stage name Jerry only. And his son is known as Jerry Other, which I thought was a really cool continuation of that. Yeah. Okay. So turn the page. Woo! Is that pretty? Look at that. Look at that. All right. So that, for a long time, this was the only photo that you could find of Manny. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't. I love how Glenn kind of looks like Mark Wahlberg in this photo a little bit. And yeah, there's Manny. Look at him. They look so weird there, man. They look so 70s. So crazy. There's blank. So that's the first time that Glenn tries to do something artistically and it's stolen from him. You know what I'm saying? And so now he's like, then he creates Plan 9. It's like the dude just, every time the dude tries to do something, he thinks people are trying to steal it from him, and he reacts. He reacts in like these like extreme ways. You know, I feel like he's just so extra about it, you know? I don't know. And then there's Jerry with his dark glasses. Jerry can't see without his glasses, or he used to wear glasses because he couldn't see without them. And yeah, as I just said, that was the only photo of Manny for forever. Like, you couldn't find anything about Manny. You didn't know. There was just this photo. This is the one time you saw Manny. And here is the back. So they just look at this, done so nicely. It's like this book is like a museum. That's what it is. It's like a beautiful, beautiful museum. Oh, you just ordered a copy, Ralph? I'm so glad to hear that. Yes. All right, Umberto, another copy sold. So I guess showing everybody the photos motivates people to want to buy the book. That's cool. So then there's the back of Cough Cool, right? And it says, thanks to Marilyn, Clark, and Monty. Now, Marilyn and Clark and Monty, they starred in the movie The Misfits, right? This was the first Misfits logo right here before they got the cool later font, right? And then Rainbow Studio is where they recorded it. Eddie's Lounge is where they did that live show that I was describing for you guys, their third show. Diane and Tom for Immoral Support. I don't know who Tom is, but Diane is the first bass player. That's Diane DiPiazza. The Crowd, I don't know who the Crowd is. Spectrum in Brooklyn. I think Spectrum is where they had it pressed. Wow. You know what's so interesting? This is really, really interesting. They came from the Static Age. I had no idea. Holy shit. Wow. You know, this documentary is called They Came from Lodi. I had no idea there was this flyer. They came from the Static Age. They already fucking thought of it. How do you like that? It makes the title all the more appropriate, though. I'm really glad. So look at this early flyer. They came from the Static Age. And look at the aesthetic. That's the blank aesthetic that Glenn was going for. Sort of like the ransom letter, sort of like punk ransom letter aesthetic. And he continues it here in some early graphic design. Now, obviously, this is all done with Xeroxing. He's like pasting stuff together and then Xeroxing stuff. And here's the Misfits, man. Limited edition single. Look at that. Oh, I love it. So cool. Cough Cool with She behind it. Blank Records. Desert Island Song. So here we have Mark Kennedy, the guy who I was talking about before, the creator of Misfits Central, talking about his Desert Island Song. I fell in love with She when I heard The Legacy of Brutality, and then I fell in love with it again when I heard the Cough Cool single. I love its historical significance as the only song recorded at the band's first two recording sessions. Yeah, that is pretty cool when you think about it. And there also is the third song, which I believe is Harpies in the Night. Look at this. New Wave Hits Eddie. New Wave Hits Eddie. This is at Eddie's Rock Place. This is where, So we have Eddie's Lounge, and this is Eddie's Rock Place. So this is I'm sorry. So this is where the Cough Cool single was first sold, was at this show, Eddie's Rock Place. This is the Misfits' third show. They did it with the Victims. This is when Franche Coma made his debut. The show started off as half keyboards. It started off, there was Glenn behind keyboards, and then they switched to guitar. And that was in October of 1977. This is the show that I listened to, where they played a whole bunch of songs that have never been properly recorded. And so, yeah, there's Mark Kennedy. Very cool. Usually you think, like, what kind of meal are you going to make out of the Static Age chapter? But they did a pretty good job. Now, this has some significance because this is the first place where this font, this logo was invented for this promo pic. Glenn then took this and he started using it everywhere, but it started here. And this is when Glenn also, he thought that Minor Threat had sort of usurped the logo and changed it to the famous Monsters of Filmland logo, which you see on the Halloween single. And it's just the coolest promo. And this is what Tom used for the cover of Static Age. And here, original Blank Records poster featuring Franche, Manny, Jerry, and Glenn. So there's Manny, and when Tom, who put this book together with Umberto and Jeremy, when he was doing the Static Age packaging, he didn't even realize that he had Manny on the cover for Static Age and not Mr. Jim. Even though I will admit, I'm sorry that Mr. Jim was not on it, but I'm really thinking, what a cool thing. When you think of Static Age, you think about the hands covering the face. And who knows why they were doing it. Maybe they were hiding the scars on their face when creatures rape their face and hybrids open up the door. But it's a very cool, iconic image. And I believe it was originally in green. Okay. And this is Armand from Sick of It All with a nice little quote. I'm not going to read it. We'll save it. We'll save it for buying the book. So this is the Misfits' first show with, no, not the first show. Sorry, that's the second show. Here's the first show, an audition showcase. So they weren't even billed, right? CBGBs would do, they would have big bands, and then people that were just starting out wanting to do original music, they would have audition showcases, and the Misfits were the last to play an audition showcase on Monday, April 18th. They played a Monday night show at CBGB's. And then here you go. Then they opened again for the shirts right here, and that was also an audition showcase. And I believe they went on after the shirts. They were the very last to go on, which annoyed them greatly. And look at all the different bands you have on at CBGB's. So interesting to think that that's when they got their start. And here's another show for Eddie's Rock Place. That's the third show, right? Oh no, that's not the third show. Wait. Oh, you know what? Wow. Yeah, no. Wait, am I wrong? October 9th? Oh, because they're playing... So it's the Misfits and the Victims. They're going to be playing October 9th and October 30th. Whoa, wait a minute. So that wasn't the Misfits' third show. It might have been their fourth show. Interesting. Did not realize that. Shows at 10 and 12. The Misfits and the Victims, November 19th. So before the Misfits sort of became brother bands with Black Flag and the Necros, they were, synonymous with the Victims, and the Victims even put out a record on Plan 9. Glenn used to live with members of the Victims in New York City. And, whoa, what is this? I never noticed that. Look at this Nazi friggin' lingerie. Some of that punk, gonna be edgy with some Nazi, wow. That's so crazy. Trying to be like edgy punks, like Joey Image's Nazi shirt at in 1979. Concert listings, venue ads from the Village Voice and the Soho Weekly. Wow. Oh, that's what that is, right? So this was in the Village Voice, and then this was for Eddie's Rock Palace. This is for the October. Okay, so it was the 30th. Okay, there was a 30th show and the 19th show. And the October 30th show was the one with French Coma. So that's the one that I heard. The October 30th show. So that was their first Halloween show. Interesting. And then Jay Burgers. Boy, that is so crazy. I've never seen this flyer with the this must have been an advertisement from something from Nazi Germany that Glenn was repurposing. Oh, I hate this shit. Fucking punks, man. Fucking punks. Okay, here we go. So now, here's a whole thing from Paul Till. This is the photographer that I guess... I don't want to read all this now. This was one of their last shows, if not the last show at Shock Theater. It was ludicrously unsuccessful and poorly attended. Yeah, so that's what Manny told me. This was Manny's final show, and he left the band because of this show. And all the way up to Toronto to play, and Manny quit the band after that. That was it. I'll read this later. I'm not going to read this now. We're trying to get through this book before this thing craps out of me. What the fuck? Look at this. Wow. Look at that. Those are recording sheets for the Static Age. I'm so afraid to fuck with this that it's going to disconnect again. Look at that. There you go. Come back. Look at that. Come back is spelled C-U-M back. That's crazy. She 138. Bullet with an I. Oh, it's called The Last Caress in the notes. Theme for a Jackal. Wow. Look at the takes they did. They did 3 takes for 138. They did 3 takes for She. They did 2 takes for Comeback, 1 take for Bullet. I'm sure they did more than that. Take sheet. So cool. Look at that. So there's this. That's February 3rd, 1978. Dave Aleka was the mixer. No, Dave Achilles was the mixer. Sorry. Glenn Anzalone wrote that down, and then Glenn was like, "No, it's the Misfits. It's the Misfits." From CI Recordings, the take sheets. Take sheets documenting the recording process song by song for the band's February 1978 sessions. C means complete take, FS means false start, Inc is incomplete, and insert means they recorded a section of music to potentially insert into another take. That's from Tom. Wow, Tom, this is so cool. So the third one was complete. So all the completes were circled. Look at that. They worked really fast. Second take was incomplete. The first take was complete. They did a false start, and then the third take was a complete. Wow. Bullet, complete. Insert. They took the second take, that was complete. Let's see what else we got here. Angel Fuck. Glenn Anzalone, that's so great. I love it. Angel fuck. 1 take in the doorway. 2 takes. They used the first one. Some kind of hate. They did 4 takes. Now, one of these takes for Some Kind of Hate is an very Elvis-y take that Tom personally played for me. Because here's what you guys don't realize. Tom has these fucking takes on an iPod. And I got to fucking listen to some of them when I came over at Tom's house to interview him. He played for me a version of Some Kind of Hate that was a more Elvis-y vocal. And it blew my fucking mind. Teenagers from Mars, what does it say here? And we don't care. So there was originally like a parentheses. We don't care. I don't like the Static Age Teenagers from Mars. I prefer the horror business version. Hollywood Babylon. Look at that. They did a false start, then it was a complete, then another false start, and then the last take was a complete. Attitude, 1 false start, 1 complete. Now you can hear that false start on the the static outtakes that Tom put together. See, Tom took a bunch of these takes and he put them all together in an 8-minute like sort of medley as a bonus track for Static Age. So here, hybrid moment, complete, followed by a false start, followed by a complete, followed by a complete. Static Age, hold. What does it say? Hold, complete, choice. Which third one's a choice? TV casualty, a false start, and a complete. And that was done on 2877. What? It says 2378, and then this one's 2877. That's weird. I don't understand why. Speed 15, real number 3. Right? So that is real number 1. That's real number 2. Cool. Then Studio B. And then here, a note from Dave. You know, Umberto, how the hell did you track down Dave? I was looking for that motherfucker. I could not find him. I can't wait to read about this. This is going to be so cool. I'm not going to read it now. Maybe we'll do a second thing where we go back and like read about it. What's up, Pat? Back again. Maybe we'll do that. We'll go back and we'll read some passages. All right, so now we come to the Bullet chapter. This is so cool. Here's this dude. Wayne, that guy's a metal band, I think. Side A, you have Bullet and 138. Side B, Attitude and Hollywood Babylon. And now Jerry is Jerry only, not Jerry Chiaffa, spelled wrong. Not Franche Coleman, Mr. Jim. Fucking incredible lineup. Mr. Jim, who is by far the best drummer they ever had. Yeah, Pat, that's your dad. Pat's dad. Pat, who's watching with us right here, is the son of Franche Coma, a.k.a. Frank Licata. So that's really cool. Look at that. And now we're at Plan 9. So Glenn has formed Plan 9. So it's like, again, remember, so Glenn went from doing blank to Plan 9. Like the frustration of having to like sort of change because of like some outside interfering force. Glenn becomes very protective of his shit. And here we go. Look at this. Oh, look at that. One of the most iconic, disturbing, crazy, ballsy fucking album covers ever created, 7-inch or otherwise. It's just art, man. This photo was stolen. Glenn had Jerry steal this photo from the local library, and that's what they used. They took it out of a book, and Glenn added the paint. He added this splatter right here, and they called it Bullet. Leave this effect is achieved where it looks, what they did was they made a Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox of a Xerox, and that's what gives it a very like sort of bold, saturated look. And what's interesting is now you can do that with Photoshop. You can just that's just a dial you turn up. But back then you had to actually keep Photoshopping something over and over and over again to achieve that sort of look, you know? And then there's the back cover. There's the band. Now this would change. That's the first one. It's right here. The second one is Better Dead on Red. This is after Mr. Jim and Franche Coma have left the band, I believe. But when they were still in the band, this is what they had pressed up. And there's Jim and there's Frank right there. And this is from they took a bunch of takes that day and did a bunch of photos that day. So cool. Distributed by Orc. So Orc is Terry Orc, who had his own record label, and Glenn wanted to originally have Terry Orc put out Bullet on Orc Records, and I don't think Terry did not want this on his record label, but he did agree to distribute it. So that's why it says distributed by Orc. And then here is like this incredible lyric sheet for Bullet. And notice, look at the way that it's been typed. Probably Glenn typed that on a typewriter. President's bullet-ridden body in the street. Ride, Johnny, ride. It's done like beat poetry, like Glenn's idol, who's Bukowski. Now, if you notice, and we didn't talk about this because the picture cut out. Let's go back here for a second. Notice, who does Glenn think at the bottom of this page? Bukowski, because Bukowski was Glenn's idol, and Glenn was trying to always write all these early Static Age lyrics are just Bukowski lyrics, man. He's just trying to do Bukowski. That's what Static Age and TV Casualty, that's what all these songs are. And there's that was Glenn's address in Lodi, 49 MacArthur. That's his parents' house right there. And then later they would do a P.O. box. Now Freddie, so you're like, who's Freddie? Freddie, that's Freddie Linzer, Freddie Shoes, Fat Freddie Frump. He was a friend of Glenn's, childhood friend of Glenn's, that sort of helped the band out. I wouldn't call him a manager. I tried tracking down Freddie forever. I could never get a hold of him. I don't know what happened to him. I have never found his presence. I've been looking for Freddie for 10 years. I've never been able to find him. Oh, we missed this flyer. There you go. CBGB's, June 28th. But the thing is, they're advertising this as like the Misfits at CBGB's, but really this is an audition showcase. That's all that is. That's just, where is it? Here, that's all it is. It's just the shirts audition showcase. I wonder if Glenn even knew if the shirts were playing back then at that time. Who knows? I don't know. Moving forward. So yeah, right. Shock Theater, Manny's last show up in Toronto. Since we have Frank's son, there's a picture of Frank looking cool as fuck. Dude, I don't know why your dad never did. Frank Licata Franche Como was doing a project called Franche, and it never came out. When I went over to Frank's house, he gave me a shirt for Franche. I have to dig it up. I will dig it up and I'll show it to you guys. For a project that has never seen the light of day, and it's Franche Coma's solo project. His music that he wanted to do. So here we are. And then kind of interesting that for Bullet. This is Bullet. This was the second pressing. It was done in 1979. And this is when they're starting to include the Fiend Club fires. The meticulous detail, paying attention to this, it's amazing, because this would technically be too early, having the Crimson Ghost here. So look at that. That's Bullet, 1979, second pressed. And Better Dead. So Better Dead on Red is kind of like a play on Better Dead Than Red. Better Dead Than Red was a communist saying from the 50s, like, when everybody was like like the Red Scare, people was like, it's better to be dead than to be a communist. So Better Dead Than Red, and Glenn changed it to be Better Dead on Red. And you still see the bullet hole from where Kennedy was shot. And then he has this down here. So cool. I don't know where he got that picture of Kennedy. I love the snub-nosed pistol, snub-nosed revolver. And it is copyright Static Age, The Misfits. I guess it was Static because he had Static Age music. So cool. You gotta suck, Jackie, suck. Arise, Jackie, yo. So cool. It's fucking art right there. All right, moving on. Misfits and Victims. Rick Riley of the Victims would play guitar for the Misfits on a few shows. Barry Ryan of the Victims would also play guitar for the Misfits for one show at Max's Kansas City, and they lived with Glenn in the city. So here's a flyer: 57 Club 57, and that's Susan Hannaford. She was also the purveyor of the Mad Monster Movie Club, as I mentioned in the other thing. And here's something from Sal from Electric Frankenstein. He's in my documentary. You guys, now here's something really fucking cool. Look at that. Look at that shit. Hand colored by Glenn himself. I've never seen green and purple, and I've never seen yellow like that. Look at that. Whose collection is this, Umberto? Is this yours? Or is this that other dude? That is unfucking real. Look at that. Bullet 1978, first pressing, silk screen jackets, hand colored by Glenn Danzig. And then here's a Max's Kansas City. This is Sunday, December 3rd. Bullet, the pumping that up. And this was Bobby's first show with the band. Those are yours, those are Umberto's. Unbelievable. What, how fucking rare. My God, those have to be more valuable than a Cough Cool, I would imagine. Rue, don't spoil it for me. I want to be surprised. Rue says on page 34, there's Joey Pill's signature when Joey Image was calling himself. Okay, this is interesting. So this is something that Bobby had, but he had a torn version of it, and Umberto knows that because he bought Bobby's collection poster. Look at that sucker. This is from February of 1979, right? And I've used this several times I filmed Bobby's poster. I took a bunch of video of Bobby's collection before he sold it to Umberto. So right before you bought it, Umberto, I videotaped a lot of it. And I was doing all sorts of things where I was starting with the skeleton and then working my way up to here. It's the Misfits! She sees a skeleton. The Misfits! My God, you could see them on Tuesday, February 27th at Max's Kansas City. The Misfits! Dead. Ken Barber. Oh my God, my prints. Jesus Christ, I've got to be so careful. These black matte pages. I'm getting these. Well, it's not like I'm ever going to sell this book. This is my copy. I dig the range of the Misfits managed to cover. All right, we're going to go back and look. Maybe we'll do a second episode where we look at some of the blurbs. I just want to focus on the photos. This is a poster this is Bobby Steele's poster that Umberto acquired, I believe. Am I right about that, Umberto? Was this Bobby Steele's poster? I bet it was. This is Have a Merry Gory Christmas. And on Wednesday, December 20th, 1978, right? 78? Yes! 78. Okay, so what's cool about this is this show was recorded. This show, don't apologize, Rue. It's cool, man. I'm just breaking balls, bro. This show was recorded by George Germain, and I knew this was Bobby's. Yeah, so I have a lot of video of this very poster that is being used for this book, which you will see in 1979, actually. And so like I said, this show was recorded by George Germain. It's very easy to find. You can find it on YouTube. Jerry and Doyle in the 90s got the recording from George and then tried to re-record their guitar and bass. And I believe I've read it somewhere. They tried to record over the drums as well and just keep Glenn's voice. I don't know if that's true. And obviously Christmas from. This is the Blue Christmas show, but this is got to be one of the best silk-screened Misfits posters out there. It's just gorgeous. Umberto, this poster alone, having this poster, I hope you have this framed in your collection somewhere. I imagine that Umberto has some trophy room in his house with all his goodies in the Umberto collection. So that's really sweet. Oh boy. It's like every page I turn is some hidden treasure. It's so great. This is so fucking cool, man. All right, here, I'm gonna stand the book up. I don't know how to do this. All right, do it like this. Okay. So this is something. This was also this is also from This is from, I think Bobby might have had one of these, but I know that Franche Coma had one of these. Frank Licata had one of these. And yeah, Robbie, I knew it. Yeah, Dr. Dud did do overdubs on that show, and it sounds horrible. But yeah, this is in possession of Franche Coma, and I guess Umberto had one too, or somebody had one. There's the guys, right there, and that's for Max's. So they just started playing Max's a whole bunch. They got booked by Peter Crowley, who was the music director at Max's Kansas City. I did an interview with him that you will see in my movie. And then over here, so here is now I'm question Umberto, where did you get this photo? You don't have the test pressing. The test pressing belongs to some guy in Italy, I believe, correct? Or did you buy this? Was this sold off separately from the rest of the Grimm collection? Because I believe is this Jonathan Grimm's copy, or is this a different copy? One of these wound up in the Max's Kansas City jukeboxes. That is yours. You own a test pressing. Wait, so Umberto, have you ever tried to digitize the mixes on that? Oh my God, dude. That's Glenn's copy? What? That was Glenn's copy. Wait, Umberto, were you able to play it back? Yeah, it is like porn. I agree, Rue. Were you ever able to play this back, dude? You have to digitize this while you can. Holy fuck. So this is so we talked about in our previous episode, like how valuable these test pressings are, these acetates, whatever the fuck you want to call them, because they contain mixes that you may not, that may be different from what the final output was. I hope that if it is playable, that you try and digitize it, Umberto. I would love to hear that shit someday. The Misfits at the 4th Street Saloon. This is in Pennsylvania, right? Look, there's the Fast. That was another band. Yeah, this is in Bethlehem. And the Victims played there too. So they did 2 sets. You would go there and you would do 2 sets so that this is actually 4 shows if you want to, because they would do 2 sets a day. So the Misfits did 2 sets on April 13th, 2 sets on the 14th, and they also would record the shows. Some of the shows were recorded, and a bootleg called Live the Perfect Crime was distilled. It's basically a live version of Horror Business, I believe, was taped at one of those dates. This is from Refused again. I'm gonna have to talk to that Refused guy. Okay, this is cool. A band bio, circa 78 to 79. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Look at this. Copyright. Yeah, here you go. Static Age Music. Words and Music by Glenn, Teenagers from Mars. We want, we need, we take. All right, I'm going to read this. This I'm going to read because I just need to. A misfit, according to lead singer Glenn Danzig, is someone who's misplaced and doesn't fit in, an outsider. The Misfits are comprised of 4 talented and misplaced individuals. Bassist Jerry Only, guitarist Bobby Steele, drummer Joey Pills, and Danzig. All 4 are the products of growing up in the industrial wastelands of northeast New Jersey, a.k.a. Bergen County. Wow. Okay, so Umberto says this is super rare. This is blowing my mind, though. Glenn Danzig almost died when he was born at Hackensack Hospital and says the world will regret that they let me live. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's really hilarious. If it's just like a goof. As a kid, he sang with his brother's records. He grew up depraved in nearby Lodi and was allowed to graduate from Bergen County Tech. He possesses a visible nasty streak, both on and off stage. True to his cancerous birth sign, and claims he's the only one in the family who can't hold a steady, respectable job. How did you get to be such a total outcast? Somebody wants you to be one way, he explains, and you are another way. So where do the ends meet? You know, this is very interesting because it really says something about Glenn's personality at that time. Wow, interesting. Jerry Only is one of only 2 remaining original band members. Born in Passaic under strange circumstances, he eventually moved to Lodi, where he met Glenn and successfully got out of high school. He describes his family as bigger than a bread box and twice as empty. Ouch. He has two brothers, P.C. Doyle. Okay, so this was Doyle. So before Doyle was just Doyle, or Doyle Wolfgang von Frankenstein, he was known, and Rocky told me about this, he was known as P.C. Doyle. P.C. standing for Paul Caiafa, which is Doyle's real name is Paul. So he was P.C. Doyle, a guitar player, and Schlock, who does absolutely nothing. Schlock is Rocky, who would go on and tour with the original band all over. He did a lot of the driving for the band and helped with layout and design and distribution, all sorts of jazz. Like, when I mean distribution, I mean giving out records at his school. Those black rings around Jerry's eyes aren't painted on. They are a result of a rare pigment defect at birth, which has left his face permanently discolored in that area. His favorite saying is, "I like to feel it squirm until it dies." I wonder where Jerry, I guess Jerry got the idea to do that makeup from being a football player. That's just Jerry putting on his football makeup. Instead of going to play a game, he's going to play a show. So it's fucking cool as fuck. There's more to this, Umberto. It's 2 pages and you only have 1 page. You're killing me, dude. Oh no. I want to see the other page. Here we go. An iconic poster, truly iconic. It started as a twisted dream and ended with the world in heat. This is what I was using for a teaser trailer for They Came from Lodi. I kind of like They Came from the Static Age, though. That's pretty interesting, too. So this is taken in Jerry's pool house, right? On the little stage that Jerry built for the band. And they would practice in there and they would do photo shots. This was for a photo shoot. Misfits on tour. I don't know if they were actually on tour. Bullet, the single, out now. I always love that. Bullet, the single, out now. Here's Howie Pyro, who's also in my documentary as well. I'm just going to keep saying that, Umberto. The guys that I got that you got, I'm going to notate that. Think of it as a friendly rivalry, said with much love. So that's Howie. He was in a band called The Blessed, who played with the Misfits a ton. He's also in D-Generation. He was also in Danzig, as Glenn's bassist in Danzig. So here we go. Why is that crossed out? Interesting. Oh, there you go, because you got the Misfits. The Misfits played with the Nuns, right? They're just highlighting it to make it easier to see. Very cool. Very cool. Here's the Friday and Saturday. Huh. Oh yeah, there you go. The Blessed and the Misfits. So yeah, they did a bunch of shows together. This book is put together so well. The layout is phenomenal. This really is a fucking excellent book. And you want to know something? I'm sure whatever the Misfits might put out will be fucking cool. Maybe we'll see some unseen photos because those guys are the source. But this book is done so well. And frankly, I wish that the Misfits would hire Tom, Jeremy, and Umberto to put together their book too. That's what they should have done. They should have had these guys put together their book because it's just so fucking good. R.I.P. Howie. What? Alberto, Howie's not dead. What are you talking about? R.I.P. Howie. Howie's alive, dude. Howie's alive. He's got a DJ gig soon. Here's the show that put the Misfits on the map. I talk about this in 1979. The Damned and the Misfits, man. This put them on the fucking map. Boom. Right? This was the show that I think elevated the Misfits to new heights. And this is the show, Tony, who I interviewed, Tony Matura, he's one of the mods in the Facebook group. By the way, if you don't belong to the Facebook group, join it because that's where we show exclusive shit that we don't post publicly yet. So if you want to see it early, join the Facebook group. Tony agrees with me. He said that he believes that this was when the Misfits, this is what helped the Misfits get their headlining show at Irving Plaza, that iconic 1979 Halloween show with the Mad Monster Movie Club. So that was so here's another poster for Max's Kansas City, Wednesday, August 9th. So they played Max's a whole bunch. The Static Age Band played there a whole bunch. And they would continue to play until they got kicked out because of Bobby threw a glass at some chick or some guy and they got hurt. There's one. I don't think I've seen that one before. Wow, look at that. Friday, May 12th at 57 Club. There's the show's place, right? June 29th. Very cool. And these are the Max's Kansas City, these sort of like these slots, right? And just go down. Wait, what? What do you mean Howie passed? You've got to be fucking kidding me. Wait. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up right now. Wait, Howie Pyro died? Wait, what? Howie Pyro is dead? You've got to be fucking kidding me. He didn't die 2 years ago. Howie's alive. Are you guys sure? What are you guys talking about? 2 years ago, Howie. Dude, I was just chatting with Howie on Instagram. He's still alive. Oh, you had me scared there for a minute. I was like, what? I feel like I would have seen if Howie had died. Howie is alive, you guys. He's alive and well. He's alive and well. No worries. Okay, here we are. Page 34, Rue. Here it is. Joey Pill. Damn, that's got to be fucking rare as fuck. Look at that. So they are autographing. That's an early Glenn Danzig. You see a lot of bootleg Danzig signatures that look like that, but now Glenn scribbles it all together, condenses it. You had me freaked out about that Howie Pyro. How do you think Howie Pyro died? He didn't die. Guys, are you talking about Howie Pyro is not dead? He's alive. What are you talking about? Is this like Large Marge from Pee Wee Herman? Tell him Large Marge sent you. I know Howie Pyro is not dead. He's alive. I saw him in New York City last year at a King Kong and the Barbecue show. I was like chatting. I was hanging out with him. I was chatting with him. Thank you, Umberto. Like, what the fuck? Howie Pyro's dead. Howie Pyro is not dead. That was so silly. Okay, look at this. So this is the first time, I guess this is the first actual time that the Crimson Ghost is used. Wednesday, March 28th for their Max's Kansas City show, right? Printed directly from Jerry Only's film copy of the poster. Wow. This poster displays artwork with the original raw edges and obscured typography before it was edited and cropped. Wow. Well, I'm just going to clean this lens here. Wow. That is so fucking cool. Silkscreen poster for their March 28th show. This marks the first ever use of the Crimson Ghost. Yes, I knew that. I knew that. Yeah, no. Howie Pyro is totally fucking alive. You could find him on Instagram. He's constantly on social media. That's why I was like, I was like, what? How could he be dead? He's always around. He's always talking about stuff. Yeah, really great. Really, really great. All right, we'll go back and read the blurbs. All right, we've come to horror business. So here's what we're going to do here. All right. I am going to split up this episode into two parts, right? We're going to keep going. I'll keep doing my little commentary as we're looking at the thing. But I'm just very grateful that we made it this far without the show breaking off. So I'm going to collect all of these live snippets. I'm going to put them together as one episode, right? And we're going to do a part two because I have to go, actually. My brother just got home from work. I have not seen him. And this is taking way longer than I thought it was in terms of looking through the book. And I don't want to rush it. I'd rather do it right. I don't want to keep pushing for it. So we will reconvene with horror business, and we will continue to look through this beautiful book. Like I said, pick this book up at Barnes & Noble or Amazon or there's some brick and mortar stores. You can support the creation of this content. The information is in the description. Thank you so much. Maybe what we'll do is here's what we're going to do. Tomorrow, we're going to broadcast again. We're going to go through the book again. Rue says, damn, I'm happy to be wrong. Howie's a nice guy. I've had a few drinks with him back in the day. Yeah, dude, you were making me like seriously freak. Oh, the mix-up is with Todd Youth. Thank you, Alberto. Yes, Todd Youth died. Todd Youth played in both D-Generation and Danzig with Howie. Todd Youth died, tragically, of a drug overdose, I believe, last year. No, not last year, 2 years ago, before, yeah, that's right. Before Jason, Trioxin died. It was just like one after another. So crazy. But we're going to pick this up. Okay, Umberto, we're going to pick this up. We're going to do this again tomorrow, guys. Same time, 7 p.m. EST. We're going to continue. This episode is going to drop tonight if I can get my brother's computer to edit what I need to edit. I don't know if I'll be able to. And like I said, look in the blurb where you can support the creation of this content. More to come. Thank you so much for those of you to have your patience, for having patience with me in this terrible place with bad Wi-Fi and doing this from a phone. It's just very problematic. Okay. Peace and hair grease. We will pick this up. Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. If you're gonna scream with me. On this marvelous love. When the creatures rape your face, I please open up the door. Ooh, baby, when you cry, your face is momentary. You hide your looks behind these scars. This every moment, give me a moment.
Hello, welcome to my book collection. Every small child should have this book. Okay, just letting this populate a little bit. Let's hope we don't have any of the bullshit that happened yesterday. As you can see, I am wearing rubber gloves this time to hide my disgusting fingernails, and also so I don't get grubby fingerprints all over my beautiful book. I want my book to be pristine and neat and clean, but these gloves are very hot, which is annoying. So okay, I hope this works okay. We will find out. I literally don't even want to fuck with my phone in any way, shape, or form that will make this cancel out. I'm gonna say this right now. If I have the same issue that happens yesterday, I'm not gonna even attempt to continue broadcasting. I'm just gonna wait until I'm home, and we'll try broadcasting when I'm back in my studio, because this is just really fucked, and I don't want to keep doing this. But I'm trying my best to be very careful. So this is part 2. This is our 20th episode, by the way. That's 20 episodes. We've been doing this since March. So I just wanted to make note of that before we begin as well. Okay. With that said, let's flip open the book. The law once again. Oh, it's easier to turn the pages now, I think. Yeah, baby. Calling all fiends. We talked about that. I kind of want to start from the beginning, because yesterday's episode was so all over the place. Interview with Kirk. Maybe we'll read some of these descriptions. So we're going through. Hold on, I'm going to move this over. See those? Look at those prints. Does anybody know how to get prints off a book? So annoyed about that. Really makes me mad. I'm going to move this up. The batteries are ruin the binding of this book. Soon to be a collector's item, because 20 episodes in Bruce Head. 20 episodes in... I still can't believe that this is They Came from the Static Age. Like, I had no idea. Wow. That blows my mind when, thinking about like that I wanted to name my documentary They Came from Lodi. I wonder how they did this in here. Not the binders of the book, but how Glenn sort of reproduced his logo. He sort of like, maybe he made a stencil and then spray painted over it, or sort of like stained it in. Yeah, limited edition single. Okay, we're moving on. We have to make ground. So we're just flipping through here. Consider this the previously on Facebook Evil Live, the Cough Cool era. There's Jerry with his bleached blonde hair. There's Glenn. Umberto says it's spray paint. There's Glenn crooning with Manny behind him, wearing the Richard Hell style. Glenn liked doing that. He liked making weird zipper shirts, the no fun shirts like that. We went over this in scrutiny. What I'm going to have to do, so if you're in the Facebook group, I actually stitched together all of the streams from yesterday into one episode. So you can watch there. It's like an hour and 43 minutes. Some of it was overlapping because I started talking about the same thing over and over. When I get home, I'm going to properly edit those on a real computer, and that's what will go on YouTube. We already went over this. It's really cool. We got to the bullet section here. Let's just read this real quick. We didn't do this last time. Might as well. Okay. Again, just because I'm reading this content, this is a book that must be owned. It must be owned. You must have this in your collection. I don't think I am taking anything away by reading out of this book. I really don't. The band's music, lyrics, and imagery had a huge impact on my work. The way the members of the band appear so uniform and tight-knit as a group, but especially when it came to graphic design. So fucking true. I don't know how many times I've used early Misfits releases, flyers, and shirt designs as reference when creating my own work. Specifically, I think what I like about it is a mixture of their savage DIY, don't give a fuckery, combined with well thought out photos, vibrant covers, and hands-on painting techniques. Eric Danielson, very fucking cool. Yeah, dude, I'm wearing the gloves so I don't get prints on my book, Jeffrey. I want my book to remain pristine. I saw all the ugly smudge marks in I bite my nails like crazy, and it's just gross and ugly. I was like, nobody should be subjected to my disgusting fingers all over this beautiful book. So I figured I'd put gloves on. Hey, man, there's one... Some people think I'm a bastard, but one thing you can't deny is I'm a real motherfucker. That's the truth. Oh, no. Don't do that. Don't tilt. Okay, so we're going through. Oh, no, what is that? grossness in this book. Okay. Moving forward. God, these are in Umberto's collection. Could you imagine having this? Look at that. It's like an Earth AD style. Now, here's the thing. Umberto, question if you're watching this. So does Glenn, when Glenn is hand coloring this, is this like a later bullet and he's already done Earth AD? And I agree, John. It is the quintessential Misfits book. The design is brilliant. I totally agree with you. 100% correct on that. John's been doing some really cool polls in our Facebook group. So check it out. Join. By the way, John, I wasn't able to vote. I tried voting. I couldn't do it. Maybe I missed my window. But in any case, it made me listen to some Misfits albums. Something else. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I want to talk about a song and what the lyrics mean. And maybe tomorrow will be a good time to do that. So we'll just keep doing episodes. But my question is did Glenn color this in after Earth AD? Like, did he have a spare bullet lying around and color this in? Same thing with this one. Was he like, had he already done horror business and was like, let me do a horror business version of Bullet. Let me do an Earth AD version of Bullet, Kind of cool to think about. And this one, it looks like maybe he was talking on the phone and he just sort of doodled with a blue pen. He was like, I'm just going to doodle. This actually kind of looks like something that I did. If you look on the Facebook page, you'll see one of the early They Came From Lodi designs. Okay, Umberto says that the bullet sleeves on the top are first pressed. Yeah, but Umberto, my question is, do you think that he hand colored that in 1983, even if it's a first pressing? Like he had one lying around and he's like, I'm going to make this look like Earth AD. Same thing with this bullet for horror business. Who knows? Maybe it was one of his traditions. Maybe I just made that up, but I don't know. I'd like to think that that's true on some level. Let's see what Sal says. I think I have this story. Him talking about that story. It's pretty cool. The blue jacket is BDOR. What do you mean by that? I'm not following you there, Umberto. Umberto and I have run into each other from time to time at Danzig or Misfit shows. It's always nice to see Umberto. Umberto, remind me to show you something the next time our paths cross, if they cross in the future. I have something I want to show you that you will like. Better Dead. Got it. Now it makes sense. Better Dead on BDOR. Better Dead on Red. I get it. We already talked about this, I think. Well, I dig the range that the Misfits managed to cover on Bullet. The band comes out with all guns blazing on the title track, followed by their anthemic chant of We Are 138. We Are 138 could be like the way that Hey Ho, Let's Go is used at baseball games. I could just imagine a baseball crowd going, We Are 138, something like that. The flip side keeps things rolling with the disturbingly upbeat attitude and then finishes with the comparatively moody and down-tempo Hollywood Babylon. That is a hard bunch of tracks to beat. As everybody knows, Hollywood Babylon is actually the name of a book by Kenneth Anger about Hollywood gossip and lore from Hollywood's, I guess, golden age or something. And it was a book that Glenn really liked and wrote a song about it. I've already talked about this. I'm not going to go back over that. We've got some more stuff here. Here, let's read this. This looks pretty cool. All right, ready? There was a campiness about the Misfits that most other punk bands and hardcore bands never had. But when you are 15 years old and you see the photos and the imagery, you are transfixed by it. It is the weird combination of something so catchy and accessible, but at the same time evil and dark. I think the biggest impact they had on me as a songwriter was, though their penchant for sorry, I can't read words. Had on me as a songwriter was through their penchant for choruses. That every chorus in every song is killing it. A lot of punk and hardcore was formulaic and a bit derivative, but the Misfits had songs that stood out that you could sing along to immediately. They had a huge impact on me, and I still to this day love the idea of the chorus that is just killing it. And, it's interesting that he says that. I've said this in previous episodes. that you could, Misfits had songs that stood out that you could sing along to immediately. The idea that you could go to a Misfits show for the first time, not know any of the words, not know anything, and just start singing, whoa! You could immediately be a part of the song and the chorus by singing whoa, no, or go, because that's just how, immediately infectious the Misfits choruses were. And I think he's speaking to that right here. I think that's really cool. This is really cool bio. We read this yesterday. I'm not going to do that again, but it's really fucking cool. And damn you, Umberto, for only putting in half of it. Well, I want to see that other half so bad. We talked about this. This is showing when they first started playing Max's and Hurrah. Oh, that's Hurrah. This is the show that put them on the map. We talked about that yesterday. Put them on the map. I talk about that a lot in 1979, A Year of Horror Business, coming out at some point. This is Rue's favorite right here. He likes the Joey Pill signature. I do too. That's incredibly rare. It has to be incredibly rare. Look at Jerry's signature, a Misfits era Jerry signature. Now you see Jerry's signature. It's a lot more stylized. I like Jerry's signature now, but back then it was very curvy, very scripture. And there's the the non-messy Glenn, early Glenn. You see that today, and people are like, "Oh, that's a bootleg." I mean, that's a counterfeit, but back then that was like the real deal. Right, we talked about this. This is from one of Jerry's photo prints. Very cool. This is the first time the Crimson Ghost is ever used in tandem with Misfits imagery for this very flyer. And then obviously they would use it again for Horror Business and other things. All right, we've gotten to Horror Business. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Here we go. Ready? This is from, sorry if the camera's shaky, Mark Greenway from Napalm Death. The band's imagery made an impact on me in the sense that a good band has to be strong in all areas, memorable art as well as memorable music. The Misfits skull is like the Crass logo or the Motorhead skull. Once seen, never forgotten. However, I like what he's saying there, but I think the Misfits skull is like so much more than like the Crass symbol. Like, yes, I know that, but it's not nearly as iconic as the Misfits skull. I guess the Motorhead skull might be on some level, but it's really, I think the Misfits skull is number one here. So we have Horror Business, the first appearance of Joey Image and Bobby Steele, and as you can see here, also the name or the co-name of 1979, A Year in Horror Business, a soon-to-be video podcast documentary coming out. Side A is Horror Business. Side B, Teenagers from Mars and Children in Heat. Here's our lineup du jour. Let's take a look at what we have. Whoa, mama. So there it is, man. Probably the coolest album cover that Glenn did. I think this is the best, man. It is, yes, Jeffrey, it is like the Stones Lips logo. It's that big. What's up, Pat? How are you? Hello, Amy. How are you? Yeah, it's just, look at it, man. Just the font. This is obviously handwritten by Glenn. I can't tell you how many times I've photoshopped this into, like, conform it, like this writing into something else that, I've had it say Jeff Frumess or Video Business Media, a bunch of things. My entire attempt at a production company brand was predicated on this right here. I was like, instead of horror business, let's do video business. Yeah, it's a great idea, Jeff. And yeah, it's just fucking excellent. And just a genius masterstroke. And this is what they ended up using. You got the Phantom up here. Now, I was reminded that the Phantom, so for the 1979 Irving Plaza show, Phantom of the Opera was playing on a white paper screen, and the Misfits burst out of that and began the show. And it's just interesting that he has the Phantom here. So maybe that was planned on some level. Here's the original jacket. Okay, this was rejected by the band. The band was very picky, man. Like, there were they had two singles that never ended up getting pressed up. They just like scrapped them. They took them to every stage. Like, I'm talking about I think it's the Where Eagles Dare Who Killed Marilyn and the Teenagers from Mars and Static Age singles. And it was the same thing with this jacket. Like they printed up all these jackets. What's going on, Russell? How are you? They printed up all these jackets, never used them. So Bobby took all these jackets home and he was told to like cut them up or something. And Bobby's like, fuck that. I'm not going to cut these up. And he held on to the jackets. And let me tell you what, if Bobby Steele did not supplement his income by selling these jackets for years and years and years, something like, he had like 300 jackets. He had stockpiled so much shit from his time at the band, and it made for a nice severance package when he was unceremoniously vacated from the band. He had some stuff to sell. If only Bobby had held on to it now, the amount of money that he would command in the collector's market for this cover would just probably be ridiculous. This right here is written by my very good friend Dave Street. I've talked about this guy before, and I've talked about how he's my friend. Dave, I met Dave by doing the Lodi documentary that I'm working on. And I specifically interviewed him because I knew he had written this insert, and we've since become good friends, and he's acted in a bunch of my movies and stuff. And here is what he wrote. He wrote this because he had conceived this idea with Glenn, although Jerry would say otherwise. He conceived the idea with Glenn, and Glenn encouraged him to write this, that they would use as an insert. And it says, on February, oh God, why is this? It's like out of focus. On February, oh God, it's so blurry. Here, maybe it's like the lens. Let me just fix that. Again, I got to tell you, if this thing stops recording, I'm calling it quits. I'll record when I get back home. I'm not doing this what I did yesterday. It was so ridiculous. On February 28th, 1979, the Misfits and a mobile recording unit entered an abandoned haunted house in northern New Jersey. They recorded and left. While mixing the tapes back at an NYC studio, strange voices and noises were heard in the background, especially on Teenagers from Mars. No explanation of these sounds could be given by the band or the recording crew. The following tracks on this record are a result of those eerie sessions. From Dave Street. Dave lived with Natasha Dunzio in her loft and helped run Natasha's, which was like a fashion boutique where the Misfits first started their Fiend Club, or started selling t-shirts, not necessarily with the Fiend Club, but just stuff that they would press up. And this insert is really cool. And the haunted house that's referenced is a haunted house that Glenn used to visit as a small child. That's what he's making reference to. Glenn showed us how to successfully crossbreed personal interests to create something that was new and powerful yet familiar. House Industries was built on a similar notion of bringing out the hobbies to work with us. The blend of horror films, graphic design, Japanese toys, illustration, screen printing, and self-publishing continues to inspire my design work. Andy Cruz, House Industries, House 33. I don't know who that dude is. I'm not familiar with him. But it's a very cool quote from him. Okay, so this right here, not this one. Actually, I think maybe... Oh, that's cool. All right, so something like this used to belong to Bobby Steele. Unless, Umberto, is this Bobby's? This is Bobby's right here? I don't know. Look at that. Hand-colored by Glenn, I bet. Let's see. Yep, hand-colored by Glenn Danzig. So cool. What was his reason for doing that? Just to create variants and stuff? Wait, there's some writing here. It says, this is something as something friends. Does it say? Umberto, what is he? Do you have the insert? What is he saying? Why didn't you print this? This is so freaking cool. This is who? What is that? What is this? This is something. Line up as a first something friends. I don't know what he's saying there. But Glenn would do that all the time. He would write these little notes on the backs of sleeves. He only made a few for friends. That's what, as a treat, maybe, for a few friends. Wow. The horror business actually belongs to Dave. Wait, this horror business belonged to Dave Street? I don't think so. Maybe one of maybe that horror business. When I went over to Dave's house, he didn't have that. He must have sold it off then. This one? So crazy. And here's the Crimson Ghost. This was the inspiration for it all. If you've ever seen the serial, it's very silly and awesome. And yes, the Crimson Ghost, this mastermind schemer, does in fact get caught by a dog. Oh, Dave Walling. Wow, cool. Very cool. So yeah, they made these cardboard standout, cutout things. Man, what does that fetch, huh? That's got to be worth thousands of dollars. Al Pike. Damn, you got Al Pike for this book? Yes, Mitchell. So glad you ordered it. See, Umberto, look, we're selling these copies like hotcakes, buddy. Abby Mahler and I sometimes tagged along with Glenn when he dropped Misfits records off at Bleecker Bob's Second Coming, Golden Disc, and other record shops in the village. We would pop into Jerry Olinger's movie material store when it was located on West 3rd Street and check out the horror posters and movie stills that came in. We would grab a falafel, probably at Mamoon's, hit some obscure gory bloodfest flick. Sorry, I read that really bad. Hit some obscure gory bloodfest flick. I also remember stopping by Forbidden Planet, where Glenn would shop for imported anime figures for his collection. Wow, I didn't realize Forbidden Planet was around back then. Wow, dude, that is freaking crazy. I interviewed Paul Cripple, but I did not speak with Al Pike. Paul Cripple. Hi. Oh, that's great news, Jeffrey. I'm glad. Paul, you are a smart man for ordering this book. We're going to sell out all these copies. Okay, so there is the famous bone shirt, often replicated but never surpassed. Look how interesting. I have so much to say about this shirt right now. God damn it. So there's the Horror Business Band. Here's the band as they just came into their own, man. They come into their own. There is Jerry, Joey, Bobby, and Glenn. You can see the devil locks are starting to form. They're almost there. And it's true, their hairstyles were a little bit different, but they're basically going to the same sort of idea. We're going to put our hair over our face. I've always been more of a fan of Glenn's messy approach to Jerry's surfer, curl, cockatoo style. And here's Joey having a very bad hair day. I guess let's talk about the shirt first. I was a young neophyte artiste. I had been shooting for what seemed like weeks. It was about a year, and I had heard about this band called the Misfits. Interesting. Man, I got to tell you, Umberto, you are giving me, I got to contact all these people and interview them. They contacted me, and I agreed to shoot them in my studio on Lafayette and Spring in Lower Manhattan. They were pretty visually reckless. I had to position them in some logical way as they were naturally archaic. Punk was new then. I don't think heavy metal had been considered a signature style yet, but they embodied a certain youthful cockiness, and I liked that. It made for a few good images. Wow, man. Look at the way he put that together. Every word has such impact. There's such word economy in this quote. His wordsmithing in this excerpt. Gordon, he does look a little like Jerry Nolan, and I'm sure you appreciate that comment because he was a huge Jerry Nolan fan. Mitchell says, my friend went to school with Googie. He said he was a nice guy. I've spoken to Googie over the phone. He is a nice guy, and I hope to talk to him again real soon. Let's talk about the bone shirt real quick. So there's the bone shirt right there. And here it is right here. And I guess this is from Umberto. You own the bone shirt, correct? But it's just what a simple, easy concept. I feel like this bone shirt personifies so much about wanting to be spooky and cool and doing it in such a campy, fun, cheesy sort of way. Calabrese Brothers have replicated these bone shirts. I think it's such a cool idea. Maybe I'll do it in the future too. I just love it. I love the idea I'm surprised that Glenn has never sort of mass marketed this as a t-shirt. I feel like everybody would want to own one. And that's just what Glenn did. He just walked around like a bone dude. That's just what he did. Skeletal shirt, circa 1979. The Skeletal shirt was made and worn by Glenn Danzig and is featured in William Coupon's photo shoot and later on the back of the Night of the Living Dead single and in live photos. Correct. The crown of your collection, dude. Crown. I think Crown Jewel isn't even like. First of all, Umberto, you should have this. If you don't have it framed, I would hope you have it on some sort of mannequin, like 3D corner of your like trophy room or whatever. Very cool. Cool fucking shit. Here we go. Okay. This is from Bobby's collection. This is Bobby's. Bobby had this, and I believe that's Glenn's handwriting. But yeah, this was in Bobby's collection for years and years and years, and then Umberto bought out Bobby's collection and acquired this piece. I have video of this up in Postmortem Studios, aka Bobby's parents' attic, which was his recording studio. Todd Swallow, who I'm currently in the middle of interviewing. Todd and I have done like 3 or 4 interviews at this point. The Horror Business single is my favorite because of the raw feel of the recording and the unhinged guitar. The Misfits were a great influence on the Necros. We even did a cover of Horror Business in our early sets. Todd Swallow from the Necros and the Laughing Hyenas. They're currently doing a book about Todd's band, the Laughing Hyenas, right now. So keep an eye out for that. So here's a stand-up, front of a retail stand-up to help promote the band's show on Halloween, the night they released the Night of the Living Dead single. So that's for Irving Plaza, Halloween. That's the Mad Monster Ball. And next year, the Mad Monster Ball, they would open for Screamin' Jay Hawkins. But at this show, the Mad actually opened for the Misfits. And Tish and Snooki from the Sick Fucks and from Manic Panic also did something. They did a little something. And there you go. Look at that. 2 blacks. All right. Umberto, explain this for me. Why are there 2 black? Why you got 2 blacks there? You don't tell me you actually had 2 blacks. That's crazy. So only 25 of these were pressed. There's 2,000 of these, and there's 25 of these. And Henry Rollins owns one, and it's like $8,000. He paid $8,000 for it, or something like that, from either Umberto or AK the Misfit. All right. So what do we do? Because I got to tell you, I am savoring this. This is so much fun. I almost don't. Okay, we've been going for a half hour. Man, God, I don't want this. What's up, Tony? How you doing? Because you had 2. Umberto has 2 of these. So in the right, it's so funny. Umberto, you're hilarious, dude. Holy crap! See, there's 2 of these. That's like. Again, that's like $16,000 if you can fetch top market price for that. Right there. Wow, that photo must have been a fun photo to take. Look at that. Personally, though, I don't like the black. I like the yellow one, even though it's more common. I just think it's so pretty, the yellow. What a great idea to press it up in yellow. Guys, do I keep going or should we save this for tomorrow? I mean, I'm here all week. Like, I could just do this at the same time tomorrow and we could just keep it going and I could stitch it all together. All right, maybe I'll do a little bit more. All right, we'll do Night of the Living Dead, and then we'll put a pin in it, and we'll come back just like what we did with Little Fiend. We did 5 parts of Little Fiend. We'll just do like 5 parts of this or whatever. That's what we'll do. So we have Night of the Living Dead. This is the second single recorded by the Horror Business lineup, but even though this is Night of the Living Dead, yeah. And then Beware is the first compilation ever, right? So that's like the first time that the Misfits had like I guess you could call it it's not a retrospective, but it's a compilation. And it combines songs from both Horror Business and from Bullet. However, look at that. That's interesting. A fusion, if you think about it, on this record, you have 2 guitarists and you have 2 drummers from both of these lineups. But what's interesting is, so Bobby Steele, when they were remixing the songs, because they remixed the songs for Beware, and Bobby Steele convinced Glenn to put Last Caress on there. And it was a wise move because people started to seek this out because it had an extra song that nobody outside of the inner circle had heard. You know, if you were friends with the band, they would give you a Static Age mixdown tape. But if you were not friends with the band, the only way to hear Last Caress was to find Beware, which was only available in England on Cherry Records. There it is, Night of the Living Dead. 1979 goes into great detail about this, so I'm not really going to go too far into it, other than look at it. It's Glenn was so influenced by the movie Night of the Living Dead, and was impacted. This is actually a still from the trailer, so this is not from the movie. It's from the trailer of Night of the Living Dead, and this is a cow's skull that has been dressed up to look like a human being's eaten face, and we have that iconic, beautiful, original Misfits logo that's just so fucking great. Black on orange. His graphic design style, acumen, whatever you want to call it, truly was beyond just so wonderful. And then here's the back right here. And produced by Danny Zalanki. Danny Zalanki is also in The Mad, and he Tony and I were talking about him briefly. We were talking about The Mad, and this photo is taken right in New York. Over by where I think Chinatown is, somewhere around there. There's a couple of cool photos from the session, and they just look at that band. Doo, doo, doo. Who are these misfits? And yeah, it's just really great. Oh, here he goes. The photographer. Here we go. So the image was captured by John Rinsky at Club. Wait, what? Opposite. Right. I didn't know those were... Wait a minute. These are John Rinsky's photos? Not... Whoa. Holy fuck. Good to know. Glad to know that I have some credits I need to realign in 1979. Press release. An announcement of the new single pending the release of Beware and tour plans, including the UK tour with The Damned. Okay, so these images were captured at the Club 57 Irving Plaza show, which are right over here. Some of the best photos, probably my favorite photos of the Misfits in the year 1979. I mean, nothing is more iconic than Glenn in that makeup, right? I mean, that's just the best version of this band. They just look so crazy. We Tony and I went into talked about this show in detail, and I did a thorough examination of these photos in 1979, A Year of Horror Business, and here's the release that's been crimped. This, I will say, Umberto, as perfect as this book is, this is irksome as a die-hard fan that wants to read this. This makes it harder to do so, which I don't like, but I understand. I respect the artistic layout design. Matt Kelly from the Dropkick Murphys says, the saying, all killer, no filler, must have been coined to describe the Misfits catalog. Beyond 1977, their music is fresh and timeless. The artwork is stark, very identifiable and memorable. Every release they did is packed with quality chunks of horror, passion, and aggression. I think that almost any kid would find that appealing. No truer words have been said. Thank you for that, Matt Kelly. And yeah, that's my favorite. That's the best photo right there. That one right there. That to me personifies. If I had to pick one photo and be like, this is who the Misfits are, it's this photo right here. This is one of the best photos ever taken of this band. Period. Bar none. In 7 years that they were a band, that is one of the best photos. It's just so fucking perfect. It's so iconic. I can't even say. Look at Glenn's engineer boots. He's already silk screened the Crimson Ghost. They had already gotten into it. Already had put everything. And these are the lights. These look like the lights that are in Jerry's basement. That they took a lot of those lights, I think. Oh, Escapades with My Favorite Monsters, Jerry and Glenn by Susan. Susan currently lives in Germany, and I have been trying to interview her for quite a while, and I was waiting for her to come to the States, and that never happened, or that did not materialize in a way that was possible. And so maybe we're just going to have to do our interview over Skype. Susan ran the Bad Monster Movie Club, which we're about to talk about in for a little bit. And the Halloween record is dedicated to her. So here is the Mad Monster Movie Club. And Tony, who's piping in for a second and then leaving again. Tony used to go to the Mad Monster Movie Club, and he actually shared in our group. We have some cool stuff in our group. Umberto, are you in the Facebook group? You have to join it. Tony's posted some really cool stuff there. He had some schedules from the Mad Monster Movie Club and yada yada yada. So here is the 1979 show, right? You have this is for 1980 though. So this was next year. Screamin' Jay Hawkins, the Misfits. Although look at how high up the Misfits are billed, probably because they had done it the year before, right? Here's probably the coolest looking flyer. And what they would do is they would just hang out and watch horror movies and have discussions about horror movies. Howie Pyro, Jerry, and Glenn. I'm not sure how much Bobby Steele was there. I'm not sure. I don't think Joey was there at all. But look at that. You have Screamin' Jay Hawkins, the Misfits, Maryland. They played horror movies, guest ghouls. And this was Doyle's first show. And you know the story about Bobby Steele showing up. I'm not going to say that here, but yeah. John says she was in town for a few months. Man, I wish I had gotten a hold of her. I need to speak with you, Susan. We have to talk. But yeah, here's a club. I guess that's a ticket, right? For Doyle's first show at the age of 16. And what is this? Wait a minute. What is this? What? Look, there's pictures of the Misfits. Oh, really, John? That's crazy. Well, I'm going to definitely reach out to her. I've spoken to her on the page before. I'm definitely going to reach out to her and get this shit all started. Get an interview with her. I'm trying to read this. It's like, actually, the camera's kind of helping. Let me see if I can. December promises to be a gruesome closing to our 1979 monster ship. Roger Corman is back with another youth-crazed goulette, the Wasp Woman, on December 4th. Fuck, I can't read this. All right, let me see if I can try and read this. Fuck, I'm having so much trouble. This is so much fun unraveling this stuff, though. Susan was also not the only purveyor of the Mad Monster Movie Club. There was also Ann Magnuson, who I do have an interview with. I interviewed Ann 9 years ago, and she's an actress, and she's done a bunch of stuff, but she was also involved with the Mad Monster Movie Club with Susan, and together they sort of did stuff. They ran it. Let me see if I can fucking read this. Come on, baby. Bear with me here. This is not working. Oh, there, I got it. Youth Crazed the Wasp Woman on December 4th. Maniacs are urged to dress to something and screen again with the original uncut version with color sequences of The Tingler on December 11th. So this is like a notice, right? This is like a notice for the upcoming movies and stuff. 1979 has been a bloody ghoul year for monsters. Our first annual field trip beach party was a unqualified success. Next summer, a weekend trip. Fuck, I can't read this shit. Blah, 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 blah. I can't read this. I'm going to have to transcribe it and try and read it. But wanted more monsters like the Misfits. So that's what they put at the bottom. Wanted more monsters like the Misfits. And these were taken from Beware, the Beware photo shoot for the cover or whatever. Monstrously Yours. Tom Scully and Susan Hannaford, chairman of the board. Man, when you need something like the Mad, I'm not going to read all this now. This is too much. Maybe I'll read it tomorrow. And there you go. There's the band, either before or after their 1979 Irving Plaza gig. If you'll notice, Bobby is also wearing makeup as well, right? They look very tired and beat. Great photo. Very photogenic. They sometimes they can be photogenic and sometimes not so much. Okay, here's something from John Rinsky, who shot them a whole bunch. When I met the Misfits, I was immediately struck by their look and their sense of theater. Early on, they understood the importance of branding, which remains vital to their legacy today. This image shot at the Club 57 Irving Plaza Halloween gig in 1979 encapsulates that. The band's look is coming together. Jerry's hair and makeup are taking form, and the skulls and skeletons were flying around the stage on his bass and on Glenn's outfit. Joey Image had a superb version of the Horror Business 45 sleeve printed on his drums. A perfect staging for striking post-show band shot. Glenn had just removed his makeup. So Glenn had just removed his makeup. Wow. You can't miss what these guys are about right here. Thank you so much for taking this photo, John, because it's so fucking badass, as is that shot right there. He also did some awkward photo shoots of them in 1980 when Joey was gone and Googie was there. They took some weird shots with like sparklers and fireworks in a cemetery. Kind of funny. And here is, okay, this is, can't pronounce his name. I always read his name. I was supposed to interview him many, many years ago. Tarek. Tarek? Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. And his girlfriend, who seems to be sporting a Hitler mustache. How tasteful. And Glenn in his greasy face paint singing to them both. So fucking cool. Look at those bone gloves. Look at that. I mean, that's like the invention. Every fucking horror punk band would fucking copy it. Every fucking metal band with corpse paint. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Who else was doing this? Besides Kiss, but that doesn't really count. Who else was painting a skull on their face? Glenn was the first one, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Glenn, I think, was at least one of the first ones. The Crimson Ghost logo was in full force by the time of this 1979 Halloween show, and the band ramped up their horror look this night. We see the logo on Glenn's boots and his skeleton shirt, makeup, and gloves. He was quickly developing into an engaging lead presence on stage and was the force helping to guide our shoots and the band's look. Once again, from John Rinsky. Sorry if I'm destroying your name there. Okay, guys, we're going to have to quit soon. Tell you, being at 10,000 feet altitude in this dryness without anything to drink, like, dries out your throat. So here it is. That's Glenn had just written "Beware" on a piece of paper. I mean, they're talking about that beautiful graphic design, right? And there's this one of the crazy band shots of them, right? And "Beware" stands for beware of bollards, which were these big obstructions, right? Something like that. Like in England, they have these things, and yeah, so that's where it became an inside joke. They thought of these traffic obstructions, these bollards, as like mythical creatures. So they would always be like, "Beware of the bollards." So they thought it was a good name. And there is, once again, we have our Crimson Ghost on the back. This is a pretty rare record, actually. Even though they pressed a lot of them, to have an original one is hard to come by. And it's the first time that the band is, I think this was a 10-inch. So it's the first time the band has graduated from doing 7 inches to 10 inches, right? They haven't done 12 inches, although they attempted to with Static Age and Teenagers to Mars, which never came out. Announcing Arthur Googie's. Okay, so here's a press release that bring what? Gotta read that in a second. MSP Sessions track listing 1980. Yes, and then this was used for the back of 12 Hits from Hell. So Tom Bejgrowicz, when he was designing the packaging for this in 2001, he used this tracking. You'll see this on the back. Halloween 1, take 2. Ghouls Night Out, take 2. Whoa. Very cool. Very, very fucking cool. At Master Sound Productions recording studio. The track listing for the proposed album, handwritten by Glenn Danzig, held in August and September 1980. These sessions at Master Sound Productions are the source for the 3 Hits from Hell single and later the canceled 12 Hits from Hell album. Right. So half of this kind of remained unreleased for many years. And yeah, it was cannibalized. So you have like what, 5 of these tracks? Five out of the 11 tracks are used. Let's see here. Let's think about that. Okay. I don't think Violent World was Violent World on Walk Among Us, or did they re-record that? They might have re-recorded that. Might have re-recorded Astro Zombies. So Ghouls Night Out, Horror Hotel, Halloween, Halloween 2, and London Dungeon, right? Those all came out on 7 inches from these sessions. Not used, right? It was not used for Walk Among Us. They re-recorded that stuff, or they recorded it fresh. I'm going to attempt to read this. The Misfits have been playing the New York area since early 1978. They've also toured England barely, in Northeast U.S. They are currently preparing for a southern tour from Florida to Texas. So this is the first time they're really branching out. They did a lot of touring from 81 to 83. That's when they really started to tour like crazy. They have 4 singles and an LP. Currently recording an LP of all new material for release at Summer's End. So I think the LP they're thinking of, or maybe Glenn is embellishing on, is, I guess they're recording 12 Hits from Hell right now, and they're talking about the Static Age stuff, which was never released. So they don't really have an LP at this point, but Glenn is sort of, fluffing their resume. Their songs, as with their image, are heavily rooted in horror and sci-fi. Some of their song titles are Teenagers from Mars, Night of the Living Dead, and Horror Business, I Turned Into a Martian, and Vampira. And new member, Arthur ? They didn't know who he was going to be. It was just Arthur ? Cool. The first thing you hear from any band using sticks... The first thing you hear from any band usually sticks with you. And the first thing I heard and bought was the Beware EP. I don't recall the actual year, but it had to be the late 80s when I moved to a town called Östersund, either farther north in Sweden. I was 16 years old and it was the winter half of the year, and I really didn't like that at all. So buying records and playing drums were the only things that mattered. At first when I got there, I didn't know anybody, but slowly I started making some friends, especially this one guy, Anders, who turned me on to all kinds of cool music that I never heard before, like Husker Du, Black Flag, Dinosaur Jr., Sonic Youth. So we were sitting in his apartment after school listening to records a lot. And he loved Danzig, Samhain, and the Misfits. So he was the guy that first played Samhain and the first Danzig to me. There were 2 record stores in town, and one of them, Gunton's Records, had interesting sections such as Japanese pressings and independent records from England and the United States. And that's where we bought most of our records when I got my first Misfits records. I later found out that the Beware EP I bought was a bootleg. And that's Robert Erickson from the Helicopters. And yeah, man, as I was saying, these Bewares are tricky, right? So here is John Rinsky's. So this is not a very photogenic photo shoot. I'm sure John would agree. Maybe he even comments about it here. I don't know. But yeah, so this was in the cemetery, and yeah, they just sort of, they don't really, they don't look very photogenic. That's the right word. They look kind of awkward. You could see where they were really trying to, like, hey, let's go to the cemetery. Let's fire off some streamers or fireworks or whatever, and then we're just gonna pose here and look crazy cool. Here are the skeleton gloves. Russell, I don't know if you're watching, but maybe these are the skeleton gloves from what you were looking at. It's hard to tell, right? There's Googie with his dark hair. Our shared theatrical aesthetic led to a hanging in their basement clubhouse to plan images. As I'd been shooting cemeteries at night for years, our next outing was obvious, a nighttime shoot in a New Jersey cemetery, for which I brought along, sparklers and Roman candles to add some mayhem to the images. In the film era, these shots were always experimental, requiring 45-second exposures with multiple light sources and effects added, while the band did their best to hold still throughout. These guys were into it and disciplined, and we got some nice results. I mean, like, I really, after hearing like him talk about like the effort that goes into making a photo like this, it's not like you just snap this photo. Like, it's like clearly there's a lot of thought that goes into it. You have to do a 45-second exposure. You got to hold still. You got to have fireworks. But, you know, an A for effort. But I think the end result was not as great. On the flip side, though, not to insult John, but on the flip side, I mean, look, he took the best photos of the band that there ever were, right? So, like, you know, you can't win them all, Johnny boy. You can't win them all. There you go. I mean, the best photos of the band ever, truly. So, sorry, Erie. I have to acquiesce to this. All right, we're at 3 hits from hell. I'm going to stop here. Here's Roger from Agnostic Front. We're going to stop here, though, and we're going to pick this up tomorrow. Okay? We'll just keep going. We'll just go through the book, okay? I'm just hanging out here in Colorado for the week, staying at my brother's house, and I'm just gonna chill. So we'll reconvene. Thanks for tuning in, Umberto. I hope you'll join us tomorrow, same bat time. We'll do it the same time, everybody. So just check in. Good to see you, John. John from the group. Keep coming up with cool stuff for our group, and yeah, join our Facebook group again. Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents. Whoa, all I want to know, all I want is the touch of my burning hand, of my nostrils on the directive sound. Prime directive exterminate. Whole humanness on your face drops in a pile of flesh, and then your heart all pounds and bumps to death. Prime directive, exterminate whatever stands left. All I wanna say, and all I gotta do. Who do I do this for? Have me or you? Hello. Welcome to another episode of Facebook Evil Live. This is episode 21. We've gone from being a once a week show to an everyday show, at least for the duration of my stay here in Colorado. I'll be back in New York on Monday. We're going to dive back into some more. Excuse me, that's the seltzer. Today we're sponsored by Watermelon Bubbly. It's a really good variety of seltzer. No, we're diving back into Scream With Me. This is the third part of Scream With Me. And so yeah, I'm just gonna open that up and I hope this doesn't disappear on me. Okay. Ready. Oh, there she is. And I had some plastic gloves that I attempted to put on my hands, and they don't work the way that I want them to. So I have removed them, unfortunately. So you will have to see my repulsive, nail-bitten fingers. And hopefully I won't get too many smudges on this beautiful book. I wonder if there's a way to clean that. Does anybody know? How do you clean that sort of stuff? Okay, we made it past horror business. Talked about all this good stuff. You know, it's funny. Yesterday, Umberto was like, oh yeah, these are my two black horror businesses. And then I know Henry Rollins has a black horror business. And I know that Devilman has a black horror business. So that's 4 of the 25 horror businesses on black vinyl from 1979 in existence. We know that 4 of them still exist, which is, I don't know, I thought that was kind of funny. Okay, we saw this. We went through this part. As in case you may not be aware, I am going through this book blind. So we are exploring this book together. I think we're actually up to 3 hits from hell. Yeah, we're up to 3 hits from hell. So, yeah, I'm literally every time I turn a page, I am seeing it for the first time with you. So that's the deal. So we got Roger from Agnostic quote for the book. Roger, I did not know this, that Roger is such an avid collector of Misfits and Samhain vinyl. Blew my mind. And it's so awesome to see him in some of the groups. Just another collector, man, just like the rest of us. Anything out of the norm caught my attention. That's why I let me take that line again. That's why I instantly loved punk when I discovered it. I loved the attitude, the attention, and out-of-step direction. You know, the big fuck you to society. The Misfits seemed to have all those values mixed in with incredible theatrical edge to it all. I always thought of them as Kiss meets the Ramones, but with lots more attitude. Aaron, thank you for asking. Umberto, I'm sure you could provide him with links, but basically you can go to Barnes & Noble or you can go to Amazon where there are still copies. This is soon to be it is out of print. So get it while it lasts. What's going on, John? How are you? 3 hits from hell here. Okay, so now the lineup. I guess you could call this the classic lineup, right? This lineup was for 2 years, and it has Glenn, Jerry, and Doyle, right? And they recorded the bulk of the 53 songs, I think. Maybe not, actually. But when I think of like the seminal classic lineup, I think of Glenn, Jerry, Doyle, and Arthur Googie. And this 3 hits from hell was originally 12 hits from hell, the MSP sessions, and that was cannibalized and used to make 2 releases, 2 7-inches, 3 hits from hell, and the Halloween 7-inch. And you got 3 tracks here. London Dungeon. We know all about London Dungeon. Go look for my London Dungeon video, the collaboration I did with Gore Editor on that. And then you got Horror Hotel and Ghouls Night Out. Ghouls Night Out personally was one of my first Misfits songs that I ever heard, along with Last Caress.
And yeah, it just has a special place in my my relationship with this music. All right, let's turn the page. Surprise me, Umberto. Surprise me. Whoa. Okay, so this right here, maybe not this one in particular, but these are like, this is still like the early Fiend Club flyer, right? Fiend Club envelope. That's what they first looked like. Although I guess this is 1981 now or 1980. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's just take a look here. And you have this they did a lot of posters. You can find posters of Glenn. Glenn would write on the back of one of these and like write to people in the Fiend Club. And I just love that with the eyes. I don't know where he got the inspiration for this. I guess maybe it was just his original idea. I don't know. You could tell. So I guess that's Glenn up there, Jerry, Doyle, and Googie, I think. And then here's the back right here. And then Bobby is credited with extra guitars on London Dungeon. Someone who is not credited, and maybe Umberto, you're probably familiar with this as well, is I believe is Robbie Alter, who provided, he did a bunch of guitar tracks. He was kind of like the unspoken producer along with the Misfits, along with Glenn, and did a lot of the atmosphere track, like the feedback track on London Dungeon was this guy, Robbie Alter. He goes uncredited, really, for his contribution. But Bobby gets a little credit here, and I think that's because at this time, Bobby, had the Undead, and they were going to release Nine Toes Later on Plan 9. So Glenn was, there for recording sessions. I was just talking about this, or I was just, this was just mentioned with Joe from the Undead, Joe Stoker. What's wrong with the lens here? Is a little blurry. Let's fix that up right there. Joe Stoker was talking about this, and yeah, so I guess Glenn was there for the recording partially and helped with the layout and paid for the recording. So Glenn and Bobby had kept up, and then they had a falling out over an article that Tim Somer had written. Tim Somer from Noise the Show, who I've interviewed for my documentary. He wrote an article in a magazine called Sounds that really pissed off Glenn, and he booted Bobby, and it had to do with Tim mentioning that Bobby had accomplished more in 6 months than the Misfits had in 3 years or something, and that made Glenn mad. And he took it out on Bobby. Okay, so yeah, look at that. Bottom jacket is hand colored by Glenn. Where? I don't see that. Oh, I guess right here. Oh yeah, the eyes. Yeah, Glenn did that a lot, right? He would just color. He would just add these little flourishes, these little tweaks. Wow, so cool. And then another quote from Howie. Since they were writing songs and naming them with all our favorite movie titles, I asked them to write one about my favorite movie, Horror Hotel. I did not know that. Actually, I did know that, but I think I knew that from this book. Maybe I did not. I don't know. Oh, no, maybe Howie mentioned that on his Instagram. I don't know. But pretty great. And yeah, just great layout, great artwork. Again, if anybody knows where the inspiration might have been for this, as Glenn would get inspired from time to time and sort of do his own riff, please comment. Let us know in the comments. Here's another 3 Hits from Hell. I guess this is a poster, right? Oh, yeah, because this is the record. And then the posters, right? Is this? Yeah, that's a poster. That's the promotional poster. And if you go to Cardi's Sugar Bowl in Lodi, New Jersey, Benson has one of these guys hanging on the ceiling that he hung up there in 1981, and it's been up there ever since. Super, super cool. And notice this one, the poster has the famous Monsters of Filmland font, as opposed to this one, which has the Misfits. And what's interesting is that this is the first time. So what was the previous release? Was Night of the Living Dead. So Night of the Living Dead was the last time they used that font, right? Oh, John says it's from the Misfits, the film. So I guess around this time is when Glenn got riffed or had his feathers ruffled about Minor Threat with their logo and stopped using that old logo and then switched to the logo font from the Misfits film with Marilyn Monroe before then changing his mind again and doing Famous Monsters of Filmland. But this must have been roughly at the same time where he decided to make that stylistic change. I don't know if you can speak to that at all, Umberto. But yeah. And then they did a white pressing. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the white one. I don't know why that was chosen. Hi, Ulrich. How are you? Welcome. John says, I think that's the inspiration for 3 Hits. There's an alternative poster with that cutout. Interesting. And you can see here it's black and white. Yeah, it's just a weird choice to do a black and white. Maybe it might have been a budget thing, although the vinyl itself is white, which would have cost extra because it's color vinyl. So he must have made a decision to do, there's a red one too, right, Umberto? There's a red, I think it's red. It's red, white, and black, right? Pretty sure. Okay, anyway. And then, yes, okay, so I saw this on Facebook. Somebody posted this. And there's a dude who actually kind of looks like Doyle, one of Doyle's sons a little bit. I guess he was a friend of the band, but he kind of looks like Doyle's son. Am I wrong? You know, obviously he couldn't be Doyle's son because Doyle was a teenager, but yeah, I don't know. Look at that cool-ass horror business sleeveless shirt. Quote from Erie Vaughn. Doyle and I went to high school with this guy. He played on our Lodi High football team with Doyle. This photo shows one of the first color horror business shirts I made just days before. I screened the black and then hand painted the rest. Doyle wore one on stage. I'm about to sneeze, guys. Hold on. Excuse me. Ah, man. So that's interesting. So even though it's a black and white photo, and you can kind of see it looks like it's kind of hand colored right here. It's a little bit splotchy. But back then, when they were doing the super primitive screen printing, and if you wanted, oh, here we go, another sneeze. Thank you. God bless you. So for every color that you're doing, you need a new screen to print, and so back then, instead of making 3 different screens for red, yellow, and black, you just do one for black and then you hand color the rest, which is probably much faster, but it doesn't look nearly as good. So he says that he screened the black and then hand painted the rest. Doyle wore one on stage at the East Side Club that August night in Philadelphia while this shot was taken in a McDonald's on the way home from the show. They loved hanging out in McDonald's. That was their jam right there. Here you go. This is the first show that they did with the Necros. I was actually supposed to have an interview with Todd today. I had to cancel on him because I only have my phone. We've been meeting every Wednesday, and he's been doing interviews for my documentary for this Lodi project. So there you go. That was at Bookies in, I guess this was 1981, right? I saw the Misfits more than 40 times. Wow. Think about that. I saw the Misfits more than 40 times between 1981 and 1983. Sometimes it was amazing and sometimes it was awful, but it was always fun. Todd Swalla. And some of them, including their last show. It's kind of funny, actually. I'm thinking about like the band that I've seen the most, and the band I've seen the most is actually Blitzkid, because I toured with them. I've seen Blitzkid over 50 times in such a condensed period of time. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. So here's another flyer. Hey, hedgehogs, time to thrash it out. Horror business, the Misfits from New York City. See, it says the Misfits from New York City, not from New Jersey, because they were a New York band. They were not a New Jersey band. When they played their hometown show, it was at Madison Square Garden. That was their hometown show. It was not at the Prudential Center. What's going on, Rue? How are you? And here's another one. These were 3 different flyers for this show. Misfits and the Necros. And the Necros worshipped the band. Absolutely worshipped these guys. They were a lot younger, and they knew about them from all those early singles. So there you go. September 12th, 1981. September 12th is when my son was born. Whoa, look at this page. This is cool. Okay. All right, now this is interesting. Umberto, correct me if I'm wrong, but because this has American Nightmare on it, this is the Plan 9 version of Walk Among Us. So before they signed a deal with Ruby and Slash, Glenn was going to put it out on Plan 9, And I believe it was, yes, it is. It's different mixes as well, especially because Devil's Whorehouse is so friggin' different. If you can find the Plan 9 version of Devil's Whorehouse, it is much, much different than anything else. So I guess, let's see, what does it say? Yes, Plan 9 Walk Among Us, hand lettering. Track list, yeah, cool. And I guess he wrote that, he wrote that out? Yeah, handwritten. That's the track list, handwritten by Glenn. And that was the original. And so American Nightmare didn't see the light of day until Legacy of Brutality in 1985. But this was, so a lot of these songs were originally for 12 Hits from Hell. And then they were re-recorded, repurposed for Plan 9. There was the Plan 9 version. And then when they struck a deal with Ruby Slash Records, they remixed everything. John says they did that with the Samhain posters too from New York. Yes, because they were a New York band. Misfits, Samhain, and Danzig can all be considered New York bands, in my opinion. That is the artwork. Umberto, what do you mean? You mean this is the actual artwork for the purported Plan 9 release? That's what I'm assuming that you mean. And if so, that's really cool. What a cool thing to have in your collection. Yeah, I guess before Glenn, Glenn was just like, fuck it, I'm just going to put it out myself, and then got a sweet distribution deal. But they ended up having problems with Ruby and Slash. And Ruby and Slash still own Walk Among Us to this day. And that's why you have those earache variants. Like there's like 1,000 different pressings of Walk Among Us. Those dudes just keep printing it up because it's like printing money. Erie says, you can hear this story in more detail in Erie's book, Misery Obscura, which I believe is still in print. I found a hole in a cave. The band and I were shooting in and thought it might be good, but the flash kept bouncing off the rocks. I wasn't happy with them at the time, but they fixed up nicely. The whole shoot was a gamble. I went as far as I could to get good shit, but I was losing light and had to wing most of it. I was just 16 years old. Wow. So here are some of the shoots from that cave photo shoot. This is when Erie first met Glenn, right? This is like and started a relationship, that would go all the way to 1995. Those dudes eventually were like, just the dynamic duo, right? And I guess he's shooting them through, they're down in a cave and he's shooting them from above through an opening in the cave. And these shots here were used for the 12 Hits from Hell album cover. That was designed by Tom Bejgrowicz, the guy who wrote and formatted this book, yada, yada, yada. Here's another cave shot. Gorgeous. And Tom and Erie are close because Tom helped Erie with his book. And so I'm sure it was very easy, effortless to get Erie on board for this project. And I'm so glad that he's represented here. Look at them. There's the Harlock shirt that everybody would like, just, Glenn did the Harlock shirt or made the Harlock cool, and then everybody else took notice, and their Devilocks are pretty short. Doyle's just starting his Devilock. So what they did was they had theirs, and you can see the photos, to make their Devilocks more pronounced, especially Jerry. There was a time where they kind of had this Mongolian thing. It's called the Mongolian cut. Like they shaved the sides of their head real short, like almost to the skin, and then let it grow in like that. And you could find photos. I'm sure. I don't know what the show is, but one of those shows. Shot just outside the cave in August of 1981, and nobody knows where this fucking cave is. I only took one or two in this setting. This one shows a little bit more of the band than the one that ran in my book, Misery Obscura. So that's Erie's book. You can buy that as well. So check that out. I'm sure you can get that on Amazon. I don't know if there's a better way to get Erie a few more shekels, but just seek out that book. It's a great book full of lots of great photography. Misery Obscura. We're at Halloween. Okay, so maybe we'll do, how long have we been going for? 20. Okay, all right, we'll go for a little bit longer. All right, so who is this? Okay, this dude from the Gorilla Biscuits and Quicksand, Walter, I don't know how to say that last name. Sheriff Falls, whatever. The Misfits have been influential for the precedents they set early in the punk game. Fun, horror, sex, melody, and very strong imagery to match. Remember, guys, and I want to do a whole dissection on this. Nike A Go-Go is a song about a boy having sex with a missile. Yeah, we're going to talk all about that. Fucking weird as shit. And because they were never truly popular in their time, Misfits fans still have that feel of intimacy with them, of being in on the secret. That's so true. You can collect all the singles, wear the t-shirts, and perhaps, until recently, most people wouldn't know what you were into, but they would, God, this is written weird, but they would probably want to. The recordings are so raw that they could never be mainstream. Although Sean Garrison, who wrote Little Fiend, would beg to differ. In comparison, the Ramones sound smooth and polished, while the Misfits' songwriting stands above their contemporaries. A true outlier, which in the end is a long way of saying it's the songs. Okay, sorry, I totally butchered that. I'm not going to reread it. That's what I get for sort of just going like this. Sorry, I'm making everybody dizzy. So here we go. Halloween. This is also taken from the MSP sessions. You have Halloween and Halloween 2. Same lineup as before. This is interesting. So Halloween 2 is so interesting. I think, you know what's funny? I wonder if Halloween 2 actually came first. You know what I mean? Somebody did a super edit, like a really fun super fan edit, where they had Halloween 2 first and then spliced in Halloween, because I think it's maybe it's the 12 Hits from Hell version. Halloween 2 ends with the sped up Halloween 1, and someone just sort of spliced it together so it runs into, if someone could find that on YouTube and post it in the comments, that'd be great. It's just a really cool thing. So I kind of like the idea of Halloween 2 sort of opening things up and then going into Halloween. All right, let's see what awaits us. Wow. Probably one of the single coolest covers. I mean, I just got done saying how I loved Horror Business. Horror Business is my favorite 7-inch, but look at that fuck, as Glenn likes to say, do you like my pumpkins? Do they fucking look cool? You know what's interesting? There's like this weird blank space here. This kind of looks like Jerry's tattoo. This skull right here. This is like weird space. I wonder if Glenn illustrated these skulls, or if where he found those skulls. They have been cannibalized, including myself, over and over. And this was actually, I think this was also one of their glossy 8x10s as well. And there's the official first use of the famous Monsters of Filmland font. So I guess technically that font premiered itself on the 3 Hits from Hell poster. I'm not going to go back and find it, but it first appears on a 7-inch here. And it's just gorgeous, man. I mean, it's just friggin' gorgeous. Hey, Alberto, what's going on? Welcome. And I love this pumpkin. I don't know where the pumpkin comes from or where it originates. I don't know if Glenn drew that. If anybody knows, I would love to hear the origin of this pumpkin. As you know, for the reunion shows, Glenn and Jerry had these giant ones constructed. I got to walk on the stage at Chicago Riot Fest, and I got to touch those pumpkins, and they are like, they're super lightweight. I mean, obviously they're not, they're heavy, but the material is lightweight, and they almost feel like plastic. They're like made out of fiberglass, and they're just super fucking cool. And I don't know where this font comes from, the Halloween font. Again, if anybody has this information, I would love to know it personally. And on the back, he has the lyrics in crude Latin to Halloween 2. Formula uterus actus mortem et communicarum strigus et fictos lupus credere daemon pellum lupinam intruco quandam quae arbitus occultum. My favorite line of all. Metamorphosis lycanthropy presunt inquam. Metamorphosis lycanthropy presunt inquam. Yeah, so Alberto says, good question. It looks like something Glenn ripped from. Yeah, probably. I bet someday we're going to discover where that pumpkin really comes from. I want to believe that Glenn came up with that, but who knows? Look at this. If you look here, it has that dot, that dot pattern that you see in a lot of comic books. So maybe it came from some comic book, some obscure comic book. One day we're going to find out. We'll find out the truth. And yeah, so Halloween's from 1981. And it's dedicated to Susan Hannaford. I know I said that a bunch of times, from the Mad Monster Movie Club. And here is Glenn's beautiful insert for Halloween. I mean, God, he had such a sense for graphic design, man. And I wonder where that bat came from. He just finds stuff and just put it in there. Bonfires burning bright, pumpkin faces in the night. I remember Halloween, dead cats hanging from poles, little dead are out in droves. I remember Halloween, brown leaf vertigo, where skeletal life is known. I mean, it's poetry, man. It's poetry. Yeah, it's a song, but like he's a poet, man. He's a poet as much as he is a musician or a graphic designer or, you know, whatever else you want to call him, or a photographer. This day, anything goes. Burning bodies hanging from poles. I remember Halloween. The best, my favorite line of all, candy apples and razor blades, little dead are soon in graves. I remember Halloween. This day, anything goes, burning bodies hanging from poles. I remember Halloween. Just fucking great. And then I guess I didn't realize there was a yellow variant. That must be rare. Umberto, is that rare? The yellow version? The yellow variant? I would imagine it is. And then here's the white version, which just makes no fucking sense. Why does this exist? Why the fuck does the white version exist? It's just like, it's so blasé. It's so plain to me. You know, like this makes sense. I'm getting text messages. Jesus. I'm on my phone. Can't do this now. I should actually, maybe I can. There we go. That won't be a bother. Sorry, guys. So why a white version? It must have been for budgetary reasons. Maybe it was in high demand and he wanted to run some off and it was cheaper to do white. Umberto, another question. So is the yellow variant only come in the white with the white cover? Or was that mixed in with the orange as well? In 1981, I met Jerry and Glenn at Club 57 because they said they had to see me because they had a surprise for me. I hadn't the slightest idea what that surprise could be, and I was hoping it wasn't alive. Jerry had a pet bat at one point, but I think the health department took it away from him. They gave me a first pressing of the record Halloween. It was what a thrill and an honor. There is an incredible loyalty among Monster Movie Club members. Susan Hannaford, Monster Movie Club. Very, very touching. And so here's the thing. Again, so I talked about this before. So back in the year 2000, Mark Kennedy from Misfits Central is interviewing Glenn. I'm referencing this again because we're on the Halloween section. Mark Kennedy's talking to Glenn Danzig, and Glenn is giving him a rundown of how many he remembers off the top of his head of what was pressed. Mark kind of had a ballpark idea as he had gone through this data with Tank, with Jonathan Grimm, Jim Dorsey, and Elizabeth. I can never say her last name. Elizabeth Boris, who's in my documentary. Both Jonathan, all three of them, Mark Kennedy, Elizabeth, and Jonathan Grimm are all in my documentary. In any case, Glenn, and this speaks to, we were talking in the Facebook group. If you don't belong, check it out. They came from Lodi Facebook group. There's this thread in our group, and it's a phenomenal thread where everybody is just analyzing, just like running over like all the data, like not data. Sorry, I'm like, my words are all jumbled up. Everybody's antagonizing themselves over these gloves, these hand-painted skeleton gloves that Glenn did. And we're trying to figure out, matching them up to photos and whatnot. And Tanner, who's in the group, said something very astounding and true, and just totally Glenn's MO, that these gloves were auctioned off. And when asked about them, Glenn said, "Those aren't mine. Those aren't mine, and I've never seen them before." And it's just like Glenn, just doing that, just being contrarian for no reason. And in the same way, he did that when people are trying to find out information about the vinyl, right? About like how much of what was pressed. Hold on, I'm switching this back. How much of what was pressed, and he's going through it. And Glenn has to say, "Oh yeah, there were 10 green Halloweens." And it's just like, there's no green Halloween on vinyl. I mean, it's just bullshit. It's just disseminating information to make everything more chaotic. That's what Glenn likes to do, man. I don't know. I don't know if any of that made sense, but All right, turning the page. Ooh, look at this in the paper. Beautiful. I love this. I love the way that they put the highlighted, the red highlight there with the Necros Halloween show, the 3rd annual Halloween show. But that's not true because they had done a Halloween show in 1977, their 3rd show. Franche Coma's first show was a Halloween show. So I guess this is really the 4th annual show, I think. At the National Ukrainian Home. And Todd Swalla did a sound check on that show, and I'm trying to remember, Harley Flanagan was at this show. You can see a picture of Harley, Barry from the Necros, and Glenn holding up a Halloween vinyl, and Harley is like stretching out his face, and that was taken at the Ukrainian Home, I believe. I've actually been to the Ukrainian Home. I've gone there with my friends back in like 2005 or 2006, and I remember like, wow, this is where the Misfits played. I don't know if the National Ukrainian Home, it's a Ukrainian spot. I don't know if it is still. Yes, Alberto, that's true. He does give a quick rundown, but those numbers are super inflated. They're not accurate numbers. It was all bullshit, man. And right now, the guys in the Fiend Collector group are like doing lots of research. They have lots of reasons why. I can't go over them right now, but there's a lot of reasons why. So here's some more great flyers. We've seen these a million times. What a show! There you go. Misfits and Necros. Ukrainian Hall flyers. Designed by Abby Mahler, and I guess she was Al Pike's girlfriend. And I was working on layouts for my fanzine Straight Edge and decided to whip up a couple of flyers for the upcoming Misfits Necro show at the Ukrainian Hall. Al Pike and I were living in a small apartment in Brooklyn at the time. Lucky for me, he had an old Famous Monsters of Filmland mag that was buried in a crate with some punk scenes. I liberated the Eddie Monster and the Monster of Piedras Blancas pages, and I had my flyer backdrops. Wow. That's just how you did it, man. You go through magazines. Photoshop before Photoshop existed, man. That's just what you did. It's fucking art, man. The band logos were applied using the basic cut and paste technique. And I mean, literally cut and paste. It's like analog cut and paste. While the venue location lettering was transfer press type letters. So transfer press type letters are letters that are on translucent, like plastic paper. You put it down on your work, and then you scratch the letters on it. It transfers onto the paper. Super duper archaic. But that's the way you did stuff back in the day. Let's see what else. Real primitive stuff done with a glue stick, safety scissors, press type letters, and a lot of patience. As I recall, Al was less than thrilled that I'd cut up his monster mag, but he and the Misfits and the Necros loved the outcome, as did we all. And now here they are, immortalized forever. All your hours of work, the toil for good cause is now immortalized forever in the pages of this book. Sorry, I'm like sniffly, guys. Here you go. So here is another very famous, The Four Riders. This was the show at the Ritz, right? Oh, man, is this the one with, yeah, this is the infamous show, man. Okay, let's see how much we got. Oh, jeez. Let's look at our time here. Okay, we're okay. Let's keep going. Just wet my whistle here. So, this is the only time that the Misfits and the Undead played together, along with a band called Heart Attack, featuring a very young Jesse Malin, only at 14 years old. And I believe Danny Sage was also in that band, or at least he was hanging around at that time. Danny Sage and Jesse Malin would go on to form D-Generation with Howie Pyro. Trying to remember. Yes, Alberto, the Four Riders indeed did get put on the reunion shows. Very uninspired. You know, here's a chance to, like, you know, do something really original and new. You know, like there's so many wonderful opportunities, and they just pulled something from the vault, which was kind of disappointing. So this is actually from a Hammer film. I forget the name of the Hammer film, but I was watching it last year on Halloween, and I recognized the Four Riders. I went, holy shit, that's where he got it from. And I took a photo of it somewhere in my photos. I'll have to find that. So yeah, this took place at the Ritz. The Ritz eventually became Webster Hall on 3rd Avenue. Seen many a show down there. I used to actually live down by there. And here's some concert listings. So there's a rivalry. So remember how we said there was a falling out between Glenn and Bobby after Glenn was going to press up Nine Toes Later on Plan 9 Records. And yes, thank you, Umberto, Captain Clegg. But Umberto, there's another title. Captain Clegg is only one of the titles for that Hammer film. There's another title for Captain Clegg as well. And I believe it has Oliver, what the fuck is his name? The guy from the Curse of the Werewolf, Oliver something. Oliver, it's escaping me. In any case, there's a lot of animosity between the Misfits and the Undead at this show. And the Misfits heckle Bobby from while he's playing Ratfink in his set. And he played Ratfink in the set because he just wanted to show everybody, because at the time there were rumors going around that Bobby was kicked out because his guitar playing was not up to snuff. And that's just bullshit. We all know that Bobby was the best guitarist that they ever had. He was just a fucking, again, no offense to France Coma or Doyle, but like Bobby was the best, man. He had the most chops, and it was using that rumor was not cool. It was should have just said what the truth was. And so Bobby wanted to prove to everybody that, he knew how to play. So he played Ratfink, which he used to cover, which the Misfits used to play and had covered. And you can hear that on the Night of the Living Dead 7-inch. And he does a smoking version of it. And that made the Misfits really fucking mad. And when they got on stage, they had alternate lyrics to Teenage Samara's, Bobby asshole, he's a fucking cunt, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to go, the undead fucking suck, yada, yada, yada. Immortalized forever on a bootleg. And there were beer cans being thrown. Bobby was throwing stuff. The Misfits were throwing stuff. They undid a rail. There was footage shot on a U-matic tape that was in Bobby's possession. I believe both of the Misfits and the Undead, that has never, ever circulated and probably lost to time. I have Danny Sage talking about this incident in my movie, They Came From Lodi, which is what this whole thing is about. Okay, moving on. Here you go. Some more stuff. So on Broadway would eventually be used for Evil Live, right? And The Sound of Music. Another flyer with Toxic Reason. See? From New York. Never from New Jersey. Always from New York. Right? San Francisco show flyer. Oh shit. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, oh look, it says with film. So I wonder if they played a film and then the Misfits burst out at the end. So if I'm not mistaken, this San Francisco flyer might be for when the infamous El Kabong incident happened. That was either in 81 or 82. I think it was 1981. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. Here we go. What is this? All right, here you go. Government issue, The Necros and the Misfits at the 930 Club in D.C. So I have an interview with John Stabb from Government Issue talking about this very show and just his experience with Glenn and the Misfits. And he didn't really like the Misfits that much, but I thought it was really cool to get him talking about the band and his perspective, the DC perspective on the Misfits. And Jonathan Stabb is no longer with us, but I'm grateful that his unreleased interview is intact and will be seen in the documentary. Rest in peace, Jonathan Stabb. And here's another one for that. So Government Issue headlined with the Misfits and the Necros opening. Okay. We've made it to Walk Among Us. Fuck. I think we're gonna, let's put a pin in this for now. What time? It's 40 minutes. Yeah, fuck it. Let's put a pin in it. We will reconvene tomorrow night. It's not like I'm going anywhere. I'm super happy with how the Facebook group has been going. Please check it out. Keep your eyes peeled for 1979. When I get back home, I'm going to fly right back into the editing suite and finish that up. If you'd like to support the creation of this content and this art, please feel free to buy a cup of coffee. Links are in the comments, and if you don't have a dime to spare, You can go on my website, frumess.com, click on some of the ads. The pennies go into my AdSense account. Doesn't cost you a dime, and you are still supporting the creation of this content. And lastly, I'd just like to say, again, these books, these Scream With Me books are for sale. Please pick one up. They are out of print. Due to a lawsuit, they are now out of print officially. They can no longer be repressed. Get them while they can. Okay, folks? This is a book you want to own. As we go day to day, we're just deep diving into the book. And Umberto has been so kind to jump on the streams and fill in some of the gaps in questions that we have. So big shout out to Umberto for being here. Again, Umberto, I hope we'll see you again tomorrow night. Same bat time, same bat channel. That's going to be 7, I guess, roughly 7-ish Eastern Standard Time. It's 5 o'clock for me. And I'm trying to think of anything else. Anything else Misfits related? Alberto says, God, thank God I got a copy. That's right. When it becomes safe again, I definitely want to see your collection in when I'm back in New York. Somehow, some way. But we could talk about that another time. Okay. Peace and hair grease, everybody. Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube Casualty for $6.66. The YouTube Casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents.
Say that. Hello, Rue. Welcome to my book collection. Yeah, I'm going to say that again when it's more appropriate. I'm just letting this thing populate a little bit. And I'm going to share the stream around. Oh boy, we are doing something super unique today, guys. Yes, Dave ordered a copy. That's friggin' phenomenal. I'm so glad to hear that. Good. Supporting independent artistic creations. That's great. I am sweating a lot down here with this hat and these lights. Hey, Tim, what's going on? Are you driving your truck right now? Are you trucking on the road? I hope you're keeping your eyes on the wheel. If so, I'm sure you got it down to a science. You know, being a trucker is not easy. You got to listen, I just drove, 2,000 miles to Colorado. I can't even imagine doing that on a weekly basis. You got You got Nerves of Steel. I got that. What's going on, Russ? How are you? Welcome. My glasses are already fogging up, I think. No, they're not. But when they are, I'm going to have to take them off. Guys, we're going to try an experiment here, unlike we've ever done before. I don't know where Umberto is. I told him to show up the next day after the last broadcast, and I never broadcast. It was too crazy out there, man. We were doing a lot. I was doing a lot of family stuff. I was so rude. I was retreating to my room to broadcast. So silly. Silly stuff. I turned off the lights overhead. So we're going to look at the book. We don't want the glare to go down on the book. But, you know, it's like, how am I going to show the book like this? This doesn't make any sense. So I thought of another solution. Dave. I do have, I guess, if I'm going to recommend any other books, first and foremost, Misery Obscura by Iri Von. I don't know if you have that one already, but definitely pick that up. That is a must. The Iri Von book. If you can get a hold of it, you should check out fucking, what's it called? Teenagers from Mars is another good one. Shit, fucking thing. You got Teenagers from Mars, and then there's a book called This Music Leaves Stains, but again, I don't want to shit on the book, but I've heard it's not a good book, and from a lot of people who would know, who with some authority, and they've all decried the book. And the thing that I do take umbrage with this book is that, from what I'm told, it's essentially just someone basically rewrote Misfits Central, which is the work of Mark Kennedy. That upsets me greatly. It's like, it's not cool, man. So that was my understanding, which is upsetting to me. So check out those books. And then Russell Casualty, as I'm calling him now. That's his new Russell. That's your new nickname. Russell from tvcasualty.com is now Russell Casualty picked up that Max's Kansas City photo book. It's a very short book, probably way overpriced, but has some really cool shots in it from someone who like owned these photos and put them out. And I think that's pretty sweet. So check out that book. I'm trying to think if there's any other books off the top of my head. Nothing really comes to mind. I know there's a lot of books that feature passages from talking about the Misfits, but nothing so Misfit centric. I mean, this is part of the reason why I so desperately want to do this project, this Lodi project, is because there's just nothing out there about this band. No one can ever get through. No one can ever break through the barrier, the legal barrier. And I realized, I was like, I'm never going to tell the definitive story here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tell something. I'm going to do the best I can with the materials I got. Alberto says to get the Michael Ilago book. I'm not familiar with that one, but I know Michael Ilago. He was a promoter back in the day. As a matter of fact, he put on that Rich show with the Undead. I believe he was there at that show. So he might know a thing or two. Why am I stretching out these gloves, you ask? You'll find out. Yes, it's one of those nights. Tonight's show is brought to you by Raspberry Bubbly. Okay. We got our book over here. I've decided to put up a link where, if you want to support this work, not just Facebook Evil Live, but the documentary itself, everything that I do, you can do so by buying me a cup of coffee. I like that. It's like, not donate to my PayPal. You're buying me a cup of coffee. I appreciate that. That's all it is. I'm going to actually log in with my cell phone. I'm going to split the screen. And what I'm going to do is you'll be able to see the book, and I'll be able to talk. It's going to be really great. Alberto says, can we donate money to your PayPal instead? You can, Alberto, but what's going on, Russell Casualty? Welcome. We were just talking about how I'm now calling you Russell Casualty. That's your new stage name. You are Russell Casualty from here on in, forevermore. Alberto, you can donate to the PayPal if you want. It's just, you just PayPal jfrumess@gmail.com. I'll put it right here. But if you want to go through the Ko-Fi, that's the more official way of buying a coffee, whatever. Actually, I guess they don't take a charge out. Whatever you want to do, feel free. There's my PayPal address as well if you want to do it. Again, what is the PayPal for? What is the coffee for? It helps. I'm not working right now. I don't have a day job at the moment, and so every penny you bring to me helps me to do this work. It's a way to support the creation of this content. That's basically it. And we are going to extend that. What does that mean? It means that we're gonna merchandise. No, I'm thinking I'm designing a piece of merchandise right now. I don't know if anybody will be interested. I'm going to create a situation where I don't have to actually print it up. It's going to be one of those on-demand printing jobs, but I'm going to create it, and I think it's Misfits adjunct, obviously, because this is a Misfits, podcast show. But it's essentially going to be really cool merchandise. It's going to be Misfits without saying the Misfits. I'm really proud of it. I will premiere it soon along with 1979. By the way, if you are in the Facebook group, I did put back up the introduction to 1979. You hear me talk about 1979 all the time. Well, you want to know what it's about? Go to the Facebook group and watch the introduction. It's a rough cut of the introduction for 1979. You can see how detail-oriented it is and why it's taking so goddamn long. It did not help that I didn't bring a computer with me to Colorado over the last week, where I was essentially just, hanging out and hiking and stuff and spending time with family and figuring I could do a bunch of content. That's why I brought this book, which is what we're going to be talking about today. Scream with Me. I bet it's backwards in the picture right now. And Russell says he'll take the monitor of Russell Casualty. Yes, that's awesome. A few years ago, I attempted to go by a punk rock name. I had a punk rock stage name, even though I'm not a musician, but I wanted my own name. And so my name is Jeff Frumess. So I was thinking, I'll be Jeff Formaldehyde. I thought that was really funny. And then I thought it was really lame. And then I was like, I'd like to be Screamin' Jeff instead. And then I thought, well, you know what? I'll just fuck around and put Screamin' Jeff Formaldehyde. Really nerdy, but that's what you do. That's part of one of those nerdy punk rock aspects. It's a lot of fun. Actually, I think Russell Casualty rolls right off the tongue a lot better than Jeff Formaldehyde. But Russell Casualty it is. So this is the book. I've only read halfway through. I promised myself that I would only do the book live on air. So I would be discovering the book. You can already see the glare from the light over here. That's why I turned off the lights. It's a little bit darker than normal. Let me see if I can brighten that. Yeah, these are as bright as it goes. So I'm literally cracking this book open and looking through it with you. We're doing a gander together at the same time. And that's it. All right, enough with the fucking preamble, Jeff. Shut the fuck up. I love every once in a while I get a comment from some guy who's like, "Oh my God, I can't stand to hear you talk." And I'm like, bro, I totally get it. I totally understand. Peace and hair grease, man. Peace and hair grease. This is going to be weird, guys. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to try. We're going to try to make it happen. All right. So the first thing I have to do is I have to do an invite link, right? The gloves. Is that the thumbnail? Yeah, that's a thumbnail right there. Good. All right. Screenshot that later. So soupy down here in the shadow gallery that Oh, that's the thumbnail. That's the thumbnail right there. I did it. All right. All right. Guys, share the stream. Man, I wish Umberto was here. He was so great at guiding us through his book, man. By the way, I think we got to do Misery Obscura. This was fun, right? Let's do Misery Obscura next. Let's go through it. I've read that obviously, but let's go through Erie's photographs next, since that's what we do. That's the plan, Stan. I have a hard out at 10 o'clock. All right, we got our book right here. Check this out. Ready? Umberto's here. Yay! Umberto, I got the gloves, buddy. I got the gloves. All right, so check this out. Ready? This is how this works. All right, you guys are going to see how messy my desk is. It's a little embarrassing. I'm doing this just for all of you. Okay, ready? And there it is. It works. It works. Yeah, baby. This is that's the shadow gallery. All right, no more fucking around. Let's do this. All right, so this is how this works, right? We got our Scream With Me book. This is like one of the weirdest things. Oh, good, there's no echo. This is seriously one of the weirdest things I've ever done. I can't get over how weird this is. I'm like sweating bullets. Okay, we're gonna just share this stream if you can. Anybody who you think would want to see the stream, share it out. Where did we end? We ended at Where Eagles Dare. No, I mean Walk Among Us is where we ended, I believe. So we're gonna get to the Walk Among Us. Fuck, sweating balls right now. I'm so hot. Okay. Let's see here. My favorite Misfits release has to be Walk Among Us, which I've always listed in my top 5 albums of all time. It puts the good, the bad, and the ugly in perfect harmony with each other. So many songs memorably written. So many songs are memorably written anthems that blend 1950s pop sensibilities and punk nihilism with satisfying aggression not found on some of their earlier records. Not surprisingly, my Desert Island Misfits song would be from this record, Astro Zombies. You want to know something? That mine too, man. I've said this before on the show. If I had to sum up the Misfits in 2 songs, really just one song, it would be motherfucking Astro Zombies, man. I think Astro Zombies perfectly encapsulates everything that is this band. So not surprisingly, my Desert Island Misfits song would be from this record, Astro Zombies, because it showcases all the best qualities. Yeah, right. It showcases all the best qualities that the Misfits had to offer in a driving, soulful, melancholy package. And that was Armand Majdi from Sick of It All. Well said, Armand. I totally agree. It really does. It just sort of boils them down into what they were, like the shit. So this is from 1982. Let's see what happens when I turn. Oh yeah, no, that's weird. That doesn't. Oh yeah, it works. That works. Okay, I like that. That's even better. This is from Ruby Slash, which was a label. So Ruby was a sub-label on Slash Records, which was also a magazine. And Chris D from the Flesh Eaters was involved. I forget all the who, what, when, where, why exactly. I know we recently read an interview about that in the Facebook group. It was very interesting. So yeah. So the track listing we got. What is that on there? Is that like moisture or something? Why does it look so weird? Oh no, I guess it's just part of the book. It's part of the print. So we got 20 Eyes. We got I Turn Into a Martian. All Hell Breaks Loose from Vampire. Nike A Go-Go. We're going to talk about Nike A Go-Go. We got to talk about that song. I mean, for reals. Like what is going on in Nike A Go-Go? Hate Breeders. Mommy, Can I Go Out and Kill Tonight? Night of Living Dead, Skulls, Violent World, Devil's Whorehouse, Astro Zombies, Brain Eaters. And we got that same classic lineup. Now, this album was originally going to come out on Plan 9 Records, as we've spoken about. It was mixed way differently. And what happened was Glenn, when they were going to get distribution with Ruby Records, Ruby Slash Records, Glenn flew out to California and basically spent 12 hours with Chris D and an engineer remixing the record. And Chris D said they regretted that they didn't have more time because they could have made the song sound even better. The thing that Christie did not like from the Plan 9 mixes is that it was all drums and all vocals. And so he wanted to balance all of that out. And so that was the intention with the Walk Among Us mix. Now, Walk Among Us also, you'll notice, is not it's reissued like crazy, but it's never been included with anything Misfits related. And the reason why is because the contract that they signed back then was really draconian. Ruby Slash Records, they are still in control of this album, and it is their highest grossing album of all time, as far as I understand. It outgrossed everything else that was on that label. It took a few years, but it happened. And so that's why it wasn't included in the box set. And that's why you see 100,000 represses of this record. They just keep printing it because it's like printing money for them. So that is the situation, Skinny. I like this record. I like the way it's mixed. I like the way it plays really well. I like the versions of these songs. It really does encapsulate their sound. I mean, when you think of what is the definitive Misfits sound, if like you're going to introduce someone, I think Walk Among Us is the way to go. I mean, sure, we all like those Static Age songs the best, but if you want to introduce the band, like this is what this band is about, like bar none, like here's a record, like what record? Come on, bro, just give me a record. I just want to buy a record. There you go. You do. I think you do Walk Among Us. Okay, a lot to say. There's a lot to say about this cover. Guys, are you ready for some, not revelations, but little known tidbits that have always tickled my fancy? Well, first of all, let's go to this collage here for a minute. This collage is a lot of fun. So some of these were taken from their first tour to California. Some of these photos were taken. You can see that one. They wrote the Misfits, got a star of fame. There is, I think that's Jerry and a Tower Records. That is Corey Rusk, Harley Flanagan, Barry from the Necros, and Glenn holding up. This was the night that they released the Halloween single, and they played the National Ukrainian Home. Fun fact: Harley Flanagan almost became the drummer for the Misfits at one time. Harley Flanagan was offered to drum, or they wanted him to drum on Earth AD, and Harley Flanagan turned it down. But Harley Flanagan could have been the drummer for Earth AD at one time. There's Glenn. This is a very iconic photo right here. So this is Glenn projecting the Crimson Ghost onto him while he's going like this. He's doing this thing like that, crossing his hands. Creates a really, really weird image. You see this on you see this on t-shirts a lot. It's really, you can see his hands. See how his hands are crossed over there? Very interesting. This is actually working really well. I'm very pleased. There's the back cover. Different from the Plan 9. The Plan 9 tracking list, which is somewhere here. I think maybe it's on the front here. Let's take a look. Yeah, right here. That's the Plan 9 version, I believe, right? It's the Plan 9 track listing. And then this is what it ended up being right there, unless, am I wrong? No, yeah, that's what it ended up being. Cool, groovy. We can see that. And it came with a lyric sheet, which was not totally foreign for the Misfits to do. I love the way it's laid out here. I mean, it's like they wrote out a bunch of pages and they like took a picture of it or something. I don't know, and laid it all out. Before we talk about the cover, let's read this blurb this is from Brian Flynn from Super 7 Hybrid Designs. Ready? The graphic aesthetic still amazes and inspires me. I look at everything the Misfits did and wonder how Glenn managed to make such a varied yet completely cohesive visual statement. The simplicity and the campy aggression in the design mirrored the music perfectly, and that's why we still see it so much today. Even recently, I have found more visual references when where he was inspired to go where he did. Glenn dug deep for many of his references, and they aren't immediately obvious. He made them his own. It's also the only reason I have the Angry Red Planet movie poster up in my office. I simply can't separate this image and the Misfits. They're conjoined in my mind for eternity. And I mean, that's really like, I think the secret sauce for They Came From Lodi, where, for legal reasons, there are certain things that will never be referenced, but because the Misfits are so tied to the imagery that they borrowed from, we're going to find a happy medium, how we can sort of bridge that gap, where we don't have the secret sauce, but just even saying the word secret sauce allows you to think of what the secret sauce is, if that makes any sense. All right, on to my favorite part of this page. Ready? Umberto, I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, I'm sure you probably already know this fun fact. This is a fun fact. All right, guys. So here's the cover. Now, you've heard Glenn talk about this. Glenn originally he did not want it to be, this was a messed up cover. Originally, it was supposed to be, the sky was supposed to be one color, and then this was supposed to be another color, and this was supposed to be a bleed through. So kind of like what they did on Evil Live. So I believe it was supposed to start off red and go to blue and be purple in the middle. Don't quote me on what the colors were. If you listen to the Pusthead interview, he talks about it in painstaking detail. But Ruby Slash really fucked this up bad. This is supposed to be, this is supposed to bleed through, right? The other thing that is interesting about the Misfits Walk Among Us is that the album is not actually called Walk Among Us. I mean, it is called Walk Among Us, but the actual record is Misfits Walk Among Us, or The Misfits Walk Among Us. It's not just Walk Among Us. Everybody calls it Walk Among Us, but it's really The Misfits Walk Among Us. The band is The Misfits. The record is The Misfits Walk Among Us. And what you're seeing here is, I guess you would call it word economy. It's like Misfits Walk Among Us. It's really cool. I love it. It's such a great idea. You have, so these spaceships are from a movie called Earth versus the Flying Saucers. This is from a movie called Angry Red Planet. It's the Rat Bat Spider. That's what people know it as. And there is a band. There's a horror punk band that called themselves, I mean, every thing you can think of that the Misfits reference has been turned into a band name in this genre of horror punk. So there's a band called Rat Bat Spider named after this image here on Walk Among Us, right? Okay, so that's not the only thing we're going to talk about. This is, all right, here, ready? This is the secret sauce right here. Man, it's already 38 minutes and we have we have so much to go. It looks like there's going to be a part 5 to this series of Scream With Me. Okay, so everybody knows that Arthur Googie quit the band at some point. Everybody thinks that Arthur Googie quit the band because he couldn't have a second cheeseburger. There's a great story. They were on tour. They're on a tight budget. Glenn's controlling the money. And Googie says, Glenn, I want another cheeseburger. They're at McDonald's. And Glenn says, no, fuck you. By the way, I realize that sometimes this clips because I'm talking so loud that the signal is too powerful and I'm too hot on the mic. All right, that should be better. Okay, just in case. Googie says, no, Glenn, go fuck yourself. I want another cheeseburger. I don't know if they were actually in the McDonald's still or they were on the road already. God, see, this is what I was trying. I didn't want this hot spot here. This is annoying. Maybe I can fix that. Put this battery in. There we go. Perfect. And Glenn says, no, go fuck yourself, Googie. You're not getting a second cheeseburger. And Googie quit the band, or Glenn kicked him out of the band. One of the two things. That's not the only factor that led to Googie's demise. There were a lot of things. Googie and Glenn did not get along very well. Googie once said something incredibly vulgar in the car, and Doyle kicked him out of the car as well. I don't know if that was a factor in Googie leaving. But apparently that might have contributed a little bit. Here is what I do know. So I've spoken to Arthur on the phone. I've been trying to get Arthur to do an interview for a long time, many years. And every once in a while, it's lined up and then it doesn't happen. But I've spoken to him several times about doing an interview. One time we spoke for, had to be 45 minutes. He really gave me a lot of his time. It's too bad I can't use any of it. Because I had recorded it, but I did not let him know I was recording it. It was for my notes that I record all these interviews, a pre-interview conversation. I will record that too, so that I can prepare myself with notes. And so I do have a recording of Arthur telling me why he left the band. But I will probably, out of respect for Arthur, never share it that day. But I can tell you what he said. What he said was, the final straw was the cover of Walk Among Us. Why is that? Take a good look at Arthur right here. Sorry. Let's take a look at Arthur. Arthur is bald. Where is Arthur's hair? Where the fuck is Arthur's hair? And where is his watch? Do you see that? I think that's pretty good. Okay, I'm going to leave this here while I talk. So if you'll notice on his wrist, there is a shape of a watch that's been cut out And if you notice that he seems to just have an egg head or a bald head or a penis head, as I've heard Todd Swalla call it the penis head, because I think Arthur called it a penis head himself. It was not Todd who invented that. But if you notice let's see if we can find some of these photos of Arthur's. There's got to be a photo somewhere of the Googs. Arthur had a full head of blonde hair. And Arthur was kind of like a misfit within the Misfits, in the sense that I can't find a picture of Arthur here. There's got to be a picture of Arthur somewhere. Arthur was a misfit within the Misfits, in the sense that, he had this blonde spiky hair while they all had devil locks. He didn't conform to the unconformists. Let me see if I can find a picture just to drive my point home. I know we all know what I'm talking about, but look at these guys here. So there's Jerry, there's Doyle, there's Glenn, and there's Arthur with his blonde hair, right? Just the misfit of the Misfits, man. And so for this photo shoot, I don't know if there was contention about, like, hey, Googie, get a haircut, but Glenn very specifically said, Googie, don't wear the watch. Get rid of that watch on your wrist, right? So Googie had this, it's not focusing. Googie had a watch on. Googie's like, whatever. I don't know what was said. Maybe like, fuck off. I'm wearing the watch, that sort of thing. And so when doing the layout, both Rocky, which is Doyle and Jerry's brother, aka Schlock, and Glenn, who were doing the layout, Rocky would help Glenn with that sort of stuff, I guess. Glenn had Rocky cut off his hair and cut off the watch. And when Googie saw what had been done, that for him was the final straw. That's when he said, I'm never coming back. And eventually they would approach him again. When Robo left the band a year after this, they did approach him again, as far as I know, to come back, because they needed him for the upcoming. They were doing a tour of Germany. They were releasing Wolf's Blood, had gotten distribution in Germany. The Wolf's Blood double EP version of Earth AD, whatever you want to call it. We've been talking in the group about how it's a double. Earth AD is a double EP. One EP is Wolf's Blood and the other EP is Earth AD. And some people have even said in that group that the lyric content matches that. I'm not really sure. I'd have to look at it. I've heard Alex Story say so affectionately and appropriately. He says, Earth AD is like it's one song in nine sections, which I really like. I like that idea. So they were going to work with him again. Glenn refused. Glenn was like, fuck that. I will never work with Googie again. So there was talk of them getting, work. And this is also a time when Jerry's carrying around his bass at this point everywhere. You see him on those tour pics, and he's got that bass everywhere. He's got it for the album cover too. And man, there you go. Walk Among Us. Did we read that? We read that. Okay. Wow. That was all for one page. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy crap. It's going to take longer than I thought. So, here is this right here. Boy, we're getting into the nitty gritty, and my hands are sweaty. I'm holding this up. This is the fuck. Let me see if I can read this. The Misfits bio. Ready? Glenn Danzig, singer-songwriter and visual director of the Misfits. Originally came up with the idea for the band in early 1977. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anyone interested in playing kick-ass music. So, with a background in playing rock and roll since about the time I was 13 years old, he came up with the first Misfits incarnation, a bass player and a drummer plus himself on electric piano through a fuzz box. The first of a series of independently produced singles resulted in She, Cough, Cool. 2 months later, Franche Coma was added to on guitar. Sorry, I'm trying to read this through sunglasses, and from this angle, it's hard. And we all know that I can't really read, period, in the first place. So bear with me. Franche Coma was added on guitar, and the band, consisting of Jerry Only on bass and Mr. Jim on drums, began playing the East Coast circuits. Almost from the start, the group met with enthusiastic local responses and took off in 78. Blank Records, home of the debut LPs by Pere Ubu and Suicide Commandos, financed recording of a complete album. But before release, Blank was dropped by the great corporate structure of Polygram. Blank was dropped by the great corporate structure of Polygram, went out of biz, and the masterpiece known as Bullet, with such gems as Static Age, TV Casualty, Theme for a Jackal, were left moldering on the shelf. Not the kind of guy to be left in the ruins of somebody else's poor business planning. The Misfits remixed 4 tunes: Bullet, We Are 138, Attitude, and Hollywood Babylon, then released an EP on June 78. So it's like, this is very interesting, the way that he is telling this story, which is different from, slightly different in the sense, like this idea of Blank folded, really making it sound like it was going to be released, but it folded. If anything, it sounds like a PR story to, sort of pass over the fact that they had been rejected. Because at this time, the Misfits are still functioning. I guess Glenn didn't mind, in later interviews being like, yeah, we were rejected and it fucking sucked. But like at this point in time, they have to make it look like it's tragedy. They released it an EP June 78. Wow, this is interesting. So instead of calling the EP Bullet, it's actually called Better Dead on Red. How about that? Wow. So so Bullet in this PR bio is called Better Dead Than Red. The initial pressing of 5,000, which we know it's not 5,000. As a matter of fact, the guys in the Fiend Collectors think it was 3,000. The initial pressing of 5,000 sold out with virtually no publicity, near non-existent distribution, and only a strong word of mouth to carry the torch. Audience size tripled, and pandemonium resulted at nearly every show. CBs judged them too violent. Yeah, so look at the mythology that they build. CBs judged them too violent. They played a showcase. CBs judged them too violent, and they were banned from Max's in early 79, which was true. However, lucrative gigs continued at Harrah's and Irving Plaza. With Bobby Steele now on guitar, 2 more EPs followed: Horror Business, Teenage to Mars, blah, blah, blah. And, of course, Umberto denies us the remainder of this bio. Umberto. So cool, though. So freaking cool. But look at the way that Glenn has written this bio. Already they're trying to bolster the mythology, the legend, as any band would. You know what I mean? It's not like it's like totally understandable, but very sort of inaccurate or stretching of the truth to sort of sell. That's what Glenn's doing. He's selling himself. They're selling the band. It's pretty great. It's pretty freaking great. Walk Among Us always sounded great to me. It was my introduction back in 82. Hearing it always takes me back to hanging out with my friends in college. If I had to pick just one song from the band, it would probably be 20 Eyes. Too catchy. My friend had a really great parody. As most Misfit songs get parodied in some way, shape, or form. But he used to always sing 20 Guys in My Bed, which I thought was really funny. And that's Jeff Ament from Pearl Jam. Woo! All right, so it wasn't released. It escaped. That is fucking cool. Look at this. Available from Gem Records. Just like Gem and the Holograms. Another weird connection. Let me see if I can read this. The Misfits Walk Among Us follows hot on the heels of a string of underground hits. The Bullet EP, the Horror Business EP, the 3 hits from Hell EP currently on the UK charts, and Halloween singles that indie retailers across the nation claim they could barely keep in the stores long enough to sell. Yes, that rarity, independent domestic 45s that actually that rarity, independent domestic 45s that actually move. Ruby Records Christie from the Flesh Eaters and Misfits leader Glenn Danzig, the best rock and roll singer to come out of New York City in the last 10 years. I'd agree with that. Wow, from Rolling Stone. Met at Quad Tech Studios in LA with engineering whiz Pat Burnett, to remix the master tapes of the brand new, never before released batch of hits, including 20 Eyes, I Turned Into a Martian, All Hell Breaks Loose, Vampira, Nike A Go-Go, Hate Breeders, Mommy Can I Go Out and Kill Tonight, Night of Living Dead, Skulls, Violent World, Devil's Whorehouse, and Brain Eaters. So, wow. That is fucking cool, man. And then these bags were reprinted again, or a similar bag was done for the never before seen 12 Hits from Hell, or the soon to be canceled 12 Hits from Hell. But they had these bags. I believe these are pretty rare to come by. And there you got the Misfits, the Kraut featuring Doug Holland, who would later join the Cro-Mags, and Even Worse featuring Jack Rabid. So Jack Rabid from Even Worse and Big Takeover Magazine is in my documentary. Gave me this incredible interview, a total insider of both the New York Heart. Oh, here you go. There you go. Tim Somer and Jack Rabid's 20th birthday bash. So both Tim Somer and Jack Rabid are in my documentary, and they both give some of the best interviews that I have in that documentary. Tim Somer was also the guy who signed Hootie and the Blowfish, and was in a band called, I forget what they were called actually, something Largo, Paro Largo or something. But that was their birthday bash, Saturday, March 27th. The Misfits, Kraut, and Even Worse. That's a New York hardcore jamboree. There's another little thing. Let's see. All right, this is from Brian Flynn. My friend Chris Chen gave me the Halloween bag around 1994, before the internet was widely available, and before you knew it, things like this existed. It was such a cool and unique piece, and something I had never seen or heard of before at that time, that I have treasured it since then. Plus, it's a trick-or-treat bag. Who doesn't love that? And that's Brian Flynn from Super 7 Hybrid Design. I think Super 7, do they do those action figures? I think. This is a Clutch Cargo set list from 1982. So these were the songs in the set. Looks like it was written by Glenn. You got Night of the Living Dead, opening with Night of the Living Dead. So Daemonomania was being played. I mean, a lot of those Earth AD songs were being played in 82. I mean, look, you got We Bite there too. You know, Mommy. Well, Mommy's like an in-between song. It's funny. We Bite, Mommy, and Die Die My Darling are these sort of like no man's land songs when you think about it. And all were featured drumming by Googie, and all would eventually be released on Earth AD, much later versions of Earth AD, to make it feel like a more complete album, bringing it up to 12 songs instead of 9. Okay. Here we go. We got the Misfits. That's a nice little flyer there. Just a bunch of different flyers. Here we go. Look at those bands, man. You got this is the Midwest hardcore, the creme de la creme of the Midwest hardcore. You got the Necros, Negative Approach, and Meatmen, which are all on Touch and Go Records. You know, they had Disco Records in DC. You had a bunch of record labels in New York. You had Alternative Tentacles and Posh Boy and what else? SST out in California. You have the Misfits on Plan 9 Records. You know, these are like the record labels, but then Touch and Go was like the Midwest, and you know, the Detroit, Ohio area of punk rock, which had a huge scene that loved the Misfits. A lot of Desert Island songs here, Umberto. So, Desert Island song. If I could have just one song on a desert island, it would probably be something like 20 Eyes, because it is so goddamn catchy. The entire Walk Among Us album should be heralded as one of the best general rock albums of all time. That's Jacob Brannon from Converge and Death Wish Inc. Well said, sir. Here we go. Now we're really getting into the flyers section. So here you go. There's the Flesh Eaters and the Misfits. I believe. Oh, no, that's at the Whiskey. This is at the Whiskey Go-Go. Look at that flyer, man. What a crazy fucking flyer that is. Here you go. There's another Misfits. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. What does it say? Chris, remember the Whiskey, 1982. And there's a ticket stub. California tour memorabilia. Flyers and a ticket stub with an autographed Fiend Club mailer from the band's April 10th through 17th California run, including Arthur Googie's final show with the band at Al's Bar. So right after the big El Kabong scandal where Doyle cracked a kid in the head with a guitar, I mean, Googie essentially was out of the band right after that, right? That, or at least that was when the final time that he had played live with them, as far as I know. And I believe it was either this tour or it was a tour before that where they first met with Christie and Ruby Slash Records and tried to get all that going. So there you go. There's the Undead. Oh, this is the show, the Elite Club. So this is where Doyle El Kabonged a kid in the head. Yeah, the Misfits, the Flesh Eaters, Undead. We've talked about this at great length ad nauseum. Jodie Foster's Army before they were known as JFA, and Deadly Rain. This is a famous one here. This is an iconic flyer. Battalion of Saints. There's another one. Dead or Alive. I think, is that a zine of some kind? It looks like a zine. I don't know. Some more photos. So there's the introduction of Robo. I forget how to pronounce. I don't know how to pronounce Robert's last name, but Robo is a combination of his first and his last name. And Robert. Oh no, maybe it's just, I don't remember what it was, but yeah, Robo. He's Robo. I always thought that Robo had a stage name was because like had something to do with being a robot or something, as his playing is very mechanical, as people like to describe. There's Glenn singing with Henry Rollins. This is probably when they're doing We Are 138, which is on Evil Live, maybe. I don't know. Jerry with his distorted bass. There's Doyle. Yeah, so there's all that. We've seen these photos 100 times, I think. They seem like common photos. So here's the artwork. So before Die Die My Darling became an EP, this is the artwork. And you can see a picture of Glenn with one of the dudes from Social Distortion silk screening one of these posters, I believe. And there's the Necros with the Necros and the Beastie Boys. This is when the Beastie Boys, they had a record out called Pollywog Stew, and they were a straight up hardcore band. They had a fourth member in that band as well at Irving Plaza. So they did another Irving Plaza show Friday, June 25th. I believe Todd Swallow is playing drums on this show. Let's see. All right. Something from Al Pike. Before the Irving Plaza show with the Misfits, Necros, and Beastie Boys, Glenn screened large posters with imagery from an old Chamber of Chills comic that would later become the Die Die My Darling single cover artwork. There you go. I had my 78 silver Ford Granada, and we drove Glenn around the village, helping him paste them up to promote the show. We had a bucket of glue and some big paintbrushes. We got up quite a few, but when we drove back around to check on our handiwork, some posters had mysteriously disappeared. Man, if they were ripped down by people that knew that they would be worth a lot of money to sell them, more power to them, right? Oh, here we go. Russell Casualty says, Julio Roberto Valverde Valencia. So Julio Roberto. So that's Robo's full name right there. Glenn, needless to say, was pissed. The glue was a real bitch to wash off your hands. So I'm sure whoever got those posters had a pretty sticky mess to deal with. And if he did manage to preserve those posters, he probably could fund a trip to Hawaii with them. By the way, I'm sure we're all familiar that a copy of Cough Cool went for $10,000, almost 11 grand, $10,877. A single Misfits single, one of 500. I believe 100 were burned up in Manny's house. So really one of 400 went for over $10,000. When I saw that it was at $7,400, I had a feeling that it was gonna keep going. I had a feeling that if these guys were bidding at $7,000, they probably were gonna cap it off at 10, 10,000 or go past 10,000. Because when you're in for 7, you're definitely in for 10. Here is a picture with Glenn, and this is what is known. This is what I was talking about the other week. These are the Mongolian cuts. So if you see Glenn's hair is cut all weird, because that was to further shape the devil lock, right? He's trying to get the devil lock down. So he's growing his hair out a little bit. And yes, as Russell Casualty says, with $12 shipping, hilarious. And there's Todd. That's Todd Swallow on the drums. Todd and I have been meeting every Wednesday privately on WhatsApp, or not WhatsApp, Zoom, to conduct interviews for They Came from Lodi. And it's been a pleasure interviewing Todd and hearing his recollections. But there he is, filling in. And Todd would do the last show. We haven't talked about that yet. We're getting there to the very last, the final show on 10/30/1983. So here we are. Misfits. There's another flyer. I am sweating my balls off. Here's a quote from Todd. Let's see what he has to say. Here, I'm going to put it on Todd's face while I read his quote. Shout out to Todd. It was an honor to be asked to fill in for the first show I ever played at Irving Plaza. We drove to New Jersey a few days earlier so I could learn the set, which we had down after just 2 rehearsals. Beastie Boys opened, Necros were on second. First song on the Misfits set, I get hit by a full can of beer from the balcony as Bobby Steele is chucking them at his old band. That didn't last long as the Misfits bouncer Paulie B tossed him down 3 flights of stairs. Whoa, mama. That is a bitch right there. Boy, I never got to ask Bobby about that, and I know he won't tell me now. Bobby doesn't do Misfits interviews anymore, from what I can tell. Apart from he did talk to me for 1979. He will be making an appearance, but I wish I could have asked him about that. That's interesting. Got pelted Todd right in the face with a beer can, or in the head. Here you go, Misfits and Necros. So the Necros at this are in the picture at this point, and they are essentially the little brother band of the Misfits. Man, Misfits love taking them on tour. They have an automatic drummer if they need one in Todd, and they get along real well with those guys. Those guys are a lot younger than the Misfits as well, and they revere them. The Necros revered the Misfits. I asked Todd what the Necros stood for. And I guess the Necros is kind of short for the necrophiliacs or something. At least that's what I remember him saying. So there you go. The Misfits walk among you. There's another one of those posters featuring, what is it? Captain Blood, Captain Coolidge, Captain something. Fucking hell. I am sweating my balls off. The fall tour, including Robo's first performance with the band at the Big Room. And the September 29th show featuring art by Pusshead. So there you go. You got art by Pusshead too. Wow. I don't know what that is. I've never seen this before. See, this is what is so nice about going through this book and being surprised. I've literally, every time I turn a page, I don't know what I'm going to find. This is fucking cool. So what is this? So I guess this is, sorry, by the way, I hope you can hear me when I talk and read at the same time. Okay. So this is Pusshead flyer art. Pusshead would interview Glenn for almost 3 hours in 1986 for Thrasher magazine. It's the most in-depth and intimate interview Glenn has ever given. It's been cited countless times for various things, and it's basically Glenn giving an oral history of his career. Photocopy of the original artwork by Pusshead before band logos and typography were added. Oh, that's what that is. Wow. Didn't realize that. Looks so different without it there. That is cool, man. You got Misfits, Necros, and Fate. That's a parental guidance, backstage pass. Interesting. City Club Fire, City Club backstage pass. And then here, this is by Mad Mark Rude, I believe. And he did the album art for the one of the greatest album covers of all time, Earth AD, in my opinion. It took Mad Mark Rude over a year to complete the artwork for Earth AD. You know, they recorded Earth AD in 1982, I believe, most of it. And so begs the question, were they waiting all that time for Mad Mark Rude to complete the album cover? Evan Dando from the Lemonheads. Okay, if you were lucky enough to pick up the limited edition pressing of the Lemonheads split with the Misfits, so it's the Misfits on one side doing Skulls, and it's the Lemonheads on the other side doing Skulls acoustically, which I guess is kind of must be a rare recording. I would love to know how much that is going for. If anybody knows off the top of the head, maybe I'll post that in the group. Kind of curious to know myself. I started doing Skulls a la Leonard Cohen's Sensitive Folk Style in 1988. The Misfits were another excellent, less is more aesthetic reminder. The Lemonheads used to play both Halloween songs, and the Misfits and the Dream Syndicates in that time of the Misfits and the Dream Syndicates in that time of self-inflicted, no style, no frills rules. The Misfits let us remember fantasy escapism and what Kiss would term the masquerade. Interesting. Very poetic. There's the Misfits with the Skullbusters and the Necros. Never heard of the Skullbusters till just now. So here's a show that the Misfits did with Social Distortion. You got your artwork from Psycho, right? At Bob's place. Wow, a lot of so I guess Umberto and Tom and Jeremy got the idea to do desert island songs for a lot of these blurbs. Desert Island song, Astro Zombies, not too obscure, not their nastiest, but they created a song that makes alien invasion and extermination of humanity seem so palatable. Great melodies, great hooks, and nasty dark lyrics, depending on which perspective you're looking at it from. It has a positive message, a perfect song, basically. Matt Kelly from the Dropkick Murphys. Matt, I couldn't agree with you more, buddy. Well said. This is a very famous. So I've actually held one of these in my life. There's a couple of things in here that I've gotten to hold or look at and whatnot. But this is one that I've seen pop up quite a few times. Very pretty. Here's a very standard Misfits Necros flyer. Another government issue poster. Flyer, I mean. And yeah, I've spoken about how John Stabb is in the documentary. John Stabb is no longer alive. There's a whole hours-long unseen interview with John Stabb that I hope will see the light of day in my documentary. There you go. There's another one right there. Oh boy. Man, I would kill to own all these flyers. Boom, there you go. More well, I wonder if these were produced by the Misfits, because notice how the Misfits are on top with government issue at the bottom, and then look at this. I feel like bands do that all the time. You know, if you're the one that's making the flyer, you're going to make your band, most prominent on top, and then, you're going to have the other band. Let's see what it says here. The three variations of poster for their October 22nd show. The most common is the black with orange lettering middle, while the rarest is the black with offset orange on the right. But no mention as to whether these were made by the Misfits themselves. As I said, I'm betting my money that they were made by the Misfits. Here you go, Misfits and Reagan Youth. We've heard a little bit from Al Pike, who we've not heard from in here, but I have interviewed, is Paul Cripple, the guitar player and only original member of Reagan Youth, still touring as Reagan Youth. And yeah, he's also in my movie. Here's another one with that recycled artwork, and you got Gangrene there. The Nihilistics are also in my movie. So what I would basically do about 10 years ago is I would look at all these posters online, and I would go, oh, there's the Nihilistics. They're local. Let me call them up and ask them about what it was like to play with the Misfits. And I literally would do that. I would just find bands still around who played with the Misfits and hear their perspective on what it was like to play with the band. And I thought, man, I think this will make for interesting content. I would do these hour-long interviews, and maybe I would get a couple of sound bites out of them. But it was worth it. If I could get 2 or 3 sound bites out of an hour of interview per hour of interview, then I knew that eventually I was going to have a movie. I think I have close to 100 hours of interview. So therefore there's a movie in there. And with your help, with your contributions, during these terrifying times, I will begin the work to put that together. Again, stay tuned. We have some cool artwork. Sorry, I can't talk. I don't know what's wrong with me. My apologies. So yeah, I saw the Nihilistics, and I said, oh, I'm going to contact, what the fuck is his name? Ron Rancid and Troy. And what the hell is the other guy? And Ajax and Rancid, and did an interview with them in the Queen Cemetery, talking about the Misfits. Funny thing about those guys, they totally went on Misfits Central and read a bunch of they read as much as they could about the Misfits. It was so blatantly obvious to me at the time. Those guys are jokers. My favorite Misfits song was Mommy, Can I Go Out and Kill Tonight? The sound of the live recording was so raw and blustering. It was the fastest song on Walk Among Us. Is it? What about 20 Eyes? I think 20 Eyes is faster. All Hell Breaks Loose is way faster than Mom. I mean, Mommy's gets pretty ripping towards that singled up the kids. No, Breath of Angel, me moving to the life. Wait, not but my day. I'll be back to souvenir for on Mama's dream. Can I go out and kill tonight? Kill tonight, yeah. Kill a girl I love, saying I keep her toes on teeth. Every night I go around and still if I'm a keep. I'll be back to souvenir for on Mama's dream. Yeah, it's pretty ripping. It's pretty ripping. At that age, I had not heard a song played faster. The middle break is one of my all-time favorite moments in music. So the I love the way the Bouncing Souls do it. If you find the Violent World tribute, you can find the Bouncing Souls do it. Whoa, I've never seen that before. That's a new one for me. Cool. Fucking cool, man. I've never seen that. So DYS played with both Samhain and the Misfits. Isn't DYS Dave Smalley? I'm not sure about that. Please keep all ages leashed or confined. Ha 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 ha. With negative effects. The FUs. That's a hardcore show right there. There's another one. I've never seen this flyer either, I don't think. Interesting. That is cool. Man, for a band with finite media, I'm always finding or discovering some new little thing. It's so fucking cool, even to this day. And there's still so much more that we haven't seen, that we may never see. A lot of varieties of this of this flyer. That's an interesting font right there. So this is Ken Barber from House Industries. Right. Desert Island Song. A handful come to mind, but I have to go with Skulls. The way the song pairs disturbing lines about peeling off people's faces with borderline poppy riffs. It's so true. Makes Skulls particularly creepy, yet oddly catchy. I was listening to the song on the drive home one day after picking up my 8-year-old son from school. He had his nose buried in a Garfield comic, so I assumed he was blissfully disinterested in the music rumbling from the car speakers. Soon I heard him singing along with the chorus, followed by, "Dad, what band is this?" Needless to say, we had to have a chat about the likely repercussions if he were caught singing Skulls in school. That story warms my heart. Quick story of myself. So this is funny, actually, because last night, my wife and I are tucking our son. I have a 4.5-year-old son. We're tucking my son to sleep, and my wife usually sings him a lullaby. I decided I was going to sing him a lullaby. And so I'm singing him this lullaby, and it goes, "This pretty planet spinning through space, your garden, your harbor, your holy place. Golden sun coming down, gentle blue giant, spin us around, all through the night, safe till the morning light." So I was singing him this lullaby, and my wife is giggling, because I'm being a goof. And she's whispering something in my son's ear, like, "Mommy's a better singer than daddy." And so I just started, and this is what I do sometimes. I just started going, "The corpses all hang headless and limp, bodies with no surprises, and the blood drains down like devil's rain. We'll bathe tonight." And I always get hit for it and get out of there with that, but I do that all the time. "President's bullet-ridden body in the street." I mean, it's just so much fun. It's fun to sing your small children Misfits songs. I got something to say. I got in a little bit of trouble for that, but I related to that story. I like that story a lot. I think that's hilarious. Oh man, here we are at Evil Live. What do we do, guys? Do we? I'm fucking God. There's so much book left. We're not going to get through this book. All right, we'll go for a half hour more. Let's do the Evil Live section. We'll move. We'll call it a day, because I'm dying here. I am dying. But this is a good system, right? This is a good way to do this. You got the camera on one side and you got this back and forth. Maybe we'll do another one tomorrow. Let me see if I'm feeling froggy. If not, maybe Thursday. I don't know. I really want to get through this fucking book, though. Although I do need to complete 1979, so maybe we'll save it for next week. All right, let's do Evil Live, and then we're going to put a pin in it, okay? My friends and I had just started. Oh, fucking hell. My friends and I had just started getting into punk, and some older kids told us about them. They said, "You guys better go see the Misfits." A dude in the band killed a kid. Wow. Oh, this is fucking cool. Here's an example. Here's an example of the mythology spreading, right? This is the mythology starting to, eke its way out. I'm going to read this again, but with like better instead of like not reading it bad, like the way that I do. My friends and I had just started getting into punk, and some older kids told us about them. They said, "You guys better not go see the Misfits." They said, you better not go see the Misfits. A dude in the band killed a kid in the audience by smashing him in the head with a guitar. We were freaked out and stoked. We immediately skated to the record store and bought some tapes. Jay Howell from Bob's Burgers, Sanjay and Craig. So this is fucking fascinating. Thank you, Umberto and Tom and Jeremy, for getting these stories, these things, because it's like, remember, we talk about this all the time. This is pre fucking internet. There's no internet. These things are getting passed around word to mouth. It's phenomenal. It's fascinating. It fascinates me to no end that this stuff happens. So here we go. We got Evil Live, put out by Plan 9, right? This is recorded from a bunch of different shows from soundboards. One was on Broadway. I know that. And I think there was another one. And so here's what's interesting is I think the original one only has 7 tracks, but eventually it gets expanded to 12. And the original Evil Live is only available through the Fiend Club, and it's put out as a 7-inch. We're going to find out some interesting things. I'm sure there's the 3-packs. There are 3-packs of Evil Lives that go for $10,000. They probably go for $20,000 now. If a Cough Cool is $10,000 for a 7-inch, I bet you an Evil Live goes for more. So, oh my God, I'm dying. So I think this is the original one, right? Yeah. So this is Evil Live 1982. This is the Fiend Club edition, numbered and stamped by Glenn Danzig. This is 166 in a series of 1,000 copies of the Fiend Club edition of Evil Live. Could you imagine how much 138 goes for? Evil Live insert 1982 Fiend Club edition. So here you go. Look at that. That's the insert. And then that artwork went on the back, right? Which is right here. And it says Fangs. And that's where we get Fangs from instead of saying thank you. Shout out to Devilman, a.k.a. Maurice Nunez, who loves saying Fangs all the time. That comes from this right here. Recorded November, December 1981, right there. And I don't know who created this artwork. I wonder if it says, Umberto, if you're here, or if somebody knows who created this artwork. I'm very curious to know. I mean, it's so fucking gorgeous. Look at those. I always love this. Look at the spider guy and just the demon faces in the back. So weird. And it's so blank too. Like, it's got these really interesting images, and then you have all this white space here. It just sort of blows the mind. Fiend Club edition stamp, opposite top. Custom Crimson Ghost rubber stamp used to stamp the Fiend Club edition. Wow. Look at that, huh? Look at that. Glenn had to make that probably by hand. He had to carve that. Unfucking believable. The dedication. And that's what it looked like. You do different colors and create double, 3D images. Wow. That's the stamp test impressions from 1982. Test impressions on stickers to display the stamp's effectiveness. I wonder whose collection this came from. Boy, is that fucking cool. There's no other band that has more fascinating, cool shit than this. The band inspired a dark edge to what I was doing when I was young. I loved heavy music, but didn't love when it was happening stylistically in my local hardcore punk metal scene. When I saw what the Misfits had done, it was like a light went off that said, wear black, play fucking hard, and it's okay not to dress the part of whatever was happening in the scene at the time. I carry that mentality to this day. That is Zaki Vengeance from Avenged Avenged Sevenfold. Avenged Sevenfold. Think about what that band name means. It means that I've been avenged 7 times. Sevenfold have I been avenged. Interesting. Umberto has been here the whole goddamn time. Umberto says it was my collection. Stamp was actually made by a member of the Necros. What? Who in the Necros made that? Fuck, that's from the Necros did that shit? Yo, you're blowing my mind, Umberto. Umberto, you know way more than I do. Break down the Fiend Club. Sorry, the Evil Live, the 3-packs. I'm sure it actually goes into it here. I'll just turn the page. Here you go. Literally the very next page. So that's so this shirt. All right, ready for this, Umberto? I know who owned this shirt before you did. If you did, okay, you'll tell me offline. That's fine. Umberto, this is from Damien. Damien from Samhain was in possession of this shirt from Glenn, and this was one of Glenn's stage shirts. And when I first started making shirts, yes, I used to make shirts. I used to make shirts 12, 13 years ago when I quit smoking. One of the ways that I would, keep myself busy is I would make my own shirts. I made a ton of Misfit shirts. And I did it very similar to the way the Misfits made them. And that's why I have great appreciation for what the Misfits did. And I totally did it because the Misfits did it. That just an incredible inspiration to all of us. But this is such a fucking cool, interesting shirt. I love this shirt. The Skullbat shirt. Here, I'm going to put this up here and read about it. The Skullbat shirt was made and worn by Glenn Danzig at several shows and is featured in the photograph on the cover of his 3-pack Evil Live. Here we go. Evil Live, circa 1982 3-pack edition. Numbered and signed by Glenn Danzig. This is number 7 in the intended series of 33 3-packs featuring covers of Glenn, Jerry, and Doyle. Now, what's interesting too, wow, really? Russell just said, okay, Russell Casualty says another cough cool. This is going to keep happening. We're going to see copycats now. People are going to start gouging the market. Everybody's going to have I bet you it's a bootleg. Or maybe it's just someone who was inspired, who had a cough cool for so long and was like, wow, went for 10 grand. Let's see what we can do. Because at the end of the day, the market price is indicated by what people are willing to pay for it. And there's no finer example of what people are willing to pay for than eBay. And so even though these aren't official prices, technically they are the market value by what someone is willing to pay for a cough cool. What it ends up doing is it sets a precedent, right? It sets a precedent for what someone is willing to pay. And now we're going to see a lot more records just going up in value, and we're going to see a lot more cough cools. And the sad truth is it's probably going to be bootleg cough cools going for more money. So here's a 3-pack. And what happened was Glenn had extra records, I believe. This is the story. Glenn had extra records. And so what he did was he made these special packaging, these special edition. I guess at this point, shit started to get really, really collectible, and Glenn knew about it. Glenn had the foresight. And so he's starting to make these very special editions, and he's handing them out to friends or giving them to friends or selling them to friends. And one of these 3-packs will easily go, and this was years ago, would go for $10,000, a Evil Live 3-pack. I think with the new market pricing that we've seen with Cough Cool, I bet you a 3-pack could go for even more money now. Holy shit. All right, I can't really, I don't know if my hands, so here's what Russell Casualty just posted that. Wow. All right, that's fucking nuts. All right, moving on. Here's a patch. I've never seen a patch before. Wow. There's yet another cover of Evil Live. I guess that's another pressing. I mean, but that's the other thing too, and that's what's so cool, and that's what Glenn would kind of do. It's like change repress the thing, change up the artwork a little bit. Why? Because it makes it for an item people need to collect this shit. Your collection's not complete if you don't have everything. And Glenn, whether for whatever reason, had the foresight, the brilliance to do this. So here's yet another. I wonder how rare that one is. And there you go. That's a patch right there. Remember, kids, you can get these books. They're still available on Amazon and Barnes and Nobles and whatnot. And once they're gone forever. That that skull looks very much like the skull that Jerry had. That Jerry has a tattoo of, and on his back. Wait, what? Umberto says that is not a patch; it's a light. That is a light that Glenn made. Wow. Let's see. All right, let's read all about it. Thank you, Umberto, for verifying. Okay, so this is an unnumbered edition of the single with an alternate cover photo. How rare is this one, Umberto? We've seen this on t-shirts, but how rare is this one as a 7-inch? I'd be curious to know. The Nightlight, previously a liqueur sign, Glenn Danzig silkscreened the Evil Live artwork onto a plastic sheet and then replaced the liqueur graphics to create this one-of-a-kind Evil Live electric nightlight. Wow. Jessica's like, just because I can. And then I know what the background, what's this background here, huh? Umberto, what is this supposed to be under right here? This is very interesting. I don't know what that's supposed to be. And yet another fucking cover of Evil Live. Oh, that's with, wow. So that's the photo with just them. That's the blown up photo right there. And then, oh no, it's a different photo. That's a different photo. Just Glenn's in a similar. Oh, wait a minute. So this is actually composite work, because that's Glenn in that photo. And then look at him in that. Is that the photo? Yeah, it looks like it. Wow. I really love the Evil Live single and record. While all the Misfits recordings are pretty raw, those were even more so and have a sense of urgency to them that I love. And that's Brian Flynn from Super 7. I think, yes, Super 7 is, oh, this is a stand-up? Huh. Super 7, look at that. That's a different, so it's a different, he sort of redid the layout there. Let's see what the layout is over here. Holy fuck, I'm sweating balls right now. Yeah, looks like it's slightly different there. They add. Isn't this a better way to look at the book, right? And the other way? I feel like I'm really doing it justice now, Umberto. There we go. So you got the big boys from Texas right there. Evil Live. So this is for the Evil Live tour. There was a tour for Evil Live. And the Necros joined them, and there's the Manimals, a fun band out of Columbus or Cleveland, Ohio. They're more metal tinge, but they also had like this weird sort of, they had like an animalistic, they had like this animalistic thing going on where they were all like kind of like cats. Larry the Wolf was the front man. I actually, because I had discovered the Manimals through the Misfits, I was writing my first screenplay before I shot my film Romeo's Distress. And I named the character after Larry from the Manimals, Larry the Wolf, who's a werewolf in the story. I named it after Larry the Wolf. Not that any of you give a shit. But you know, it just goes to show that like how influenced we are by this band, and everything that's like an extension of this band influences us, you know. Front to back, blah, 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 something. I can't read it. It's out of focus. Or my eyes are out of focus. For the band's 1983 shows. I keep bumping this mic. Peace Corps, never heard of them. Ex-Local Thread. Huh. Interesting. And then you have the Misfits with Youth Brigade. We've seen this artwork before, getting reused over and over again. Same here. Maybe that. Wow. You know what I just realized? I think this artwork has been used a bunch of times. I just never realized it. Huh. And there you go. There's the repurposed artwork again. And yes, the Misfits. Okay. So I believe Adrenaline OD were also on this show, and they were opening up for the Circle Jerks, and they lent the Misfits their gear to play. Mandolia's Ballroom poster, 1983. Silkscreen repurposing of the December 1982 show poster featuring Pusshead's artwork. That's this one right here. For the Los Angeles show with Youth Brigade, aggression, and suicidal tendencies. Cool. Oh, this is a big one. Chris Gates from Big Boys and Poison 13. All right, I'm not going to read this now. I'm going to save that. You have to buy the book to read that one. We're not going to give over everything away here. Needless to say, there are a lot of cool blurbs like this too. So a great reason to read the book. Get the book, people. Ritz Theater flyer and ad. Ooh, cool. Oh, that's the Finder's Lounge. Oh, that's opposite. So that's over here or something. I don't know. I'm lost here. Flyers, 1983. Flyers for shows through the winter and spring of 1983, including the show at the Channel in Boston. That was videotaped. Yeah, right here. It says it. Videotaped, but never released. But you can find it very easily on YouTube. After the show, the band, along with friends from the FUs, SSD, and more, filmed the Brain Eaters video. Inside the Peter Finelli room, within Durgan Park Restaurant. So yeah, so that was when the Misfits were branching into music videos. They started working on one for Skulls, which never saw the light of the day, and we've heard about the Night of the Living Dead video that was shot by Corey Rusk on pneumatic tape in Ohio in the cemetery with members of SSD Control as zombies. I love where do I store all this fucking shit? I swear to God. The Channel Club in Boston was a standout show. It sure fucking was. Watch that shit on YouTube. One day, you know what we should do? We should just sit and we'll just watch the fucking show. You know what I mean? That'll be fun. Huh? Maybe not. We'll do like a commentary on a show. I don't know. We'll see. The Channel Club in Boston was a standout show. The crowd was super enthusiastic and the band played blazingly fast. The Brain Eaters promo video was filmed before the show. So this guy says it was before the show, and up here it says it was after the show. There you go. Some conflicting history there. The Brain Eaters promo video was filmed before the show, and I had on my white chef's jacket, and I lent my white chef's jacket and hat to Robo for the shoot. When Glenn returned the jacket, it was covered in pink, gooey brain stains that never completely washed out. And the hat mysteriously never made it back. So Al Pike from Reagan Youth owned the chef jacket and hat that Robo was wearing for the video. And as you've seen the video, Robo is serving brains to the Misfits and their guests. And at the very end, Robo did not know this was going to happen, but they grabbed his head and they buried it in the brain soup. And it was real brains. It was real cow's brains that were used for the shoot. Would you expect anything less from the Misfits? Especially considering they did something very similar, putting organs and lamb's heads and stuff for Irving Plaza Halloween show in 1980. There's another flyer there. My God, are we almost out of Evil Live? My Jesus Christ. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm enjoying the shit out of this. It's just, I was not expecting it to be so long. So there you go. There's the first, what might be the first appearance of your puss head artwork, right? For the Misfits. Union Ballroom with Negative Approach. I've never seen this one using the Captain Harlock skull. Oops. There you go. Another flyer. Let's see what we have to say about the Pusshead artwork. It's here a lot. Completed Fire featuring Pusshead's artwork from the April 22nd show and a signed PUS photocopy of the original artwork. I guess that's it right there. Cool. Before the band's logo. Where's the before the band's logo? I don't see it here. Oh, I see. Before the band's logo and typography. Although the band's logo is still on there, you know. Here's another quote from Armand Majdi from Sick of It All. My first experience with the music came through my older brother, who started going to punk and hardcore shows a few years before I did. He saw them in Jersey City and New York in 1982 and 1983 and described the audience singing every word and the danger they faced by getting too close to the band, who would knock people out of their way like the monsters they were dressed as. My brother's love for them quickly spread to me. He let me know how they weren't considered cool by the early hardcore scene because of their costumes, makeup, and image, which bordered on being too metal for many. They were obviously much more musical than your average hardcore band, and being able to belt out entire songs in perfect pitch made Glenn Danzig singing very different from the usual monotone screaming of his hardcore peers. I like how they stood apart, and their difference only added to their allure. Woo! Yo, my fucking glasses are fogging up like crazy. This is a flyer. I've seen this flyer many times. And that's when the Misfits opened for Black Flag, right? Santa Monica Civic Center Auditorium. This is not only one of their biggest shows ever that they ever played as a band. I believe it was to almost 3,000 people, but it was also it was at this show that I think Glenn was really deciding that he was going to leave the Misfits. A lot of shows. Okay, so here we go. We're starting to see that artwork for Earth AD. The band is soon to break up. There's Misfits with Antidote, which would later feature Arthur Googie on drums. I don't know if he was drumming at this point for the show. Umberto, do you know? I would love to know if that's true. Boom. And that's right. This was during the Everything Went Back era for Black Flag. They had a deal with Unicorn Records that had gone bad, and they couldn't really record as a band. They could only tour. And this was the incarnation that knew the Misfits the best. I believe Chuck Biscuits was with Black Flag when they played with the Misfits. I think. I'm not sure. That might be Glenn's, exposure. Here we got a quote from Sal from Electric Frankenstein. He's also in my documentary as well. Sal's a nice guy. One of my favorite shows was their last NYC show at Great Gildersleeves. Everybody was at that show. Nobody was at that show, and everybody was at that show, if you get my drift. They had a wall full of cabinets with the Crimson Ghost painted on them. They came in full force and were powerful sounding. They really looked like superhero monsters on stage. It was very exciting. It was a very exciting high energy show, and it deeply influenced me to make all my own shows have that same exciting high energy feeling, like the band was going to jump into the audience any second and all hell was going to break loose. Well said, Sal. And then Abby Mahler, who is a friend of Umberto's, and I guess his girlfriend or one-time girlfriend or still with or something with Al Pike. Her and Al Pike were a pair. My friend Mickey and I were selling Misfits t-shirts and buttons for Glenn at a table he set up in the lobby of Great Gildersleeves. Wow. So Great Gildersleeves also essentially is the second to last Misfits show. That they did that show over the summer, and then they had tours and stuff lined up for Germany, but they played the Greystone Hall 10/30/1983, and that was the last time they played as a band before they reunited in 2016. There were a variety of hand screen shirts, including Horror Business, Bullet, and Who Killed Marilyn, Fiend Club, and more. We didn't get to see much of the show as we were keeping an eye on the merchandise table, but we took turns peeking in at when the Misfits went on. Cool. Oh, baby. I think, oh no, we're not there yet. Whoops. Almost jumped the gun. Interesting. So they're sort of like, the book sort of goes through the remainder of their live shows, which makes sense because the band Earth AD came out after the band broke up. Both Earth AD and Die Die My Darling were two releases full of original material that we had not heard before, and the band were no longer a band anymore. So here's the final show, which was taped. Todd Swallow was on the set. Oh my God. All right. I mean, I'm not going to go through everybody knows the legend, right? They pick up this guy, Brain Damage, who would go on, was a great drummer. We're going to do a whole episode about that final night. We're going to look at it from Brian's point of view. Maybe we'll do that after we finish Scream With Me. But because I'm very curious to reread his point of view. It's interesting, to say the least. He really goes out of his way to sort of explain what happened to him. Rightfully so, as would anybody. The final show was taped. Glenn was wearing that greyhound dog mask, and he had a pentagram painted on his chest in simulated blood. He announced the band was going to be their last show. They did 2 songs with the new drummer. And Doyle plucked him, or even just one song, Doyle plucked him up by his neck and threw him off the stage. Todd Swallow from the Necros finished the set. They did this show because they had a huge following, as I said, in the Midwest. And they had a great following in Detroit, and felt they owed it to them. So they drove all the way out for the 10 hours for this one show and drove all the way back. Both Jerry and Doyle wanted Googie back, and Glenn refused to work with them. Robo wouldn't come back, so they got this guy brain damage. Jerry and Doyle did not want to work with that guy, and Glenn did. Glenn picked him because of his haircut. He had a cool haircut, Glenn thought, and he lasted one song. They only did one rehearsal with him, but it turns out he was actually a really good drummer. I think he would go on to drum in the Skulls with Mike Mindless and Charlie Pipp. Mike Mindless is in my documentary as well. He says that when he was in a band with Brain Damage, Brain Damage never once mentioned, Brian Keats was his name, never once mentioned that he played with the Misfits, probably out of embarrassment. And they also did a cover. They covered Black Flag's Rise Above, and Negative Approaches, Can't Tell No One. Pete, I think you're thinking of the Back Porch Video that was shot. Back Porch Video was run by this guy, Russ Gibb, a DJ who famously coined the Paul is Dead thing. I spoke to him on the phone. We were supposed to do an interview. It never materialized, and he died, and I'm sad. I still have the memory of what he told me in his head, but that's about it. He talked about the next morning, the awkward morning breakfast, because his wife made them breakfast. They crashed at Russ Gibbs' house. Much older guy who basically was facilitating kids with video equipment and helping them to shoot punk rock shows. Peter says they had some footage. Right. Peter, I remember this. And when I approached Jonathan Brennan to be on this documentary, he didn't want to do it because he was like, he didn't want to deal with Glenn or something. But I think, Peter, the footage is very commonly found on YouTube. It's just footage of the live show featuring the Misfits. And Glenn says, he's like, this is our last show. And literally, like 2 nights later, he started Samhain. Okay, here we go. Let's read this. This is the band's last show. The band's last show, was chaotic, insane, and kind of a blur. I remember I wouldn't play Earth AD Wolf's Blood stuff because I didn't know it or like it. I was also playing everything at a consistent tempo, which was not in their paradigm at that moment. So I was constantly trying to study the songs. They were thinking of taking me to Germany with them, but they broke up. So how about that? So Todd, that's from Todd Swallow. So Todd says that that they were considering taking him, and they should have, man. They should have just kept it going with Todd. Damn it. It's crazy. And that is the end of that poster and flyer for the band's final show on October 29th. Oh, it was October 29th. Thought it was the 30th. For the second time, Todd Swallow on drums. I think he might have done more than that, though. I'm not sure. All right. So that's it, boys and girls, for this edition of Facebook Evil Live. This was a lot of fun. Whoa, this is like super trippy, right? It's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, this was super fun, and I think we're gonna look over more books. We'll do Misery Obscura, and maybe if I can get my hands, somebody find me a very cheap copy of Teenagers from Mars. Find me a place where I could purchase it super cheap, and we'll do that one too, because that would be a lot of fun. I actually have a bunch of those photographs from Rocky, because I have Rocky's personal archive in my possession. I've had it for 9 years, at a time where I was very heavily considering I was going to license photos from him. So let's get our hands on that book next. Yeah, if I can find a copy of it that's not like $1 billion, I will even use Lodi funds to purchase it, because I consider it would just be a way to, further the show. Thank you, Umberto. My pleasure to support the book. I'm so pleased that people have purchased copies just from watching me do this on the show. That makes me happy, because I was a little like, you're like, why don't you let people buy the book instead of like show off the book? It's kind of like, pirating the book a little bit. But, at the end of the day, if the book is out of print, then it doesn't really make a difference, right? So only the copies that can be purchased. And again, people want to own this shit. So I feel pretty good about that. Again, there are some things we do not cover in the book. You can only get them by reading the book themselves. Okay, that's really it. Peace and hair grease.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube casualty for $6.66. The YouTube casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon, because we need you!
66 cents. Back again. I don't know about you guys, but I am already exhausted from this week. I am exhausted. I'm playing like solo dad right now while my wife is out of the country. And I will tell you, kids, they will knock you out. They will knock you out. So forgive me if I'm a little tired. I'm sure once I start talking, I'll get into my normal talky, loud talky self. So, hey, Dave, how are you, man? I love that you love the book, Dave from the UK. Hope you're well, friend. Fiend. I got the book right here. I'm going to do the bookie wook. I guess I'll just share the stream. Hey, Rue, how the fuck am I? I am exhausted. I'm exhausted, but I'm here. That's right, Rue. Kids will do that to you. They will. My son is going to be 5 and my daughter is 1.5. And man, it's that age, man. It is that age. So hold on. Let me see if I could find this. See, my energy's already returning. Just coming on here right now. I needed this. I needed to just sort of, do my thing. That's enough of that. We're going to do the same thing that we did last time. I thought that worked incredibly well with the, we have the phone here, split screen style, and we're just going to go, let's finish this book, huh? Let's finish this book. We've got more other things. Okay. If you don't belong to the group, join the group.
look for this. Just read through our posts. We have a lot of fun posts. Everybody's posting really nice, fun content. Mike Watson says, I just jumped on to you putting on rubber gloves. Shit's going down tonight. Yeah. So Mike, let me explain the rubber gloves. So I bought the book, and when I was going in one of the previous episodes, I was getting smudges all over the book, and it was embarrassing. And my fingers I chew the shit out of my fingers. Been doing it since I was 5. I hear that there's actually some sort of diagnosis for that, by the way. And Necros are a great band, Dave. And Jesus, what was I just saying? Lost my train of thought. Yeah, my nails are chewed to shit, and I'm getting prints all over the book. So I figured the best thing I can do and it's really hot to wear these gloves down in this basement. I'm not gonna lie, but I want to keep the book in good condition. And Mike says, can't go wrong with blue nitrate gloves. I have the book. Yeah, dude, get your gloves on then. Okay, an update on merchandising. So, all right, so I have some designs. I'm looking into a on-demand fulfillment print service. So it's really non-committal. I created some designs. I'm going to put them up there, and I'm going to start just putting it out there. And there's no expectations. Maybe the design, maybe nobody will dig the designs. And if not, that's fine too. I'm trying to want to expand the brand. So we're going to do that. We're doing that in a way. These designs are very inside baseball. So if you are an inside baseball person when it comes to Misfits, Samhain, Danzig, then you will really appreciate what we got cooking here. That's all I'm going to say. I'll give you one hint. November coming fire. That's all I'm going to say. All right, let's get to the book, because I got to wake up. I got to drive my son to his camp tomorrow, and take care of my daughter. Lots of stuff to do. When I have the gloves on, I can't move the trackpad. No. There she goes. All right. I love that. I want more. Guys, do we have more books to do? We have fucking Misery Perfectum. Misery Obscura. Sorry. By the way, that is something else I didn't mention. Erie was trying to do a documentary himself called Misery Perfectum, and that we were talking about Misfits Samhain Danzig related projects. That was another one. Misery Perfectum. We have Misery Obscura, and man, I got to tell you, somebody point me in the direction where I can buy the Teenagers from Mars book. I'm going to pick that up, and we'll go through that too. Seriously, like no joke. So yeah, Chris, I usually don't talk about my kids and stuff on here. I just I don't know, because my wife is away. I just the full brunt of the work is on me. So I've just been very, very inundated lately. Trying to do work on the movie when my daughter is asleep. You gotta do a whole, oh god damn it, I'm getting all these things. You know what? Maybe I should put that on. No. We're going through the den. Here's my set list. Okay. All right. There we go. That was the secret sauce right there. We're plugged back in. We got our Scream With Me book. I noticed that when I moved my head like this, couldn't hear. Hard to hear. It's hard to read. And do this at the same time. Not going to lie, especially with these glasses on. Okay. Well, it's always hard to read for me. Here we are. Been through that. Did 3 hits. I think we got right. The band. So the way that they structured this book. Yes, Dave. I do have a bit of a movie collection. Maybe we'll do. We'll go through that one day. I got a lot of stuff. I'm actually, Dave, from your side of the pond. I love Arrow Video. They put out some great stuff. All right, we did all that. We did that. We did that. We did that. We did Evil Live. And remember, folks, I am literally going through this as I see this book. As I turn the page, I'm seeing this book for the first time. So every time I turn a page, it's my first time seeing that page. Okay, Jacob Brannon from Converge and Deathwish says, my favorite album is Earth AD, Wolf's Blood, which may not be the most popular choice. It was weird, fast, and sounded dangerous. I called it punk thrash back then, and I think the bizarre classification still made sense. No record in the world sounds like that, and I still love it to this day. A few notes about that. Oh, John Steinhammer, aka the voice of Doom, says the Teenager's book is out of print. There's one on eBay right now for $350. It's crazy. You know, I have to tell you, I really regret not pulling the trigger on that book. And I don't know, remember what it was. Sometimes I get weird with pre-orders where I go, I'll just wait. And it was so stupid. I should have ordered 2 copies, man. I was not fucking thinking. It was really dumb. And you know what? There are 2 copies of this book at my local Borders books, Barnes and Noble. Sorry, not Borders is gone. RIP Borders. And I am so going to go there and pick them up and put them on eBay for $350. Not literally, but literally. That's a shame because I would love to go through that book. So I don't know. I'll keep my eyes. Listen, if anybody sees a copy reasonably priced, please send it my way. Please post it in the group. I will buy it simply for the purpose of doing what I did here, where we go through it and we look through it together and just sort of like oogle over the pictures. Using a lot of made up words tonight. Okay, so a couple of things to talk about here. First of all, we've been discussing in the group, we've been talking a little bit about Earth AD. Somebody brought up, and I guess this is like a Captain Obvious sort of moment. It was not for me. I never thought, Earth AD is a weird one, right? Like it's a really weird album for a lot of reasons. They're changing their sound. So, hardcore is starting to explode at the seams, and this band that's been around since 1977, gone through several lineup changes, and in turn, sort of become a different band every time they change their lineups, is now thrusted fully into the I should say the cutting edge of what hardcore was at that time. They're doing shows with bands like like Gangrene or whatever, just all these faster, younger bands that have just formed and are just going super duper fast. Even in Lodi, you got Morning Noise and you got Rosemary's Babies, and those are bands of the hardcore era. They are not bands that came before, and they're both sort of born of that same ilk of punk rock with fusing pop culture horror imagery in the vein of the Misfits. All those dudes love the Misfits. You have Eerie in one band and Zing in another band, and both of them would go on and do Samhain with Glenn. And so, there's a lot to say about this album in the sense that, first and foremost, it was supposed to be slower, right? The songs are supposed to be more atmospheric. They got sped up by Jerry and Doyle for a lot of reasons. And those dudes liked listening to heavy metal, Van Halen and stuff, and played fast. And, it's funny, they tracked it live, right? So Earth AD was tracked live. So I guess that kind of makes it a live album in the same way that Static Age is a live album if they're playing it all live, right? And it's kind of amazing how perfect it sounds live in a controlled environment versus them playing those songs live at a sloppy punk show, sloppy hardcore show, where they are speeding so fast and flying off the rails. And so, yeah, it's a weird, and people call it thrash. I don't really know. What is the definition? Someone look this up. What is the definition of thrash music? They call it thrash punk, thrash metal. So are they saying it's the fusion of thrash metal with punk, thrash punk? I don't know. He says, people call it a template. It was a template for a lot of things. It was a very influential record. It's kind of weird when you think about that Earth AD is the most influential or incredibly influential in its own right. But not necessarily for hardcore bands, but for metal bands. A lot of metal bands, love Earth AD. Look at the Metallica guys, they like all the earlier stuff too, but they love them some Earth AD. So I think that's pretty interesting. So it's this weird thing. And here's Glenn taking purple and green and fusing them together and making it like the most beautiful, like color matching scheme of all time, because purple is typically not seen as a masculine thing. And I feel like Glenn is like reclaiming it with this album and making it royal. Rue says Glenn didn't like the way Earth AD came out. Right. He talks about that in the Pusshead interview, I think. And he said, yeah, I didn't like the way it came out. And what's part of the reason for that? Why do all those later live recordings suffer? They suffer because the band is playing faster, which means Glenn has to sing faster. And when Glenn has to sing faster, they're already playing fast. They're already playing fast in 78. So it's like for him to sing even faster at breakneck speed, there's no room for melody. Where does the melody go? The melody has to surf on top of the instrumentation. It can't, because he has to already be on the next, the killer gonna love us and I keep it to the teeth. Every night I go around the stuff if I keep a dream. Look upon me, I have the best. Damn on a man, damn on. Even though those songs are actually from 80. Well, yeah, I guess they're still Earth AD songs. Whatever. Interesting to say the least. It's an interesting record. It came out after they broke up. So the way they structure this book, which I like the way they do this. Here's the last show. This is the last show, right? And then the very next thing is Earth AD, because that's what happened. And then after Earth AD came Die Die My Drawing. So let's take a look. And there she is. In my opinion, one of the greatest album covers ever made of all time. This is by Mad Mark Rude, who had a Mad Max style, the Road Warrior leather jacket, right? Eric Danielson says, Earth AD Wolf's Blood is the perfect album that captures the unique character of the band, consistently violent and sinister to the core. So look, here's the other thing I failed to mention in my opening spiel is that Earth AD Wolf's Blood is, and again, I can't take credit for this. Someone else said this in the group. Apparently this is like the official thing. I don't even know that. Like, if that's true, I'm like, whoa, kind of blew my mind. Is that this is a double EP. This is not an album. It's 9 songs. It's 4 songs on one side and 4 or 3 songs. No, 4, 5, right? I can't add. Not only can I not read, I can't add. You have 4 songs and 5 songs, right? So you have the first EP is Earth AD, Queen Wasp, Devil Lock, Death Comes Ripping, and Green Hell. And then the second EP is Wolf's Blood, Daemonomania, Blood Feast, and Hellhound. And all right, should we do let's do it, man. Let's fucking deep dive on this shit real quick. So, I say this all the time. I say it online all the time. Because I love it. I say it because I love it. I've always said that Earth AD, because I heard Alex Story say this in his interview for my documentary for They Came From Lodi, the guy from Cancer Slug and Doyle singer. He said Earth AD is one song divided up into 9 parts. I thought that was really succinct and cool. However, somebody else pointed this out to me, and I wish if next time I ever cross paths with Alex, I will bring this up. I'm sure he'll appreciate it because that dude loves the fucking Misfits. So right here is your first EP, and thematically, these songs all kind of line up, and thematically, these songs all kind of line up. These songs right here, I guess, they're kind of sung from a first-person autobiographical perspective, right? So Wolf's Blood. Wolf's Blood. You don't know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna butcher these lyrics, guys. You don't know what? You know what? Someone post them in the comments, please. Who is the lyrics? Who is the Lords of the Left Hand book? Somebody post that shit. Wolf's Blood. You don't know who I'm talking to. No one ever did. You don't know what I'm talking to. Blah 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 blah. My head. Blah blah blah. And Glenn's talking about the process of becoming a werewolf, right? Daemonomania. It's like a autobiographical story. Look upon me. I am the beast. Daemonomania. 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 My mother was a whore. My father was a wolf. You know, I want to be the fucking savior. Humans are weak. What else you fucking do? Humans are weak. I want to drink your blood. So it's like someone. It's like they're singing. Glenn is singing about all of these like sort of like demonic things about himself. Maybe like about being a werewolf. You know, that's what the Wolf's Blood is about. He's got it tattooed, right? Isn't that what we do? We psychologically profile Glenn Danzig here, trying to get inside of his head and trying to figure out who the fuck he is, right? Then you got Blood Feast. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to now turn to the comments section. We're going to talk about that for a second. First, Francois says, Dan Palladio says, shit, sorry, I lost it. Oh, thank you, John. John posted the lyrics. Let me see if I can. Boom, look at that. Well done, John. Well fucking done. Hey, John, if you got any more Earth AD lyrics, keep them coming. I'm kind of tied up at the moment, but I appreciate any help. Thank you again. Shout out to the Voice of Doom. So Dan Palladio, took me years to love Earth AD. Cool. I can understand that. A lot of people don't like Earth AD. For me, it's just like any of my other children. I love all my children the same, right? I love all these fucking songs, all 53 of them, 54 of them, right? Francois says, I don't know if I'm right, but I heard the music was recorded and the vocals were added 1 year later. That's right. In 1982, while out in LA, they recorded it, or out in California, they recorded the music overnight with Spot. They did some scratch vocals. And then they came back and finished it on back in New Jersey in 83. Right. All the while they're waiting for Mad Mark Rude to finish that album cover. Michael B. Jeffers said, I read that Blood Feast was originally written for Samhain, which kind of explains why it's my favorite on the album. That is true. Blood Feast is originally a Samhain song. As far as I know, a bunch of these songs are Samhain songs. I'm not sure which other ones. I think maybe even Earth AD. Point is that a lot of this material, Glenn is, and you notice like he's starting to deviate from Earth AD. Wolf's Blood is a brutal fucking album. He's writing about the darker side of things. It's not no longer. He's not writing about Halloween from the 1950s like he did with the Misfits. He's writing about Samhain from 3,000 years ago with this sort of stuff, right? Dan says Samhain side of the record. Interesting, Dan. Interesting. Blood Feast is easily a Samhain song. Yeah. I mean, they played it in Samhain too. It was supposed to be, and he gave it to the project. And lastly, let's go back to what the Voice of Doom has right here. Wolf's Blood. You don't know what I fucking am, what I become, not when I get like this. You can never get me down in my head. It's my blood. It flows right through. It flows right fucking through my veins. I feel it I love this. I love it so much. I love it when he's singing this. You can really feel it. You feel the piss and vigor in his voice when he's singing this. And I feel my vertebrae extending, and I feel my heart expanding, and I feel my muscles rip, and I feel my snout expand, that I know that I'm not a man, and I go right out of my head, and it's my blood. He's singing from this I perspective, right? He's singing from the I, me, I, and he's doing it again with Daemonomania and Blood Feast too. I believe Blood Feast. He's also, yeah, because I just can't fake it, and the blood is real. I love that song, because I just can't fake it. Yeah, so it's like everything is I. It's like, again, it's not autobiographical, but it's almost like semi-autobiographical in the way of like, this is how Glenn is sort of envisioning himself. Maybe, again, I don't know any of this stuff. This is just, I am a fucking Misfits nerd commentator analyzing Glenn's lyrics and music and trying to understand where he's coming from. Not a fucking expert. Don't actually fucking know. Just want to put that out there. But from what it seems. And then the first part it's like this is the world, right? This is the world of Earth AD, Earth after Doomsday, where this Wolf's Blood character kind of exists in, right? You have Earth AD, and talking about the end of days, and like, it's inspired by The Hills Have Eyes, and goes into Queen Wasp, literally talking about a Queen Wasp. I believe I have to review the lyrics, into Devilock, I believe. Okay, so Tanner, I don't know if you're here, but if you watch the stream later, please post it. Tanner had some interesting, he posted, we analyzed Devilock on a previous episode, and the lyrics were different, and it was something about like I am cancer, something like I am cancer was the chorus. And I don't know, that was very interesting. And then Death Comes Ripping is about death coming, right? And Green Hell, we're in Green Hell, so I don't know, it's interesting. I mean, I could go deeper on all those things, but for the sake of time, let's move on. Point is that this right here is the Wolf's Blood EP, which came out in Germany, right? Even though it had all the songs. And this is the Earth AD. So this is the world this is Earth after Doomsday, right? And this is Wolf's Blood. This is me as I transform into a werewolf with the wolf's blood in my veins. I don't know. It's interesting. I think it's a way more intricate, subversive art piece than we may think. And I just love, man, he did this in pen and ink, and it is gorgeous, man. The line work, and you could see all the members of the band. So they're right. Sorry, I'm trying to guide that's Robo. I believe that's supposed to be Doyle, maybe. That is Glenn, maybe. And that is Jerry. I don't know, whatever. It's Glenn, Jerry, and Doyle, and Robo. Michael B. Jeffers says, as much as I love Misfits, Samhain is my favorite Danzig band, but Danzig doesn't give it the love it deserves, not on any streaming services, and the albums are out of print. Michael, I love Samhain. I fucking love Samhain. And man, I could go riff on Samhain a lot right now, but I'm not going to. All I'm going to say is it is they are a death rock band by the way of hardcore. They are almost punk rock of punk rock in the sense that here's a band that's doing this really interesting post-hardcore music, because that's what it is. It's post-hardcore. If the Misfits were hardcore and Samhain came after it, then that would make the Samhain, in a way, a post-hardcore death rock band. And they are fascinating to no end. And I also love them too. And from what I understand, I believe Bruce Doyle's manager said Glenn hates streaming services, and that is I don't know, he's weary of streaming services, and that's why it hasn't been reissued. I hope it gets reissued. All those records get reissued. I will buy them all up. I already own Initium. Look back for my Initium story on how I required my Initium. Andre says Robo has a Black Flag logo on his jacket. Let's see if we can find it. Right there. That's from Evil Dead. Obviously, that's Ash's sister from Evil Dead. There's a lot of Easter eggs in here. Yeah, I think it's hard to see. There's some sort of Black Flag thing somewhere. But yeah, there's a lot of little hidden Easter eggs. I wonder who that is. That's somebody from somewhere. Okay, come on, we gotta keep going, guys. And then here's all the beautiful. Look at this. Wow, man, they really went to town with this final record. I mean, by this point, Glenn's like, man, the vinyl game is the colored vinyl game is what's up. So you have a green beast. There's only 100 of these in existence, as far as I know. There's a clear one with some purple. This is what people go crazy for. So Glenn doesn't clean the press, and then people agonize over, I got my white or clear or whatever copy this is, and it's got some purple splotches, but this one has more splotching. Like, people look at these patterns. they go crazy. I think that's black or purple. I can't tell with my sunglasses on. This is some sort of pink and orange. Boy, what a genius thing to do. The evolution of the Misfits seems perfect for me. There's a quirky, massive, and funny, and everything else in speed metal anyway, right? What? There's quirky, massive, and funny, and everything else ends in speed metal anyway, right? Yes, agreed. So there you go. There's the cover. There's the color cover of Wolf's Blood, and this is done. This was for Aggressive Rock Records in Germany. They were going to tour Germany after that final show. They were supposed to go to Germany, man. They couldn't get a drummer together. We've talked about this. The boys, Jerry and Doyle wanted Googie back, or they wanted to get Robo back, and Glenn refused, and they got Brain Damage. We're going to go over Brain Damage's story someday. Here is I'm not going to read this. This is a blurb from, actually, maybe we should read this one. This one's okay to read because it's short. And then here, whoa, look at this. Look at that, man. Look at that colored. Holy crap. I've never seen that. That's blowing my mind. It's like colored all differently from this one. God. Look at that demon dick right there. Holy shit. And then here's a colored. So are these hand colored or, alternative front and back of the full color Aggressive Rock production jackets? Wow. Look at that, man. That is something else. Truly, truly. All right, so I'm going to read this real quick because I feel like I'm going to hold it over this because this is so pretty. All right, here's my thumbnail. Here's my thumbnail. All right, ready? Okay, that's for YouTube. I first heard the Misfits in September 1985. I was a freshman in high school and trying to make friends. September 1985, 2 months before I was born. I first heard the Misfits in September 1985. I was a freshman in high school and trying to make friends by talking to anyone who was interested in BMX or skateboarding. Musically, I was interested in Ozzy, Rush, Iron Maiden, and even Rum DMC. When I started to learn about punk through Thrasher magazine, I didn't have any punk at that point because my friends and older cousins were metalheads. That all changed when a kid in my new school gave me a 90-minute Maxwell cassette tape. This is what happens, man. These cassette tapes were like, they were the underground radio. They were the off-air, like podcast. They're like podcasts, man. They're like the off-air podcast versions. Here, hey man, listen to this tape. This pirated broadcast put on a tape. It's not really a broadcast, but in the sense of like broadcasting this music to you. I don't know. That actually sounds kind of like bullshit to me. I'm just riffing. 90-minute Maxwell cassette tape with the Sex Pistols and the Dead Kennedys on one side and the Exploited and the Misfits on the other. The Misfits was Earth AD Wolf's Blood. And I didn't get into it as quickly as the other three because it sounded too noisy and chaotic for my taste. I can understand that. But when I noticed the beginning drum fill of Death Comes Ripping, it was very similar to the opening fill for Over the Mountain by Ozzy. Oh, I got to listen to that. I started paying close attention. The Misfits were like the raw and more badass version of the metal than I had been listening to. That's Daryl Taberski from Snapcase. That is so interesting, man. So that's why metal heads get. I always ask this question when I was do my interviews all those years ago. I'd say, what gives Misfits the metal pass? And it's Earth AD. Earth AD is what gives the metal pass because perhaps what really should be said, and I guess this is what we mean by thrash punk. To answer my question from earlier, is that Earth AD is like speed metal done by punkers, man. Is speed metal done by hardcore kids. It's metal interpreted through a hardcore filter. That's what it is. That's why metalheads love it so much, because it feels like metal to them in some way, shape, or form. It's just so fucking heavy. Look at that. That is the original artwork. I know it. I bet. Yep. Wolf's Blood artwork. Look at that. Circa 1983. The original pen and ink by Carol Stockard, courtesy of the artists. Just take a look. It's in a book. Reading Danzig. Look at this baby. What the fuck is going on? Look at that. That dude's balls. I never noticed that. Holy shit. You could see it. So that dude has a dick. He has a snake dick. Look at that. He has a snake dick and he has 2 skulls for testicles. Did Glenn go, listen, I want a guy, I want a werewolf with a wolf head and a body, and then I want him to have a snake dick and 2 testicles. I want his 2 testicles to look like skulls. That blows my mind because you can't, I guess you can kind of see it there too. Huh. Do you know I've never noticed that until just now? Has anybody else noticed that? I never noticed that. Holy shit. Man, what else do we got going on here? Boy, I would hate to run into that thing in the dark. Yeah, this is like a harpy right here, right? This is a harpy in the night. Eagle head, human titties, right? Michael B. Jeffers. I never noticed it either, man. Look at that fucking snake head. Holy shit. Right? Yeah, Robbie Bloodshed, man. Robbie noticed it too. Look at that, Robbie. This is crazy, right? That's what's so fun about going over this stuff in such detail, you know? Like you discover, and look at that face. There's like a face in there, right? It looks kind of like the Necronomicon. Poop coming out of the 3-headed wolf neck. Let's take a look. Yeah. Are you referring to that stuff right there? Maybe? Oh my God, that is a 3-headed wolf. That's Cerberus, man. That's like Cerberus. There's one head, there's another head, and there's another. Whoa. Holy shit. Guys, we're like archaeologists. This is so fun. We're such nerds. Take that off. It's been on there for a while. Carol, the artist behind this work says, we heard the Misfits will be playing in Texas, so we drove from Austin to Houston to see them at the Rock Island Club. Got to hang out and worship them after the show. So Carol was a big fan. My buddy published a review of the show in his fanzine, Hymnal, and sent a copy to Danzig. My drawing just happened to be in that issue, and Glenn asked permission to use it, and I said, hell yes. He was super generous, sending me posters and all of their 45s in return. So Carol got paid handsomely in today's dollars. If he I believe it's a he, if he hung on to those 45s, then he got paid several $1,000s for his work and had his work immortalized by a band that he loves deeply. Very interesting. I'm so glad this got a full splash page all of its own. It deserved it, man. Russell Casualty says, my mom sure as fuck noticed. She took a knife and scratched his. Oh, Russell, I needed that laugh. Wow. Russell Casualty says, my mom sure as fuck noticed it. She took a knife and scratched his nuts and snake cock. Dude, can I quote you on that? Oh my God. That is the fucking funniest shit I've ever heard. My mom sure as fuck noticed it. She took a knife and she scratched his nuts and his snake cock off. That's so great. Russell Casualty also says, I don't think, well, we got the answer, Russell. I just wasn't paying attention to the comments. So, wow, that's interesting. So this was not commissioned. I mean, it's interesting though, just Glenn saw this and it fit in with what he, was looking for his, work. Dave says, so is this the kind of stuff Jerry was going to get freaked out about? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, so Russell, to clarify, says it was Russell Casually says it was on a t-shirt, not the album. Hilarious. Fucking hilarious. Woo. That was good. That was a good page. Let's turn to the next page. What are we gonna see? Oh, that's the end. That's the end of not Evil Dead. Earth AD. Take another sip of my seltzer here. Can we make it through the rest of this book? Oh, we most certainly will. Thank the Lord. Not to say that this was not a treat and a pleasure, but man, I want to move on and do other stuff, but I felt that we diligently had to go through this book bit by bit. So this is a section on the Fiend Club. This book was organized in such a wonderful, brilliant way. Truly. Great book, Umberto. And to Tom and to Jeremy as well. Fiend Club and more. So this is from 1979 to 1981. And then from 1981 to 1983, it was, so this was Glenn's apartment. That's where Glenn lived, right? From 79 to 81. And he lived with the guys in the Victims at one point, I believe. And then this was the P.O. box later on, the Grand Central Station. And Jeff Ament from Pearl Jam says, I read about the Misfits and Flipside, Forced Exposure, and Touch and Go fan. I had no idea this guy was such a fiend. And Touch and Go fanzines, and I ordered a Bullet t-shirt from the Fiend Club in the early 80s. I always loved their whole deal. So I'm rushing. I always loved how their whole deal was so original and that Glenn printed the shirts and did all the art himself. I was a big fan of the old Hammer horror films at the time, so the Misfits were absolutely the perfect punk soundtrack. Well said, Jeff from Pearl Jam. Ooh, look at that. So look, that's just like, wow. Does that look fucking familiar? That looks just like the shirt that I have, hand-colored in orange by Glenn. How about that? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Andrew Onstead wearing the Night of the Living Dead shirt Glenn sent him. All right, I'm not going to read this. It's very long. Buy the book, people. The book is still available out there. Let's support the creators of this book while we still can, because it's out of print. So go check it out. These are Fiend Club mailings from circa 1982 to 1983. Wow. So this dude's from the UK, and he was getting stuff sent overseas. You can see some of the stuff. You can see some of the Glenn's writing letters right there. Here's an Evil Eye Plus. I mean, that's what Glenn's reaching out individually to these guys, you know, and establishing these relationships, these connections, right? Through these letters. And you see every horror punk, you know, copycat doing the same thing, and not just horror punk kids, just like anybody, you know, who's smart, you know, does this. This is a classic one. So I scanned Steve Zing's. I have Steve Zing's personal copy, and there you go. There's a nice flyer. You can see this also in 1979, a year of horror punk, where we dive into all this. But look at these flyers, man. And Glenn's just doing this all by hand. He's laying this out and Xeroxing it. I always love this stuff. I always love this. Hey, fiends, it's the new Misfits t-shirt order form. What? Just genius, man. Just fucking genius. And he probably cut that out. That probably came from some magazine right there, you know. And he just cut that out and repurposed it himself. And then here you go. There's just all the stuff. And this was sustaining Glenn, man. Glenn had kids writing to him. He's pressing up these t-shirts, and he had some business operation going on. Look at all that. Whoo, boy. Let's see if there's any. I've actually never seen this one. Look at that. Let's see if I can read it better. Sorry, sometimes it goes out. Evil Eye is out now. Cool, man. Really fucking cool. This one I think I've seen before. No, I have not. Aha, just when you thought you had all the Misfits t-shirts, there wait. Yes. I'm so sorry. Aha, just when you thought you had all the Misfits t-shirts, there were Foolish fiends, gaze upon these ghastly editions. And look at this one, just done just for the Fits by artist Pusshead. That little devil. Well, later, ghouls and gals. There you go. And Pusshead is the guy who interviewed Glenn forever. Look at that, man. That's just white on black with nothing else. Allow a few weeks for delivery. Man. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. I wonder if that's rare. This one's common. I've seen that. I have this. I've done so much stuff with this Photoshop wise. I love this one. This is really great. I've repurposed that. Jill Kargman from the Jill Kargman Show and Odd Mom Out, I've never heard of them, says, I grew up in New York City and went around by myself starting at about 8 years old. Please don't take a time machine back and arrest my parents. I became fixated on taking the subway to the East Village and would visit the old trash and vaudeville store on St. Mark's. And I remember them playing Misfits and selling tons of their merch. And their whole thing had the aura of edgy throttle that I needed in my little kilt from my Upper East Side all girl school life. Wow. Cool, man. I've never seen that mailer ever. I've never seen that one either. Whoa. Look at that, man. Holy hell. That is fucking cool. Dave says, would you say sustaining comfortably just getting by, or was he doing really good from it? You know, man, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think he was making, let's put it this way. You know, as far as, Glenn was living at home for quite a while. And I think that he was making enough money to sustain his lifestyle without having to get a real job. Which is, I mean, more power to anybody who has the fucking ability to do something like that. That's my dream. I don't want $1 million. I just want to, make a living from the art I create. I think that's what any artist really wants. And that's what Glenn was doing. He was living, that's the American dream right there, in my opinion, truly. So I don't know. I can't really say, how well he was doing. I don't know. I don't know, man. But he was definitely, man, that's what he was doing. That's how he got income, Abby Mahler says, I remember Glenn silk screening Misfit t-shirts in the basement of his parents' home in Lodi, New Jersey. He was a talented, ingenious promoter of his band and created hand-screened posters, t-shirts, envelopes, and much, much more. Misfits imagery on wearable merchandise was as visually appealing back then as it is today. Couldn't have said it better, man. Couldn't have said it better. And that sustained that dude. Here you go. That's that Halloween shirt. Tanner from our group did his own version that came out pretty good. I saw that. I thought that was pretty awesome. And look at this with the bones. I don't know if Robbie Bloodshed's still here, but Robbie sent me a care package one time of his band. And Robbie very affectionately did the bones on just like this on his packaging. I thought that was really awesome. A really nice touch. So much so that I actually I still have it somewhere tucked away. I saved the packaging. I appreciate stuff like that when musicians go to those kind of lengths. And I think that's a testament to the success of Glenn Danzig. Truly. Look at that one. I think this is one of the first ones, right? Let's see if I think this is from 1979. I remember the 1979 ones originally kind of looked like this. And that's when Steve Zing and Bruce Wingate from AOD both had one. Let's see who this one is. I can't read it. Fuck. Oh my God. Fuck, I can't read it. It's not focusing. Whew. Let's see here. Andy Cruz from House Industries, House 33. I first discovered the band at a skate contest in the early 80s. The cool kids were off to the side with fashions that signaled their favorite bands instead of their favorite skateboard companies. One wearing a Misfits t-shirt, Misfit shirt, kicked toward the ramp and pulled one of the most impressive method airs I've ever witnessed, complete with a cigarette in his mouth. In that moment, I realized something, and it had less to do with neon dragons and technical maneuvers and more to do with black shirts and delivering a simple message with style. Well fucking said again. That is cool, man. Here you go. Just all sorts of stuff. Look at that, man. That bullet is colored like a horror business. Look, there's horror business and there's bullet. Holy crap. Phenomenal. That is something else. That looks like the shirt that Glenn wore at Max's Kansas City. Let's see here. And here's a quote from Howie Pyro. I bet this will say. Let's see what this says. Fuck. Just gonna look up here. Take off my mysterious disguise. The work center for all Misfits stuff was Jerry's room at his parents' house. That was the first place I saw a Teenagers from Outer Space movie poster. The room was pretty big, and there was always food and whatever you needed at Jerry's house, like a dream. This was 78, 79, and 80. All we had was TV, records, and the radio. We read monster magazines and comics and make art, poster shirts, and buttons, things I didn't even do with my own band. Those times were everything I wanted in life and still are. Jerry had a pile of weird t-shirts, some real ugly polyester-like ones. One time we were hanging out and making buttons and screen printing the now famous Max's Kansas City posters, and I grabbed the ugliest t-shirt and screened it with the poster art. Wow, the shirt was so ugly I never wore it, and I guess that's it right there. Wow. And I think Glenn wore something like that, right? I gotta fix my glasses here. We're gonna go dark for 1 second. Fix my glasses. I think Glenn wore a shirt like that. Man, that is so cool. That might be one of my favorite quotes from this book yet, from Howie Pyro, who you can see in my documentary. He is there. Yeah, ever so briefly. I love the ring tee. This is such a great merch design, I think. I'll tell you, as I'm currently looking into printing t-shirts right now, again, for the first time in 8 years. I made some video business media shirts back in the day. And I think that this is my favorite style. That's what I want on t-shirt. And I'm thinking, man, maybe that's what I'm going to do for my designs that I will be unveiling in the future. The Crimson Ghost was a stark, simple. Here we go. Look at this. Matt Kelly from the Dropkick Murphys. The Crimson Ghost was a stark, simple code for good taste, bad taste. Back before grunge blew up and prepackaged punk was just another pastime, you'd see someone with a Misfits shirt and rest assured they were in the know. And that goes back to what I was saying about being in the fraternity, about being a part of the secret club. You see somebody wearing that shirt and you go, oh, they're a fucking fiend, just like me. And you don't know each other. You're on opposite sides of the sidewalk and you tilt your glasses and you go, because you're in the know. You know, that's the type of cult brother sisterhood that this band brings together. Right. More shirts. I always love the Legacy of Brutality art. I just love it, man. I think this is so great. Mike Antonio from Killswitch Engaged. My most prized Misfits memorabilia had to be a shirt I received from Erie Vaughn that was hand screened by Glenn in the mid 80s. The image is of Sean Wyatt's Singing Danzig. So that's the Singing Danzig. That's the 1979 Danzig, right? The from those photographs, man, when you really think about it. Except with a crazy studded belt, man. So it's the Singing Danzig on the back cover of Legacy of Brutality album. It was originally gifted to Erie by Glenn back in the day and never worn. I had it framed on full display in my house, and it's the biggest gem in my collection. I stare at it constantly. I would too. Here again, here's that hand-colored Night of the Living Dead shirt. I own one of these personally. It's dirty, filthy, not in any condition like this, but to me, I would never sell it anyway. It's a prized possession. And I own one of these too, the sleeveless Beware. I own both of these shirts right here. That's so crazy to me that they're both in there, huh? Wow. Except they're a lot cleaner and neater. I guess they cut the sleeves off. Oops, I hit that comment by accident. All right, Ryan Clark from Invisible Creature and Demon Hunter says, I've always been drawn to bands with a strong visual aesthetic, and the Misfits seemed to have that component with gritty finesse. Wow, I love that. They had that component with gritty finesse. Whether or not they understood the genius of their imagery at the time, it's as rock solid today as it was then. Well said. Truly timeless classic and eternally ripped off. Hell yeah, baby. Eternally ripped off and will be to the end of time, including from this guy himself. All of us. Come on. I only wish Glenn did like 100 more that we could fucking riff on because they're so cool. But it's like trying to get into that mindset of like what he was thinking and then trying to make original stuff that looked like that. I try to do that too. If you look at the thumbnails for this, if you look at the thumbnails for my YouTube channel for these episodes, you'll see that sort of attempt, those attempts of trying to get in that graphic designing mindset. And you'll notice it. They Came From Lodi logo is obviously a super big ripoff of that. And if you look at the banner, if you click on the banner, you'll see this like weird sort of cemetery tombstone with this I don't know, this statue. And that just seemed to me, I was looking through the paper and I was like, that's something that Glenn would have riffed on in the Misfits. So I tore it out and I tried to do something with it. So I relate to that a lot. Growing up a pastor's kid, I wasn't allowed to wear the kinds of punk and metal shirts that I wanted to. So I used to change into them after I got to school. Several of these were Metallica shirts that Puss had designed. He was my favorite illustrator back then, and he still is today. I was always enamored by his skulls. His style is so gritty and gnarly. Misfits were obviously the other band besides Metallica that Pusshead did a lot of work for. So I really began to get acquainted with the band more and more by virtue of that connection. I actually had the words fear and hope tattooed on my lower knuckles, which were both featured on those same knuckles as illustrated by Pusshead on the Metallica shirts. Wow. Fucking cool, man. Here we go. Some more shirts. Some wolf's blood. That must be I wonder if that's a later design. Some Earth AD. Well, those had to be 83, 84, 85, something like that. Who knows? Love this. The Happy Halloween. That's probably from 1981, does it say? A Walk Among Us ad from 1982 right there. Get it before it's too late. I wonder if that was like an attempt to sort of rip off Glenn's design work. And this is everybody has that, right? Or has seen this. This is the announcement. One of the final press releases while the band is still around. I believe it mentions the tour in Germany, right? Maybe. I'm not going to read through all that. Yeah, it talks about reissuing Beware and Evil Live. And there's a tour itinerary, a press release and a tour itinerary. I mean, so Glenn's got the Fiend Club up and running, and now he's got a pipeline for his announcements. That's the brilliance of having a pipeline, of having a mailing list, right? It becomes your pipeline directly to your audience without needing a middleman. That is, if you're an artist of any kind, I don't care what the fuck you're doing. If you're fucking painting microscopic hippos on grains of rice, if that's what you do, if you need to have a mailing list. I have a mailing list, but I got to update it. But that is like that's like rule number one when trying to touch your base. I don't know. That's some sort of hand colored friggin' Crimson Ghost. God, there's nothing like seltzer. And there's another one right there. Does it explain it? Oh, this is a glow-in-the-dark Crimson Ghost right here. Wow. Look at that. Glow-in-the-dark Crimson Ghost. Cardboard cutout in the light. That's in when it was light, and that's in the dark. It glows in the dark. Wow. This is a sticker sheet right here. And over here, this is a press stamp and guitar pick, collected interviews and a press kit, logo stamp and guitar pick. Cool. Wow. Wow. We're almost at the end of this book, guys. Oh, buttons. Buttons. Look at all the buttons. You know what I don't see here? I don't see the We Are 138 button. How about that? Look at that, though. Wow. I'm just going to go real slow, okay? Let's just look at all the buttons. Man, oh man. You know what the problem with buttons like this? I have a Samhain button that was gifted to me by Steve Zing. And I'll tell you what, I would love to wear it, but I'm so afraid. Look at that right there. Wow. That must have been early as fuck. I would never wear it, man. I don't want to wear it because I'm too afraid that I will lose it. It's just too. Look at that. There you go. The Psycho 78. Beautiful, man. So much. I mean, just so much care and never seen that one before. Wow. That is great. That's just so great. Misfits and Fiend Club buttons. All right, here we go. Here's Howie Pyro again. Let's see if this is as good as his last one. Buttons were everything in the punk days. I think that's because they were keeping with the DIY spirit of it all. Like flyers, a button could be made by anyone, and most importantly, anyone could afford a button. When we made them, we sat in Jerry's room at his parents' house and listened to records or watched TV or both. But mainly it was about being together and being excited about life, about the interests we shared and the endless stream of ideas we were coming up with back then. The button-making machine itself was like a metal contraption with a round, loose part and a handle, kind of like an old-fashioned orange squeezer. Typically, we'd cut things out of magazines and comic books, so that's probably what that one right there is. That's probably that's from some magazine or comic book, right? And that's probably from a comic book right there too. Wow. Kind of like an old-fashioned orange squeezer. Typically, we'd cut things out of magazines and comic books, but to make the buttons like the Misfit ones, we had to go to the Xerox shop, make a template of the correct size circles, and cut and paste imagery in that space. Wow. Then go back and have color Xeroxes made. No computers. That's Photoshop, baby. Then back home, you'd cut them out and place them all into the button pieces in the machine in the right order. The back first, then the Xerox, and finally the round plastic piece. We stacked them in the orange squeezer and pushed the handle down as hard as we could, and it formed the button. One at a time, over and over again. There were tons of mistakes, believe me, but you can be sure that every single one of those buttons had teenage sweat and dedication all over it. Wow, man, that was fucking beautiful to read. That was so, wow. That was worth the price of this book alone. That single paragraph right there, for me personally. Posthumous. 1984 to 2001. All right, I'm going to, should I save this one? All right, I'm going to save this one, but there's another. That's a little long. We'll save that one. Okay, I'm going to read it. What the fuck? Growing up in the barren American Midwest in the early 1980s was rather desolate and bleak. I had a passion for classic horror films, which was supplied by the Indiana television horror host Sammy Terry. When I was introduced to punk rock music through my passion for skateboarding, discovering the brilliantly macabre imaginative mind of Glenn Danzig felt like a sign from God, or perhaps the devil. I actually was exposed to Samhain first. Perhaps that in and of itself allowed me a different perspective on Danzig's world. Upon first hearing Samhain, I knew I had found absolute perfect music for my tastes. A combination of classic horror films and the aggressiveness of punk rock, all conjured together by master songwriter and visionary Glenn Danzig. Shortly after falling under the spell of Samhain, a friend exposed me to the Misfits. It was so different from Samhain in many, many ways, but it still held that same dark spirit. With their often up-tempo songs, the Misfits almost made you feel happy, juxtaposed against Glenn's tales of terror. Yeah, man. Aesthetically, the Misfits have always been perfection. The fact that they can invoke such a variety of musical styles under the banner is incredible. The Misfits and Glenn Danzig are legends beyond compare. That's Dwid Hellion from Integrity Holy Terror Records. And again, I think the perfect way to think of Samhain versus the Misfits is Halloween with trick-or-treating, Samhain with sacrifices 3,000 years ago. That's the difference between the two, right? Really, when you think about it. All right, so this is from 1984 and on. So here you have their first, their final. This is the final release for the Misfits, really, in terms of original material, I guess. I mean, you could include Legacy of Brutality, which has the other half of the Static Age sessions. I guess we'll include that as the final one, right? Really, truly. So there's 3 final releases to come out, but this is really the final one of, I don't know. I feel like this is the final release. And on the back, you have the pus head artwork, 3 different colors there. You got like a dark purple, a lighter purple, and a white. And they took the cover from Chamber of Chills. We all know this to be true. Mike D'Antonio again. Ever since I first heard it, I love the song Die Die My Darling. That is that seems to be that's like a crossover breakthrough mainstream Misfit song. Die Die My Darling, truly. Ever since I first heard it, I love the song Die Die My Darling. From the iconic cover to the B-side, We Bite, this 12-inch single, and that's true, it's a 12-inch single as opposed to the other singles, which are all 7 inches. This is the first time that Glenn finally gets to do a 12-inch single. The last thing that they put out is the first one that's 12-inch. Static Age, the very first thing they were going to put out would have been a 12-inch single, but they never put it out, which was Static Age and Teenagers from Mars. And they did do their first compilation, which was Beware, and that was on a 10-inch, I believe. I would spend hours listening to that record and attempt to draw the wine glass skull cover on my skateboard grip tape instead of doing my math homework. Time well spent, if you ask me. I can't overstate how much this art reminds me of my childhood. My eyes seem to recognize it even faster than they recognize my own mother. What a beautiful statement. Mommy! Matt Portland writes, growing up a skateboard kid. So now, you just have all the rest of these testimonies are just from skateboard kids, right? Growing up a skateboard kid in Portland, Oregon, I would catch the bus downtown to visit the skate and record shops. I remember seeing the Die Die My Darling poster with the purple lettering in 2nd Avenue Records, and I always loved that image. Punk was pretty big in Portland, with bands such as Defiance and Poison Idea. So there were always plenty of Misfits clothing. There was always plenty of Misfits clothing around. Most of which were total bootlegs and knockoffs. Could you imagine all the money they would have made from the bootlegs and knockoffs had they managed to get like licensing fees? This is why this band is so controlling, man, because they just got ripped the fuck off. They got ripped off harder than any other band. They really did. And that's why they're so anal retentive when it comes to controlling this stuff. They go after people, man. Years later, I started doing art for bands. The Misfits logo and skull would come up a lot. Bands have requested countless times that their logo be iconic, like those of Metallica, Iron Maiden, or the Misfits. What these bands don't understand is that what made the Misfits logo cool is the Misfits themselves. You have to earn that. And that is so fucking true. You can have a really cool image, but it's the thing behind the image. And that's the thing about, an image like the Misfits skull is the calling card. It is the visual personification of all these other things without using words. That's what a logo is. And it's hard to build that kind of branding. Again, that's why these guys go to war over this stuff, because it's hard. And they're constantly afraid of it being usurped and taken over or exploited. They spent years and years and years. I don't know about Danzig, but Jerry and Doyle spent years and years and years not making any money off of it. So here's Misfits Legacy Brutality. I guess you can really, truly, utterly call this the final release, even if Mephisto Waltz came out on Collection 2. But we've talked here before. We've had the controversial debate. It's a secret Samhain song. There's the famous artwork that has the other half of Static Age on it. Also has American Nightmare, which had never been heard up until that point. Originally supposed to be on 12 Hits from Hell. While hardcore was generally more dressed down, the Misfits showed that having an image was also fun and cool. Their imagery, dark melodies, and darker romantic lyrics also made the Misfits one of the very few punk bands with a certain sex appeal. Interesting. A rare quality for a hardcore punk band, and that's Walter Schriefels from Quicksand and the Gorilla Biscuits. Sorry if I butchered your name, Walter. Here you go. This right here, there's only 16 of these in existence. This is a pink Legacy Brutality, and at one point it went for $10,000. I wonder if it goes for even more now. Michael B. Jeffers comments again. Misfits art and design is so fun. I riffed a couple of designs, Misfits and Ramones, to promote the Misfits Samhain cover set my band played last October. That's awesome. Michael, tell us about your band. Post your band link in the comments, man. Let's hear that shit. Or better yet, Michael, just post it to the group and we'll have a listen later to hear more about that. And if you got that set, post it in Russell Casualty's Misfits covers Facebook group 77 to 83. Go look for it. That's Russell Casualty from tvcasualty.com. Legacy Brutality compiled some of my all-time favorite Misfits tracks and features Hybrid Moments, which is arguably my favorite Misfits song. I could live with that song on repeat. Lots of 50s inspired tunes, which I personally love and which are covered darkness in a way that no one else has been able to replicate. That's Zacky Vengeance from Avenged Sevenfold. A lot of Avenged Sevenfold guys. Yeah, I guess when you think about it, it's like this comes out, and that's when people think of Hybrid Moments in the mid 80s, they go to Legacy Brutality, not Collection 2. So I guess this really truly is the final. That's the final, and it's a compilation, right? It's a compilation album, but that is truly the final official release by the Misfits 77 to 83, I guess. If we really want to, nail it down in some way, shape, or form. Few pages left, guys. Here we go. Here's an ad for Legacy Brutality right there. And another. Evil never dies, baby. Daryl Taberski from Snapcase. I'm just butchering all these last names because I just can't read. This album takes my mind right back to vert ramp skating. This album takes my mind right back to vert ramp skating as I heard this album on steady rotation along with TSOL, another one of my all-time favorite bands, TSOL. If you're not familiar with TSOL, listen, if you like Samhain, if you like death rock and hardcore fused together, then you will love TSOL. So TSOL fuses death rock and hardcore in a completely different way than what Samhain did. So check out TSOL, Dance With Me, just a fucking phenomenal album. Beneath the Shadows, phenomenal album. I love those fucking guys to death. I have so much respect for TSOL. And Agent Orange at our local skate ramp in the late 90s. Those were truly some of the best times of my life, and I can almost feel the energy of the ramp sessions when I hear those songs, man. So it's just like the skateboard culture of the 80s and 90s adopts this stuff. There it is. There's my first Misfits album. Collection 1 at the age of 15, man, in the year 2001. That was it for me, man. Ever since, going on, wow, it's been 19 years. Holy shit. And I forget what the back cover looks like. And this is cool. So again, notice the cross. So check this out. So as you can see, Glenn's putting his hands up and then he's projecting the Crimson Ghost onto, so he's wearing his bone shirt, and then he's projecting the Crimson Ghost onto his face to create this insane image. It's kind of like oh, you know what I just realized? My bad. He's not crossing his fingers, crossing his arms. That's the Crimson Ghost. He's standing there in his bone shirt, and he's got the Crimson Ghost projected on himself onto his face. One of the coolest, most iconic images of this band, and so eerie. And it's just like, what an image. You know, it's just like, you look at that and you just like, what the fuck is that? Where is that from? I need to know more. Matt Kelly writes from the Dropkick Murphys. I was sitting on the front steps of St. Leo's School waiting for friends to show up. My buddy Brian's older sister, Bridget, was in high school then and had introduced us to some current heavy metal stuff. But I, for one, was looking for something a bit more, I don't know, subversive, more real. I had heard of the Misfits and other hardcore punk stuff and had seen the older skateboarders with Misfits t-shirts here and there, but I was 11 or 12 years old and didn't know where to get a hold of this stuff. The dubbed Maxwell tape. There you go. There's your dubbed Maxwell tape again. The dubbed Maxwell tape Brian brought in that day was Collection 1. It was, I wish they weren't called Collection 1 and 2. I wish they had cooler names than just Collection 1 and 2. It just, I don't know. That doesn't work for me. And by this time, Glenn is really working with Caroline's. This is when Caroline comes into full swing. And this is when Glenn is making good money off of the Misfits catalog with, you know, no one to contest royalties. I mean, all that is going in Glenn's pocket. I had once heard a long time ago, and I don't think it's true, but I had heard, please take this with the biggest grain of salt because I don't believe it to be true. But someone said, oh, Glenn was a millionaire back in the Samhain days. And while I don't think he was a millionaire, Glenn started making Glenn was making good. So to the flip side of that comment about, like, you know, the t-shirt businesses, this is where Glenn's really making the fucking money at this time. He's not paying out no royalties are getting paid out, and all the publishing and songwriting, all that stuff is going directly in Glenn's pocket, and he would pay dearly for it later. He's still paying for it today in some ways. The dubbed Maxwell tape Brian brought in that day was Collection 1. It was queued up to Where Eagles Dare, and Brian said, Matt, check this out. I grabbed the Walkman, put on the headphones, and pressed play. The feedback came in, the bass and the drums pounded, the pick slide ripped in, and it all just clicked for me. Damn, that's beautiful right there. And I love the mixes. I love these mixes. I love the mixes on this one. As a matter of fact, I prefer them to most of the single mixes, and I love the mixes on Collection 2. This right here is, I guess, half a Samhain album. This is Samhain doing the Misfits, right? And Mephisto Waltz is a completely original song, essentially. I wonder if that gets mentioned. Hold on, let's read this. Oh my God. Holy shit, there's still more to go. Dude, it's fucking midnight. I gotta go to sleep. All right. Here's the beautiful, that's the 12-inch version of Evil Live that got repressed, I guess, through Caroline. And look at the gore. That's what Glenn intended for Walk Among Us, right? Truly. Ken Barber writes, unlike the other bands who seemed content on rehashing the latest trends, the Misfits developed a distinct persona that extended beyond the music they made. On the surface, they checked all the boxes you expect to find in a run-of-the-mill punk-style guide. The skull logo, gritty, high-contrast black and white photography, studded leather jackets. But Glenn made it personal by throwing his interests into the mix. I had to work to decode some of the strange imagery and references, but that's what makes being a fan of the Misfits all the more rewarding. I later took a similar angle with my design and lettering work, looking to my own obsession and diversions for inspiration. Yeah, there you go. And there it is. And again, also the artwork. It's just so fucking unoriginal, man. I'm sorry. It bothers me. the way these packages were put together, and I don't know what if Glenn had. I don't think Glenn really had a say in them. I'm not a big fan. Sorry, Tom. Love you, Tom Bejgrowicz. I don't know if you were behind these personally, but it just doesn't gel for me, man. It doesn't. Jill again. I grew up in the Jewish version of the Addams Family. We were very macabre and often spoke about death and who was about to croak. Glasses are fogging up. It sounds dark, but we were actually a happy family because we relished everything. The extra dessert, a brisk walk, music, anything that makes you feel alive. I found that through our own morbid prism, we appreciated life more than others. My dad has affinity for Dutch vanitas, still painting with a skull alongside beautiful objects like jewels and instruments, possessions you couldn't take with you to the grave. As a result, I love skulls and found them rather life-affirming, and thus the bands Crimson Ghost and Horror Monster logo were always super cool for me. Jill isn't. I don't know who Jill is or what her relation is to this band. I guess maybe someone knew her and was like, "Hey, why don't you contribute to this book? That's interesting." Here you go. There's that box set, and wow, look at this box set production shots. This probably comes all from Tom Bejgrowicz right here because he designed it. The guy who authored this book designed this box set. For those who are not aware, right? Very subtle wood grain effect on the exterior paint. Yeah, wow. I remember Tom was telling me, I've interviewed Tom extensively about the making of this box set and stuff. Maybe I'll just put that out there after. I don't know if that will find its place in the documentary. Maybe I'll just put it on my YouTube for those who want to hear Tom talk about that stuff because it's rather interesting. Yeah, here you go. So he originally wanted like a coffin more like this. This was too expensive to produce. But take a look at what he intended, right? Let's see here. Fuck these glasses. I'm tired of the glasses. So you have the interior with a faux velvet lining, some form of rope to hold the top, the cover to the base. So cool. And then that's what he was thinking in terms of, and that's how it came out. This is also, I'm not a big fan of this either. This doesn't feel very much in continuity with the artistry of the Misfits. Just this does. I see what it's interesting to see where it originally comes from. Again, no offense, Tom. Just my personal taste. Kind of reminds me of the Arkham Asylum. I wonder if they got the Arkham Asylum guy to do that work. I don't feel it's very fitting with the continuity. However, everything else, I mean, and again, that's just my personal taste in art. That has nothing to do. I'm not saying that it's not good. It's definitely fucking good. It's just not when I think about art, it's just not my personal cup of tea. That's the way I'd rather put it. But still, you can see all of the wonderful, tender, loving care that Tom put into this packaging. He really did. The effort. And, you know, it's so sad that I don't know about Jerry and Doyle, but, you know, Danzig was such a dick to Tom. He's such a dick. He didn't deserve that. He didn't deserve the way he was treated because, you know, I mean, Tom is just like, he's solidifying, you know, he's archiving this dude's legacy in this box set. I don't know. Kind of crazy. Oh, here you go. Here's Tom. Let's see what Tom says about everything. Glenn sent me. Oh, here you go. Oh, he's telling this. This is the greatest story in the world. I'm going to read this. Ready? Glenn sent me his stored collection of master tapes in late August. Of course he would include this story. Why wouldn't he? Glenn sent me his stored collection of master tapes in late August 1995, and I went to pick them up from his lawyer's offices. I was, like they said, he said this in my interview. He said, like a kid in a candy store, and there's really no other way to put it. There were a lot of tapes to sort through, and my mind was reeling. I had to call a cab and load everything in myself while sweating like a fiend before heading back to the Caroline Records office to catalog everything and create a game plan. From that point forward, through the remainder of 1995, I spent my time working with AGI, packaging manufacturer, Roger Gorman, the design, and Dave McKean, illustration. So I guess Dave McKean did the illustration that it's not my particular cup of tea here. Or maybe he did this one. I don't know. And Jerry Only for photos and his infectious enthusiasm. The CD. So Glenn had no part in the creation of any of the Caroline stuff, as far as I know. The CD package, originally conceived for the delayed static age, was now going into effect along with 3 silver ink injected black slimline CDs. Nobody had created a coffin-shaped box set before. It's true. And everyone except for the accounting department was excited to say that some Caroline, and it came with a fucking pin. It really is. It's one of the greatest. It's one. Okay, again, now I sound like I'm trying to compensate for my comment before, but it's really true. I really don't want to. I don't want to undermine how fucking incredible this box set was, especially if you were a fucking fan in the fucking 90s. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I would have been so excited. Nobody had created a coffin-shaped box before, and everyone except for the accounting department was excited to say that some Caroline employees were nervous would be a fair assessment. Yeah, because I mean, eventually it did go gold. After all, this was a very expensive box set with custom dies and a costly process at every step. They go for a pretty penny now. Roger and I even had plans to drawn up for a wooden box. That's what that is right there. That made a creaking sound when open, but these ideas were far too expensive even for the ultra limited edition version. And again, if you look somewhere in one of these episodes is me retelling Tom's story that he told me about what he did. Tom is responsible. By the way, the only reason why you're listening to the Misfits on CD and like listening now to like not like shitty recordings or only vinyl rips is because Tom saved the master tapes. He saved them from destruction. He digitized them as they were being destroyed. It's a hair-raising story, to say the least. Go back through the episodes and find it if you dare, if you can stomach my talking, and listen to that, because that or listen to that story, or maybe you could find an interview with Tom somewhere talking about it. It's toe curling in scariness when you think about how at any one point those tapes could have been destroyed. I mean, he's literally digitizing the tape as it's disintegrating. It's disintegrating right after it goes through the playhead. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but crazy story. And thank you, Tom. And here we go. The Static Age, man. There it is. And it came out on these 3 colors initially. You have your yellow, red, purple. Beautiful packaging. Beautiful design. It's still repressed all the time. Very, very well done. Right? Why is this? What the fuck is going on here? Well, as long as it's here. There's the back cover right there. Why did this stop? Well, I don't know. Mark Kennedy. Yeah, Mark. So we have Mark Kennedy, the founder of Misfits. The songs on Static Age are great, and the sound is simultaneously raw and grand. I love the guitar tone and the vocal delivery, especially on In the Doorway and Come Back, the latter of which has the most memorizing bass lines and drumming of any Misfits song. I agree, man. I love Come Back a lot. The album has hints of everything the Misfits would do later, as well as displaying what they had done before. Well said, Mark, Mr. Mark Kennedy. One of the nicest, most awesome dudes I've ever had the pleasure of meeting, Mark Kennedy. Ryan Clark from The Invisible Creature and Demon Hunter. To me, this album embodies everything quintessential about the band. The lo-fi audio quality is something that I find I'm always referencing when talking about how rad music can still sound on a live, gritty side of the spectrum. And that's because they recorded this live, as we said. Apparently, Glenn was sitting in a chair while he was doing his vocals. Very few overdubs were done. There was one overdub done by Mr. Jim on the beginning of Return of the Fly. And they did it, and they had 30 hours of recording time to do it. And you know the whole the legend of the Static Age. My all-time favorite song, Misfits song, is Some Kind of Hate. It's got the classic "Whoa" chant, a simple but catchy riff, a nice key change in the bridge, and a 6-second guitar solo that, despite being suited to someone who first picked up a guitar yesterday, just rules. Wow. Excellent wordage. The song manages to check every box in just 2 minutes. Let's see here. You have Some Kind of Hate, you have 138, and you have Teenagers from and you have I Turned Into a Martian. Are there any other Misfits songs that have guitar solos? I don't think so. Someone prove me wrong. Someone bring up another one. Maybe don't know what I'm talking about. Here we go. The One That Got Away. This was not Glenn's intended layout. This was a layout concocted by Tom Bejgrowicz, using Eerie Vaughn's shots. I'm sure that pissed Glenn off too when you think about it. That Glenn and Eerie don't talk anymore, and here's Eerie's shots in that way. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. And then this is the original. Tom took a piece of paper that we saw earlier and wrote out the track listing on the back like that, including a alternate take to London Dungeon. 12 Hits from Hell from 2001, unreleased, right? Front and back of the jacket and inner sleeve. The MSP sessions of August and September 1980 captured the performances of Glenn Danzig, Jerry Only, and Arthur Googie, with guitars by Bobby Steele and later Doyle, and also, let's not forget, Robbie Alter and probably Glenn Danzig. Never intended to be released as a 5-piece performance, the tapes were mixed and mastered using all 5 members' tracks in July 2001. Although the CD was manufactured and LP jackets and sleeves were printed, the project was canceled at the request of the band and never officially released, although some promo copies did make it into the wild. Russell Casualty says Theme for a Jackal has something akin to a solo. I'm gonna have to listen back. What part are you talking about, Russell? Doom, 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 doom. Oh yeah, that's right. The guitar, the piano. Yeah, there's a little piano sort of solo thing. Okay, Russ, I'll buy that for $1. Here's some interior photos of the band, right? For the never before released, and these are liner notes. Those are liner notes. Man, I wonder if you can read them. They're so small. Damn. Armand says, undulating vocal melodies weaving through simple, brutal songs is where the Misfits' genius lies. Right, exactly. Melody surfing on punk rock, buzz sawing guitar, Ramon style instruments. Blah, 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 blah. The mixing of contagiously catchy verses with their trademark anthemic chants, which I think are single-handedly responsible for the millennial whoop that became so ubiquitous. Whether the pop stars of today know it or not, credit must be given to the Misfits for all the infectious woes that are so easily and loudly replicated by English and non-English speaking audiences worldwide. Very true. You don't know, you don't speak English, you can still whoa. You can whoa, no, or go. The stoplight. Many bands since the Misfits, including Sick of It All, have relied on this tried and true method of getting the audience to participate. Coming close, guy. Oh! The Final Page by Tom Bejgrowicz. I'm not going to read it, Tom. I'm going to leave this for... You know what? Fuck it. Let's read this. This is the final... If this is our Jerry Springer final thought, and it should come from Tom. Let's do it justice, shall we? Acknowledgements by Tom Bejgrowicz. The story begins with our editor, Garrett McGarth, who reached out and asked me to create a book that celebrated the visual history of the Misfits. Without him, this book simply wouldn't exist. Together, we combined the visual idea with my concept of influence and how much the band's music and visual legacy changed the lives of artists around the world. In that influence lies an undeniable proof of the band's brilliance, thus the subtitle of this book. When I tried to imagine tackling this project by myself, I simply couldn't come to grips with the thought. I wanted a collaborator who I could trust, who could bring knowledge and talent to the book, and whose world of influence, contacts, and style were different than my own. Without hesitation, I went to my friend and colleague, Jeremy Dean, and asked him to join me for the ride. Thankfully, though not surprisingly, he agreed without hesitation. But I wonder if the book got another reason why they went after this book, besides all that other stuff, was because of their history with Tom. Tom did all these releases for the band, and so there's a history there. And who knows if that added fuel to the fire for trying to sue to shut down the book. Thankfully, though not surprisingly, he agreed without hesitation. A book like this is extremely intensive labor of love, and admittedly, we both had our good and bad days. All along, however, we supported each other and had a blast nearly every step of the way. More importantly, our friendship survived. And for that, I'm eternally grateful. Creating this book offered us a great excuse to work closely with renowned Misfits archivist Umberto. What's up, Umberto? His commitment to and passion for preserving the history of the Misfits is unmatched, and that deserves respect of anyone who loves the history of rock and roll. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to usher a portion of his immense collection out of the darkness and into the light of day for everyone to enjoy, to hold it and to see it firsthand. Well, that was priceless for Jeremy and me. Beyond the archives themselves, Umberto also brought several contributors to the table whose words and images help expand the visual and influential story being told here, and the book is all the better for it. Couldn't agree more. Well said, and a hat off to Umberto, to Jeremy, and to Tom. One doesn't get a project like this off the ground without early support from those around you. For me, it was from my wife, Jennifer, who had to hear about the stress, the successes, and each and every rambling nerd level story along the way, as well as endearing our dining room being turned into a photo studio. I don't know if Tom still lives where he lives in, I will not say the location out of respect for Tom, but it's a very pretty table from what I remember, if he still lives the same place 9 years later. For Jeremy and me, it was from Dave Walling, who came on board from the get-go and helped us feel like we had something to build from. Same with my brother Chris and his friend Andrew Onstead. Without people saying fuck yeah and putting action behind their love of the Misfits, none of this could have been accomplished. Much respect and many thanks to you all. Finally, most of us have found ourselves from time to time scrolling endlessly through Misfits Central over the past 25 years. That's right, baby. It all goes back to Misfits Central. It would be a crime. Oh, Tom, fuck yeah. Fuck the fuck yeah. It would be a crime not to acknowledge Mark Kennedy and the website he has put so much into. Mark and I got to know each other during my years working with the band at Caroline Records. He is a man of integrity. He is a man of integrity and commitment, and is someone who deserves a nod when discussing this band's ongoing legacy. And that's why I'm so pleased that he's in the doc. I've said it many times before. The Misfits are a rite of passage. Their story continues to unfold as each generation discovers the songs, the Crimson Ghosts, and the fire that burns so brightly for this band. It is fascinating to watch, and watch it we will. Scream with me, my friends. Scream with me. I sure will. Well, that was beautiful, man. That was so pretty. That was well said. Woo! There I am. That was good. And that does it, man. That's the end. That's the end of the book. We did it. It took us five chapters, 5 parts, just like we did five of Little Fiend, and now it's over. I have some ideas for future episodes. Like I said, I have some merch designs coming, some t-shirts and things. Some of it is for They Came From Lodi, the documentary, or just like whatever this is, They Came From Lodi. But it's also, if you are just a fan of the Misfits and Samhain and Danzig in general, and are familiar with some of the internet online jokes, you will appreciate some of the designs I'm trying to put together. I hope they have a quality to them that would be befitting to this band. Oh, Umberto's here. Umberto, read the second paragraph. I hope I did, Umberto. I think that was read in the final. Francois says, does the Misfits are still with Caroline? Because I checked on the site and there's nothing. No, I think so. I think the Caroline still has the right to press up Static Age. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if that. No, I don't think they're with Caroline anymore. I don't. Thank you, Umberto, for putting together this book. And really, your love for this band is tenfold. And truly, Umberto, you should be in the documentary too. You should come to my house, or I could come to your house and sit you in front of your collection and do an interview with you if you're interested. Kind of a weird thing to ask on air, but you should really be in this thing too, man. Your passion is so immense and wonderful, and should be included with all the other people that I have. I have Elizabeth, I have Mark, I have Jonathan Grimm. You should be in there too. And I'm hoping someday Devilman will jump on board. Michael B. Jeffers says, seems like you could read every single word in that book and everyone watching would still buy it. Collecting goes hand in hand with the nerdiness inherent in being a Misfits fan. You know, Michael, I think that's well said. I mean, that's part of the reason why I didn't want to read those extra long excerpts. I wanted to leave something for people that buy the book. I didn't just want to like put it entirely on the internet, but it is out of print, so there's that. You're very welcome, Russell Casualty. You're very welcome. Yes. Okay. Everybody's down for Umberto to do an interview. I don't know if Umberto can. There might be some red tape, but if Umberto, we'll talk. Umberto, I'll follow up with you sometime. Don't feel so on the spot. I don't know if you're still there or not. So okay, that's another episode. Wow, we went long. That was an hour and 40. I thought this would be like an hour. Shit. So a couple of episodes that I want to do in the future, just to get before I go. So one thing that I want to do is I want to have, since we have a little community here, I think it would be nice. I think this would be a lot of fun. We should do some sort of episode where I'm going to put the invite link, like see how this side of the screen right here allows people to join in or whatever. I'm going to put the invite link one day in the comments, and we'll have people come on, take turns. I think I can have up to 3 people in here, and we'll make it a massive episode, and we'll get people one by one in here, kind of just being like, yo, what's up? Doing a shout out, saying something that they want to say about the Misfits or Danzig or Samhain, or, you know, if they have something that they want to ponder, we can, I don't know if I'll be able to answer questions, but like, you know, ponder, if we want something like, oh, I always wondered about this. What do you think of this? You know, we could do something like that. And we're going to go over the Madison Square Garden show. That's another episode that will be coming up in the future. And of course there's 1979. Keep your eyes peeled. It is coming. It is so detailed. Some of you have seen some of it already. You know how much detail is going into this shit. Again, thank you to everyone thus far who's bought me a cup of coffee. I'm trying to get to a place where I have this merch. So it's, instead of, you know, buying cup of coffee, like to, you know, do something where, you know, there's something is in addition to the content is returned or received in the form of a t-shirt of some kind. So we'll see how that works out. And that's it, guys. That's the end of the episode. And now we will stare into the void of infinity. Bloop, 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 bloop. Whoa, that is so trippy. Whoa. This kind of reminds me of the Afterlife in Beetlejuice. See what happens when I do that. Look. What? Whoa. Look at that. Isn't that cool? And then you can vary the speed, right? I'm having way too much fun right now. Thank you, Rue. Thanks for watching, Rue, and thanks for buying me another cup of coffee. I tip my hat to you, sir. All right, guys, I'm bouncing. I'm bouncing out. Peace and hair grease, as always.
Hey guys, what's going on? It's Jeff. So I've decided to make a Patreon. What is Patreon? I don't know how to define a Patreon. Let me look it up. Patreon is a membership platform that makes it very easy for creators to get paid for the things that they're already creating. I want to do it full time. I want this to be my full-time job. In my efforts to make that happen, I've set up this platform. Is it going to work? Is it going to be successful? I don't know, but I would rather try and crash and burn than not try at all. The goal is to create enough passive revenue so that I can continue to do this full-time, uninterrupted. Why? Because I love to do this. I love creating content. I love making videos. I love shooting films. I love doing podcasts. In case you couldn't tell, I love to talk and I never shut the fuck up. So right now I've kept the Patreon incredibly simple. There's 2 tiers, and that may change in the future. The Murdergram is a simple way to extend support for all of the hours and hours of free content on the channel for nothing more than $1. 38 cents goes to Patreon. What's $1.38, eh? It's less than a cup of coffee, but it's a great way that you can show support for very little effort. When you divide that $1.38 by the hours and hours and hours of time spent listening to this endless drivel of content, the dollar cost average works out. Next up is the YouTube casualty for $6.66. The YouTube casualty is loaded to the gills. Enjoy the archive ad-free, as well as ad-free early access to special docu-style podcast videos, music reaction commentaries, and the like, a month before they drop on YouTube, loaded with ads, I might add. You're also going to get exclusive content and behind-the-scenes content that is not available on YouTube or anywhere else. So you get to peek behind the veil. And believe me, there's a couple of choice pieces. Most of all, more than anything, whether you join the Patreon or not, I just want to thank each and every one of you that comes to the channel, that watches all the shows, that leaves comments, that participates, that subscribes. That's really the most important thing. This is just trying to find a way to earn a living as an artist. And with that, thank you for my TED Talk. Join the Patreon because we need you!
66 cents.